So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you won't wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
It's day 4 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Group Stage, which means that we're at the end of the week number 2. 4 more best of 3s today before we close up shop for the week. My name is Husky alongside Victor Cax. We have some banger series, honestly, moving forward. And it's going to be a long day, and I hope you're ready for it.
Oh yeah, I'm certainly ready for the action that we're about to see here today, because it's been quite a long time coming, isn't it? I mean, we've been covering this for like 2 weekends now, and it's still looking as spry as ever. So let's go ahead and have a look at the format that we've been running in the Snapdragon Pro Series here. It all started with the Open Qualifiers, where basically Wild Rift hopefuls will be able to set up their own teams. But of these, only 8 teams will be qualified to go to the Open Groups and Finals, where they play in a best of 3 series in order to find challengers. They will be joining us in these challenge groups.
Yeah, and afterwards, in this challenge groups where we are at right now, you'll be represented by 2 teams from 4 different regions: Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines as one, Thailand as another, Vietnam, and of course the Indonesia region, where they will play in a round-robin format. And at the end of the day, 5 teams will move through into the challenge playoffs. It's a 5-team double elimination format that is going to be held in Thailand. So very exciting times ahead for all of these teams out there. But to get to that point, they have to earn it. And unfortunately, the route isn't easy. All of these teams have at least suffered 1 defeat, and we actually have a 5-way tie for first place.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows that a lot of things are still up in the air, isn't it? So yeah, like when it comes to this region especially, you know that things are going to be very, very hyper competitive, especially when you know that there's a lot of money on the line here. So this is a prize pool split for our top 8 here, and as you can see, you know, of course the top 3 will be taking the bulk of the prizes here, and the numbers look a little bit weird. That's only because it's converted to Singapore dollar here. So 14,625 for first place, 10,575 for second place, 4,680 for third place, and then for fourth and fifth place both have 3,645, and sixth place to 8 will go home with 2,610 each.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I always say, everyone gets a piece of the pie, but it really depends on how big of a piece a team can get. It really comes down to this, but at least everyone walks away with something. But what's more interesting is the leaderboard. For those of you guys who are not familiar or have not really caught up with what has transpired thus far, we have RRQ, Buriram United, Team Flash, Cerberus Esports, and Nigma Galaxy all tied for first place. They've all lost 1 best of 3, but they've won the other 2 that they play in. Evos Esports and Echo 40 is tied for 6, and Persis Esports so far still struggling to look for that first series win.
Yeah, I was hoping that Persis would be able to do something, at least yesterday, but it seems like the pattern is just continuing on. Hopefully things will not stay this way for Persis, at least for today, but at least for the other teams as well here. The fact that we've like 5 teams right now tied for first, it just goes to show how even I think the competition is here in MSP.
Yeah, and at the same time, today, some of these teams will break away from that group that they are in, right? Some teams will take take the lead in that first place. And we still will have teams that are tied for first by the end of the day, but we will narrow down that pool just by a little bit. These are the series for today. Super excited to kick it off with RRQ against Buriram United Esports. Afterwards, for the second series, it's going to be EVOS Thailand against Echo Fortius, followed by Cerberus Esports taking on Persist Esports, and we close the day out with a banger. Team Flash against Nigma Galaxy. You do not want to miss this.
Yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned for all the times are listed up there as well, so you can go ahead and set your times from when you want to catch these specific matchups here. So we've seen all these 8 teams fight against each other so far. Anything that is kind of like any takeaways, I suppose, over the last couple of weeks here?
I would say the takeaway is that a lot of these teams have grown. I know it's a very general statement, but to elaborate further, is the fact that I think teams like RRQ and Nigma Galaxy has really stepped up. We've seen even the Indonesian region that is considered to be one of the weaker ones kind of put up a good fight. Echo Fortius yesterday kind of pushed Team Flash to the absolute limit. They made Team Flash work for a series win. Persist Esports was also able to take a game off of Nigma Galaxy, and even though these two ID teams didn't end up winning the best of 3, they did show us some signs of hope, and I do want to see that trend continue, right? I do want to see these teams continue providing us that upset, because I remember in week number 1, Team Flash, they fell 0-2 to RRQ, and I think that came as one of the biggest upset that we have seen. But we're going to focus on the first series. Let's bring out our boys from Buriram United Esports onto the screen. And there's a lot for us to talk about, because these guys, no strangers to the competitive setting with Noel, with Colden Feet, with Archini, Bank, What the Jazz. Some of these guys have been around for ages. You could even call them the old guards from the PC era, What the Jazz being one of it. But yesterday, when they played the series, it was pretty close, honestly, against Cerberus Esports. They did end up dropping 1-2, but I want to say that Bank showed us an amazing Dragon Laner performance.
Yeah, Bank is certainly one of the players that you have to keep an eye out here, especially on Buriram United. That match against CS was quite back and forth, and you can see from the fights here that it was certainly a very back and forth series. But nevertheless, though, coming into this one now against RRQ is going to be slightly different. I mean, it's going to be most notably one of the Filipino squads coming into this one, and we know that the Filipino squads can be very formidable in this current meta, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think RRQ, they are coming off an incredible high as well. You know, from a recent win, they did win the Wild Rift Asia Invitational just 2 days ago. So there's a lot of momentum going into this. But for BRU, I definitely feel like there is a good chance that they can put up a fight against RRQ. I want to see them kind of draw some blood. One thing notably that's enabling Bank in these high pressure situation is definitely his tries to support what they're just huge playmaker. You give him something like a Thresh or a Set, he's going to be in your face most of the time, but he can also run that Enchanter. Nami being one of the biggest choices that he opts for, but at the end of the day, the one that steals the spotlight is Bank. Very diverse champion pool, right? We see the NASA Senna, but the Lucian is one of the highlights.
Yeah, certainly with a KDA of 11.7 and a kill participation of 76.2. These are very standard numbers you will normally see for someone in Bank's kind of role, but certainly his how he plays his role in that team certainly brought a lot of dividends for them, certainly throughout the entire course of this group stage.
And when Bank is played for BRU, he's kind of filling in the shoes of VVV, who is right now playing with EVOS Esports. So it's a pretty interesting storylines right there. I think Bank has done a fantastic job of filling in the void. But we gotta look at their opponents as well. The Titans of the Philippine regions is RRQ, Kings of Kings as they call it, led by Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, and EXO. And at this point, I've ran out of introduction for these guys because they are just godsend to a certain level, right? We have a title for each of these members. EXO, he has been around for a decade. And the last time they went on to the global stage was the Icon Global Championships a few months ago, and EXO being one of the oldest guards in the scene and being one of the best support players that we've seen in the entire tournament.
Let's see whether or not age and experience is going to be the key factor here for RRQ's victories, but certainly they have been no short of action for this squad throughout this couple of weeks. So going into this one here, are your expectations for RRQ going to be very, very high, given they are one of the top Filipino teams?
Yeah, I think expectations for RRQ in general, whether you're a fan or you're someone who's just watching Wild Rift, when you hear RRQ, you're gonna have very high expectations for aggressive plays, for all these insane moments, right? It really feels like if you watch an RRQ game and there's no crazy moment, it's not an RRQ game. And when I talk about insane moments, it's like Helios popping off, with his Chaz stealing objectives under your nose, and it's EXO making this insane plays to start a fight and protect his team. Honestly, individual pop-out moments, right? They all have their own means to craft the highlight reel for themselves. And of course, Hyde, he did have a short stint with Persis Esports back in WCS, and right now joining RRQ again, as he did play with RRQ beforehand. I think it's a great kind of return for this guy. But the direct matchup will be between the Viper and Bank. And Viper being the newer face of RRQ, he's been swapping in with Marky, which is kind of the original Dragon laner of the team. But right now, it's giving Viper that space to show what he's made of, and I think Viper has absolutely proven so.
Yeah, I mean, given that both of these key players here play similar champions, it's quite interesting that they have rather different stats. Viper in particular, only 4.3 KDA here compared to Bank's 11.7. And I wonder, is that a difference of maybe their play style, or do you think it has to do more with the role that they play within their squad?
Yeah, I hate to say this, if Helios stopped stealing all those kills and Viper would have better KD. But overall, I think you put up a good point, right? They do play similar champions from time to time. I think Viper's role, he still can carry the team, but everyone on RRQ is just so explosive, right? It really doesn't. I don't think the KDA does justice to Viper himself, because most of it has gone to Helios and Chaz. But when you need Viper to step up, he has shown that he can pull his weight. If for some reason his other teammates aren't really carrying the game, you can put that weight on Viper and he will do just the same.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting ready for our first matchup for today, and I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out here. So in any case, over here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, we love to thank all of you guys, who have been so persistently supporting us all of these weeks here, joining in on our live streams and such. So just want to take a special time here to shout out you guys here, because it wouldn't be possible for us to bring you these kind of shows without your support. So make sure you guys keep supporting us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. We love you all, and thank you all for joining us in the streams.
Honestly, I don't usually check stream comments, but I've been pretty invested in the comments for this particular broadcast, because I see a lot of our PH viewers are just always excited, right? The stream hasn't even started, it's just on countdown screen, and we see a lot of people just spamming Viva RRQ because RRQ is playing up next. But generally, they do stay, and you can see that there are some people who are a bit more cheeky in the chat, just getting some smack talk going, but it's all for fun and games. One thing is for sure, RRQ fans are always in for a treat, and I think that is why RRQ is such a team that's so adored by the public.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're talking about one of the teams that has been so good in their engagement with their fans as well, right? So it's no surprise that wherever they go, they are able to be kind of like the star of their own show in a sense, So, but then when it comes to games like Wild Rift, we're talking about like this region where mobile MOBAs are pretty much predominantly the most mainstream type of game being played around here, and it's really important for squads like RRQ to live up to that kind of reputation, to constantly be able to show us performances like these. So for all you guys who are all over Twitch right now, you can go ahead and vote for your predictions right now. Who do you think is going to be winning this matchup here? Is it going to be RRQ? Is it going to be Buriram? Let us know your thoughts inside the Twitch chat.
Honestly, there are a lot of BRU fans as well. The Thailand region also very, very enthusiastic. Yesterday when EVOS played a series, there were a lot of EVOS fans with the hashtag EVOS Raw. And I do expect BRU fans to also step up that game, because we did see some of those numbers. But it's safe to say that we all agree that RRQ is probably going to beat EVOS in this best of 3. It's kind of that wall of attrition that RRQ very familiar with, right? They are no strangers to playing full series. For some reason, it always feels like RRQ wants to play a full series. And in this case, I think EVOS are in for Buriram United, are in for a very, very tough series.
Yeah, and they're not going to be any strangers for that type of matchup anyway. And I'm pretty confident that, the boys over at Buriram United are well prepared for this matchup coming in. So we're still awaiting the start of the draft right now for our first matchup for the day. That's going to be between RRQ and Buriram United Esports. For now, we're still awaiting them to get themselves set up and ready. So until then, though, let's talk a little bit about this challenge groups right now. What's been some of the biggest surprise performances you've seen so far?
Well, RRQ beating Team Flash 2-0, I think that's very surprising. And afterwards, Cerberus Esports beating RRQ 2-0, which is even more surprising because, I mean, we look at the track record, right? Team Flash, best team from the Vietnam region. They swept Cerberus Esports 4-0 in the Open Finals. So becoming the first seed to come here, and yet Cerberus Esports were able to beat RRQ 2-0. Buriram United themselves have beaten Enigma Galaxy 2-0. So a lot of these,
surprise.
That's how we ended with a five-way tie in the first place, right? For first place. And yesterday, I think we also have some pretty interesting moments where Cerberus Esports were able to take down, I think, Buriram United 2-1. So it broke the only team who has a clean win streak, which was BRU. And I do expect that to continue today. I feel like these upsets are a good indicator of how these teams are evolving. We've been talking to some of the players and coaches, and they all say that they are constantly just adapting to what the teams are doing. Yesterday, I think when we talked to NGX says that, generally they do struggle with a bit of that pressure. It's hard to get it out of your head. But I think the supporting staff from NGX themselves have been incredibly helpful and accommodating with the players.
Oh yeah, for sure. An organization that that is seeking to get that level of success needs a really good support system. And frankly, players that are trying to strike it out on their own can sometimes find it very, very hard because the amount of preparation and the amount of practice that's required, to be at this level. It requires a really an organization that can support that level, right?
Yeah, and I think the most interesting thing is that when we talk about a team that's a good support system, RRQ is not far out of the conversation, and so far they have been on a winning streak. Right, because when we look back 2 days ago, honestly, just this week they played in the Wild Asia Invitationals, and they took down some of the biggest teams in the entire Asia region. Just minus the WRR teams, the China region, they took out, I think, Guangdong Freaks and Roster Y, two of the titans from the Korean region as well. And those were the teams that actually took out Team Flash. So I think this is a big testament to how good RRQ is. And it kind of gives us that moment, gives me that moment at least, where I sat down and I think to myself, maybe RRQ is actually better than Team Flash to a certain degree because they have not met each other up till last week. That was the first time they played against each other in a competitive setting, and RRQ beat Team Flash 2-0.
That's really interesting. I mean, given like all the ongoings of the Wild Rift scene that you've been seeing over the year or so, do you think that these kind of changes are more indicative of the specific regions starting to get a better grasp of the game now, or do you think it's just more of the nature of Wild Rift's meta, where it's kind of you can still find good combinations to use, and certainly teams that are still having great success are still using a lot of old ideas, aren't they?
Yeah, I think for RRQ, what makes them so good is that they have a very, very wide champion pool. So regardless of the meta, there is always a champion for the player that kind of fits into that mold. And this is why we see RRQ putting out all the stops, right? At one point, they were even, I think in the Open Finals, Grand Finals against Enigma Galaxy, the deciding Game 7, they pulled out a Diana, a pick that we have not seen at all. And Hida was able to crush NGX with that pick, and that you can never really target RRQ specifically because they have such a wide champion pool. So teams in general find it a bit of a struggle when you go up against RRQ when they are on a good day, right? Because you have all these aggressive playmakers. And I think at some point players like Helios and Chess are just flexing for style points because they are so confident. I remember talking to Chess after one of the series win, and I just asked him, how are you stealing all these objectives? Like, is there a regimen that you guys go through? Like, does your coach sit you down 10 hours a day and just forces you to steal objectives and take away your lunchbox if you don't get it?
Wow.
And he just says, I just go and do it. Just pure confidence from this player, and I think it was something that has been nurtured for a long time, and that's what makes RRQ such a great team. Really confident plays, and it's something that I think BRU is going to struggle with. Is that when RRQ runs at you, what do you do about it?
Yeah.
I think BRU might struggle with that just a little bit.
I mean, that's the thing. When you have that level of experience, right, as RRQ has, you definitely know where you're kind of like, where your limits are, where your strengths are, and more importantly, I think it's like you have a much bigger idea about where your place is amongst like the community itself. So when you're at that kind of level, when you have that level of confidence, where you can say that, oh, I know exactly what I need to do in order to try to beat some of these up and comers and stuff like that. I mean, it's a level that it's quite frankly very difficult for regular people to kind of like comprehend sometimes, because esports is such a close a tight-knit community that sometimes you kind of have to be in the know in the sense,
Yeah. But I think it's fair that we're praising RRQ a lot, but I don't want to take anything away from Buriram.
Yeah.
I think Buriram themselves also has a plethora of experience. They also have old guards, while the Jets being one of them. And at the same time, when we look at BRU, it's always them being kind of the bulwark. They are like the immovable object, right? We are looking at the unstoppable force of RRQ against the immovable object of BRU. And when we look at BRU, even though we say what the Jess is, that playmaker for the team, Colden, Feet, and Noel will be the two guys that we are always keeping our eyes on, because they are the primary defense of the team. They're always holding it together. They're not shy of throwing themselves in the crossfire just to make sure that BRU pulls through. And against the unrelenting assault of RRQ, this is where BRU gets put to the test. Yesterday, Cerberus did the same thing, and they were able to puncture BRU's defenses. Let's see if they have fortified that.
Yeah, so as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the draft has already started here between RRQ and BRU. Early on, I thought they had gone for that first ban, Kassadin, but it looks like the API had updated and showed instead we're having a Senna and Yumi ban, as well as a Lucian ban on both sides. I think that might be a bit of a glitch, actually.
Yeah, we're just gonna see what it is. Well, yeah, I kind of feel like it's a bit of a glitch in the matrix, but we'll get that fixed. I think for RRQ, they are not going to be bothered too much about the I was about to say the Kassadin ban, because they do have that first pick, but I think priorities have shifted from kind of wanting to first pick the Kassadin to just be like, yeah, Kassadin can be left for second or third, RRQ banning it out, and they also make sure that that Lucian is not included. BRU with the Zed ban means that there's a lot of respect for Helios. It is one of his favorite picks. If you don't ban the Zed in the first phase, RRQ will snatch it, no questions.
Yeah, so that's going to be the first pick now from RRQ, the Wukong, and Buriram. It looks like they... Oh, okay, so don't... I'd just like to remind the viewers to not take the drafts as canon for now, because there seems to be a bit of an issue with the API at the moment. So we'll update you guys when we actually have the proper draft at the moment. But yeah, I mean... we just have to go roll with what we have at the moment. Yeah.
Honestly, I do expect RRQ to go for that usual draft that they've always been comfortable with. When we look at Chaz, it's always that Lee Sin, that Kha'Zix, but he has really expanded that jungle champion pool over time. He's probably the only one out of two players that play the Renekton jungle. He plays the Riven in the jungle as well. So there is this very wide, proactive selection that he can go for. It's very hard for BRU to stop. But you can say the same for Colden Feet, right? On BRU side, Colden Feet is no stranger to playing a very active playstyle to enable the rest of the team, and you can always see him ganging up with Noel in that Baron lane to enable Noel, and then Archony is going to join them once he hits level 5. And that kind of begs the question, I wonder if that Lee Sin is going to get let through, because Golden Feet loves that Lee Sin.
Yeah, he certainly does. So unfortunately, we won't be able to tell right now because we don't have any information on screen right now for you guys. So sorry about that. I suppose we only have a final word on the draft when we are actually ready to go into the game now.
There
So
it is.
okay, finally we're actually having something on screen right now. So we can see Karma, Nasus, and Shyvana's pick up here for RRQ. And Buriam having the 3 picks, Kha'Zix, Jace, and I'm not sure exactly which
The
champion that
Jax.
Noel. Okay, that's the Jax
Yeah.
on Noel.
And I do like BRU putting a lot of emphasis on respecting that RRQ champion pool, especially Helios, right? Is a master of assassin, and that's why you see the Zad being taken out. I believe that Corki was going to be the 4th ban from the side of BRU. We'll just have to see if that's going to be the case, because I did catch a glimpse of the Akali as well. But I do like the innovation from RRQ, because normally when we see the Nasus, it's always paired with a Senna, but Senna is a very very popular champion to get banned, because that's what enables that Dragon Lane, right? You generally relieve a lot of pressure for yourself, and you have a lot of utility to support your team from across the map. But RRQ is one of those teams that will look at a banned Senna and be like, we can still run the Nasus, we will supplement the Nasus with the Senna instead. It takes up the same role, it gives you the same utility, minus the global presence, but at the end of the day, all you want is to neutralize that Dragon Lane, and the Karma Nasus does the same job as Senna Nasus.
Yeah, the Baron lane picks are so important in this current patch now, isn't it? And there's always kind of like I see teams tend to have to decide between having that global presence as opposed to going for something that will scale up a lot better. So like currently in this kind of skirmisher meta, right? Like what I tend to see is that teams that are not so confident maybe in their champions scaling will tend to go for a more like in your face type of lineups here. So like what do you think is really the right approach though? Is it meant do you think it's going to be better to go more like all in on the fights, or rather you need to kind of have a balance of both?
Really depends on the team. For RRQ, they are a team that are no strangers to fight, so they do love to take those aggressive moves, but there are some teams that generally go for drafts that allow them to turtle a bit more. BRU is a team that loves to go all in. I think you can say the same as the Echo Fortiers and Persis Esports, both the Indonesian teams. And in this case, it really comes down to who pulls the trigger first. And I do like RRQ's draft because you have a neutralizer in the Dragon Lane, but you also have a jungler that can really ramp up incredibly fast. And you have that Garen as a brick wall as well. The Garen and the Fiora are just insane duelists in their own regard. And that kind of worries me if I'm looking at Buriram's draft, because Soraka and Ziggs, not the most common duo that we normally see. You don't even see a Soraka most of the time. And Soraka is a champion that if you get to her, she is toast. So it feels like an unusual role for what to undertake. It's not like you're playing a Nami with crowd control of your own. Soraka only has the silence with the Equinox. But this, I think, is a very passive approach in the Dragon Lane for BRU. And I feel that RRQ will take advantage of that.
Well, I think like especially for Bang, he's gonna have a lot of work cut up for him in this match here to keep the Soraka alive and actually get her online as quickly as possible. So yeah, I mean certainly I can agree with you that RRQ does seem to have the more solid looking draft, at least mostly solid. So I'm going to be curious to see what Buriram is going to be doing with that Soraka in this game here, but I suppose that's going to be the problem that they will have to figure out themselves.
And I do want to see how the Soraka comes into play, because this is the second team that's picked Soraka, at least from my memory, in this entire Snapdragon Pro Series, right? The first one being SGP. I think WJ has picked that Soraka multiple times in the Open Finals, but unfortunately for SGP, they didn't qualify for the challenge groups. But they are the only team that runs Soraka, and it has been proven that it is not hard to shut down. And when you're up against a team like RRQ, who generally just wants to run at you and kind of bulldoze that backline, it will be a bit dangerous for that Soraka, and you have to play in a very safe manner. Though, as much as we say that Soraka is easy to shut down, she does provide tons of healing, she does provide good sustain in team fights, and she has a big spell that breaks combos. The Equinox and AoE Silence completely destroys whatever rotations you have. But without that Equinox, it does make Soraka very vulnerable to these guys. We'll just see how it pans out though. RRQ against BRU in this game number 1. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our first match of the day. RRQ versus Buriram United. RRQ is going to be on the blue side. Buriram plays on the red side here for this first game. So let's go ahead and see how this laning phase will turn out. So no incursions right now. It seems like both teams are just going to be going for a standard laning phase. At the moment, we do see Hyde keeping an eye out on Arcany here. Just mostly going to be just trying to watch and see if there's going to be anyone supporting Arcany in his lane, but it seems like he's alone for now.
Yeah, lovely lane swap from RRQ. Do like this Hyde mid instead, so you can kind of take the punishment from Arcany and then put the Fiora into a Jax matchup. It just gives Helios such a good time when you hit that level 2 onwards. Well, when you have the repulse, it's going to be incredibly tough for Noel to find those little openings to go for the trade. All things considered, I think RRQ are going to have a very standard lane because looking at the Dragon lane, they are neutralizing it pretty well, and that's going to give Chaz some time to kind of get that farm going.
Yeah, for the most part, just trading the health amongst each other, but not really to the point of being dangerous though. So both of them going to be backing off now with the blue minions already pushing their way to that tier 1. But Viper Exercise seems to be pretty confident in their lane so far, not really under any sort of pressure, it feels, looking from this overhead view. Arcany right now making some moves. In the meantime, Viper's staying a bit of damage, but nothing to be too concerned about. Both of them keeping on par levels as well. Top lane looking pretty secure as well, though we do see Golden Feet getting making some moves up the river now to get some vision done.
Yeah.
Noel, in the meantime...
Lovely trade from Helios.
Ooh.
Almost ended up in the first blood. Do like Noel, good patience on the counter-strike, holding it back, waiting out the repulse. But unfortunately, Helios hitting that level 4 first and having an Ignite in hand. Almost getting that first blood. Could have been catastrophic for Buriram United. And Golden Feet not able to convert anything as Chaz was waiting in the wings as well. So with that being said, BRU off to kind of a rocky start in that Baron lane.
Yeah, Hyde in the meantime, a little bit low on health. He's going to try to get the jump on the Arcany though, but the first blood is already picked up though on the Jax. Helios with the kill, so RQ already 1 point ahead now in terms of those kills. I wonder what happened over there.
A lovely play from Helios, and I think Noel just got a bit greedy and Helios flashed on him for that first blood. That is going to pose a bit of a problem because Helios now returns to the lane with that Sheen. And from this point onwards, those trades will go the Fiora's way. So BRU need to look for some avenues. Unfortunately, you are not going to find any pressure down mid because it is a Garen. And RRQ continuing to buy some space for Chaz. And with Helios being able to at least get that advantage in that Baron lane, BRU have to be really careful on how they approach the rest of the match. And Noel, once the counter-strike runs out, Helios going to go in for a couple more lunges. Bottom lane, Golden Feet shows up. Mega Inferno Bomb, forcing a flash from Mexo. But Chaz, he's going to try to get a bit of exchange, and he himself forced the flash away.
Yeah, quick disengage over there. I don't think they're looking to try to extend it to a big fight if they can't really get them low enough. But Buriram is still going to continue the presence around the bottom side of the river, though, with Golden Feet and Arcany going for that Skull Crab now. So it's still going to be mostly focused on when those first objectives land on the Rift, though, for these two teams, I think. Because for the most part, they cannot really ignore this Garen is in the mid right now. Arcany needs to keep full focus on this early game Garen at the moment. And for the most part, Fiora is not really getting any sort of leg up on Noel at the moment, though she is ahead in levels right now. So hopefully that Fiora is going to be a very big, very important target, I have to say, later on during the team fighting stage. But 4 minutes in, only that one first blood so far onto Noel's Jax, but at the moment, still going to be very much waiting in the wings here, I think, for both of these squads.
So we have the objectives in 30 seconds. I do expect RRQ to kind of make that first move, especially when you are running the Shyvana. It's all about that dragon. It's kind of fast-tracked that passive as well, but all things considered, BRU being able to match RRQs so far. You see both Hyde and Archie now heading down bot. But what I do like is that it's Hyde building into the Black Cleaver instead of that first item, Hullbreaker. It's going to allow this Garen to join those fights and contribute in a more effective way, fitting RRQ's playstyle. But do not be fooled, though, RRQ will eventually build into a 1-3-1 comp. It's only a matter of time before that happens. As the dragon spawns, RRQ though starting off with the Herald just so they could break those turrets.
Yeah, Chaz is going to be doing this pretty much solo. Cold Feet keeping an eye out for any opportunity, but I don't think there wouldn't be a try coming out from Burium for that. I mean, after all, it's just only the first Rift Herald of the game. Nothing quite worth going for all 5-man sort of team fight over. But RQ are having the eyes very much set on this tier 1 turret now as Burium moves now to keep this defended. The Rift Herald is already coming in, charged up. It's going to take quite a big chunk of health out of that turret, but then it looks like RQ backs off though. Well, unfortunately, the Garen gets himself caught out by Arcany when he attempts to split push from the bottom.
Very unlucky. Hyde did set him on fire with the Ignite, but the wish from what the Jess, saving Archany's life from across the map. That's what kind of the Soraka provides. In fact, in Mandarin, if we look at the, I think the Mandarin call out for Soraka, it actually translates to nanny. So I think that perfectly fits into what Soraka provides for the team. RQ not able to get that Baron lane turret, which is good news for BRU. And BRU now looking to actively contest that Dragon. Exo getting jumped on, forced to flash out, and Viper is not in a spot to provide the assistant.
Yeah, but then importantly, it's going to give Burium now the opening to start the Dragon here, and RQ are looking to try and make Helios putting pressure on that top lane here. I think Noel might be in spot of trouble here as he brings the barrier out, tries to get away. But he doesn't quite get it landed though, Helios. So Noel still survives though, and it looks like the heat around the Dragon Pete is kind of lowered down to a simmer at the moment as Noel tries to go for a little bit of revenge there onto Helios. Not quite meeting the mark, unfortunately, but still very much on the limit here for the Jax.
Helios dancing with fire, but it's not a Helios if it's not doing that. All things considered, Noel being forced back, and actually that's going to allow Helios to continuously shoving the lane. He should be able to get that Baron lane tier 1. BRU was able to pick up Exo. This Dragon still anyone's. Archany might not be that lucky.
Yeah.
Was able to kind of turn around Golden Feet, showing up to try and get rid of Chaz. But he's put a bit of pressure. Again, RRQ and BRU dancing around this Dragon. And Burera noticing the importance of not giving it away to Chaz.
Yeah, most important thing is that neither team wants to expose their soft underbelly at this stage, right? I mean, we're still very much looking at both of these teams still teeter-tottering on the seesaw here, and neither side really wants to make any sudden moves here to upset the balance. So for now, Burium's just pretty much content holding the river here as long as RQ isn't going to have a chance on the Dragon. I think they're okay with that, but I think as time goes on though, someone will have to certainly make some moves though, with what the Jets already seen some damage there in the meantime.
BRU holding up pretty well, but RQ is slowly amassing a bit of that gold advantage. Near 2,000. Helios extending that just by a bit. Top tier 1 finally goes down. But with this Dragon kind of hanging on for so long, it does delay those future spawns and take away a bit of potential from Chaz, and the temp onto Viper's life doesn't amount to anything. You can disengage from both teams.
Yeah, a little quick exchange there, but neither side just wants to get bogged down into a longer fight, it seems. And for the most part, they're just really keeping their distance for the most part. Except for Noel. Helios, though, not keeping their distance whatsoever. Golden Feet now coming into to the fray now, putting some damage onto Helios. Now is going to try to flip it around. I think Helios might be facing the end here as the Fiora gets hunted to extinction on the Summer's Rift. And that might be the cue now for REQ to get started on the Dragon, because Chaz has already winning the hits there onto this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, lovely play. I think Chaz, Helios, kind of disrespecting the wish just by a bit. would have solo killed Noel if not for what the Jess. But you always have to keep in mind there is a wish on the map. BRU now with that kill is gonna actively try and contest for this Rift Herald. And as long as what the Jess has that Equinox, it is going to be hard for RRQ to just dive into BRU's lines.
There's a lot of damage done though by Golden Feet, so now they're going to try to focus in onto Golden Feet though. It forces him to back off. They do get the Rift Herald in the end though, the Shyvanas did. So at least RRQ are ahead in terms of objectives, but they still need to try to get a tower off of this objective take here. Helios now just sustaining a bit of damage while Arcany tries to show that Burium is not afraid to defend this tier 1 turret, but now that things are slowed down here, I mean, even though we match, oh, that's a lot of damage done to Exison. It's a minor miracle that Arcany did not decide to jump on him at that point, but you can definitely see where Burium has the sights on though. They're still mostly focused on keeping power over these lanes though, as opposed to actually trying to pick fights with RRQ.
That, again, will allow BRU to reset the momentum a bit, and we see what the Jess just picked up the Stasis Enchantment. That Rod of Ages is giving what the Jess kind of the utility that he needs as a Soraka. You know, we talk about how Soraka incredibly easy to take down, and that Rod of Ages with that extra HP is going to keep what the Jess alive in the fight for a bit longer. But it does pose a bit of a problem for RRQ in that long run. Noel is going to start scaling up, and all these poke damage from Archony and Bank is always going to chip RRQ down in the long run. Comparing having a Soraka and an Exo's Karma in these kind of poke fights, I would have what the Jess any day, just so you can let the team keep that team topped up with all of those heals. But with that being said, RRQ are still holding on to the side lanes, but we are seeing a bit of a crack because Archony and Noel can also match the RRQ side laners.
There might be a slight advantage in XP right now for Burium United. You don't really see that through the net worth at the moment, but I feel that Burium may be holding back just a little bit to let Watajes get skilled up first before these major team fights are going to be beginning. But so far, we're still 11 minutes into this matchup here. So far, it's been a very, very slow start here. Neither teams are really going all out, per se, when it comes to these fights, but certainly there's been no lack of objective takes though, so in terms of that pace, I'd say they're still pretty much on par. But for now though, no major movements, no major sort of like strategic moves right now to take even more turrets. It seems like both of these squads are just holding their own, just saving their strength and waiting, I guess more just waiting to see if the other side is going to make their first mistake.
BRU have not been making any moves that allows RRQ to jump on them. Normally you would expect RRQ to go for those ego challenges like what Helios did. But I think RRQ are slowly realizing that BRU has that layer of defense that is going to stop RRQ in their tracks. And that is why we see RRQ slowing down. Again, Helios is forced to manage their side lane because Noel is starting to stack up that damage. He's starting to stack up those magic potentials. And RRQ, because they were not able to break this mid-tier 1 with that Herald, they opted for the Baron lane turret. Now BRU can keep defending this place and keep RRQ at bay.
Yeah, it's just going to be a stalemate for the most part until something or someone does something. So for the most part, yeah, I mean, objectives are going to continue to spawn. We now have Baron Nashor finally hitting the scene here at 13 minutes. But it's quite hard to say if either squad are going to be making that move towards it quite yet. Rift Herald is going to be brought out on the bottom lane here. Certainly they will need that on the RRQ side, given they've already lost the tier 1. And that tier 1 on the Burium side seems to be largely untouched right now. So it would be good for them if they can actually get the objective done. In the meantime, Burium continuing their presence in the mid lane and still being a very strong point of defense here that RRQ hasn't been able to break throughout this matchup so far. So we do see Exorcism moving on the top though, trying to cut off Noel. Will they be able to do enough damage this time around? Imagine having rooted on the ground now, and Noel just receiving all of that damage right now. What the Jets and Golden Feet finally comes in here to try to save their teammate, and seems like they will be able to do so. Somewhat interrupting RRQ's attempt to try to attack here. They are still absorbing a lot of that damage there thanks to the barriers being brought out, and Burium does disengage, but yeah, I mean, for the most part, it didn't look like either side was like that fully committed to the fight.
pretty surprising that, you know, there weren't any casualties. But for BRU side, as long as what the Jets is beside them, they are going to be absolutely fine. They did get a pick off of the EXO. Helios once more.
a bit low. Yeah.
Looking for a challenge. Not finding it though. Did force out the flash from Archony, but BRU just going to steal the dragon away.
Yeah, I think you want to try to do it quickly, and it looks like they do have the damage to do so. RQ are just scrambling now to see if they can try to go for a take, but Helios is just being held back by Noel on that front line, so the dragon take does go down with very little drama on the Burium side. So yeah, I mean, for now, RQ still trying to find those openings, but seeing none of them come out in front of them so far. Noel might be the next one on the ticket here, and the Jacks just fall to Helios, and that will probably allow them to try to take this tier 1. Not if Golden Feet has the last word though. He's going to be coming back in now. The slows do come out. Viper and Helios forced to try to tank all the damage there, while Chaz has to hang around in the back line, and looks like they will not continue the presence issue anymore. The tier 1 on the bottom still stands for now. Hyde and Exison exchanging a few strong but solid words there with Arcany, but neither side coming to a resolution quite yet.
And RQ again not able to crack those turrets thanks to Bank. Those long-range Mega Inferno bombs clearing the wave. I do like what the Jets, you know, very, very bold attempt for the flash silence, but again, BRU, they were not able to follow up on these kills, but at the end of the day, it's completely fine as long as they are able to protect the structure. Good news for RQ, they broke that mid-tier 1. Bad news for RQ, they're still not able to kind of handle BRUs, those long-range damage. The Ziggs is ramping up. That Jax, sure, Noel is 0-2, but he's about to hit that third item. And once he does, he is going to have that solo potential. And don't forget, Archony, he has 3 core items already, and it's making the 4th on the way. So BRU, they can just play these long range, poke you down, and go in for the kill. And Kodafi is waiting.
Yeah, the threat is just building from the Thai side as they bring it all to bear onto Viper. Lots of damage being done here onto RQ, but it's still continue to bring the chase there to finally bring the death onto Viper. But then Burium not quite done yet though. It looks like they may have spotted the opportunity here in the form of Chaz, but aren't able to lock him down, unfortunately, in this middle lane. And then with everything now kind of slowing down here, Burium still continues on their paces here in this middle lane.
And Bank, having that stasis enchantment, kept him completely safe from Chaz. Was trying to be cheeky though, diving into the backline with that ult, but unfortunately no returns from that investment. BRU again able to hold on, and Noel right after that kill goes back to bot lane, holds Helios back and continues matching this Fiora. And BRU side lanes are coming alive, and RRQ, they can't just rely on pushing in those side waves and hoping that they can force BRU apart, because BRU side laners can also put up a fight. This is where the concern comes in. When you have what the Jets alive and he has the exhaust, he has the Equinox silence, you can't just dive in as Chaz. You can't just run in as the Garen and hope for an execute. That AoE science is going to break your chain of combo and allow BRU to make a return. Not to mention, Noel and Golden Feet will always go for that backline, and RQ don't really have the best backline defense.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to break up Burium's line here, but Burium is not making it easy for them though, because they've been holding this mid lane for what seems like the majority of the game here so far. Right now though, RQ mostly stacked up in the bottom side jungle. It looks like they are planning on the next dragon take here. Golden Feet and Arcany though are still keeping the pressure going on this bottom lane, and that's kind of hampering whatever efforts on RQ side is there to set up this next dragon. But for now though, they just have to make sure that they don't let off that pressure on the mid lane here, and Burium pretty much knows they have control over RQ's tempo here. It's just going to be a matter of like whether or not they'll be able to win the big fight when it does arrive though. That's going to be the big question here, I think, on RQ side.
I think that puts EXO in a very, very vulnerable position. And he has a lot of work that he needs to do for his team. RQ generally wants to be in your face, but BRU can easily peel right back. We see that side lane scenario happening again. This time, Hyde will be matched by Noel. The good thing is that Hyde, he does have that Randuin's and Hullbreaker, but top lane, solo queue attempt.
Yeah, solo Q 10 by Helios, but
Backup
the
is coming.
Stasis is keeping Alchemy alive though, and Helio, so the longer he stays into this, the worse it's going to be coming for him because the Burium is coming in here to rescue their friend, and then finally they do find a dead Fiora just hanging around somewhere in that top lane, so yeah.
But all of that was happening. RRQ will get that bot tier 2 because they brought in Chaz as well, and they were able to finish off Noel. This Jax might be strong, but he's not 2v1 strong just yet. So no, RRQ finding those cracks, they're drawing BRU across the map, and they are really attacking that pressure point. They're making sure that if they see Noel alone, they will draw attention away. They will draw support away from Noel and take him down to open up the map.
Yeah, oh boy, with the Dragon coming out in 10 seconds though, I think Hyde and Arcany and looking to settle their score right here and now before the Dragon even comes up, and it looks like Arcany might have just won that out there. I mean, he is already on max level though. This, but oh wait. They attempted to quite go with jump, and it looks like RQ might be facing a bit of trouble as they soaked up so much damage. They're not even the barriers helping the Garen at the moment as Burium continues to hold control over the Dragon Pit, forcing the rest of RQ back. Now they're going to get the Dragon started here.
This is dangerous though. Chaz is still alive. The miracle stealer of RQ. You got to watch out for this.
Yeah, they're not exactly doing it the fastest speed possible here, and RQ is still set up around the outside, keeping vision into the pit now. Chaz trying to find an opportunity here, but then Burium slowing down the take of this Dragon right now, just anticipating the RQ attack, but RQ is just not making that move quite yet, so both of these...
They have to finish it quickly.
Going in a little bit of a stalemate right now, just over this Dragon here. Finally, Noel does get a jump onto Exocet, and then it's going to force the rest of them to collapse on each other. Hyde taking a look at they do get the Elder Dragon though, RQ, and then now they're looking to try to take out the rest of Burium United as they completely scatter here. They get themselves completely wiped out the match. Chaz still trying to get one last kill in the bag, and that will finish off the team wipe here onto Burium United.
BRU took too long. They started the Dragon. They had an opportunity to pull away in the beginning, but they were hesitant. They decided to slowly chip it away, and at one point when the Dragon hit critical mass, they realized that they had to finish the job, and that was the tipping point. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Chaz was alive, and that means that there's always a threat. BRU did not respect that. They went for the coin flip, and they lost the game. Such a heartbreaking defeat from BRU. Could have been so much better, but BRU were impatient, and RQ punished them for it.
Yeah, I mean, patience certainly is a virtue, right? And if Burium had actually played the cards right, I mean, they had RQ like suppressed for longest time in that matchup there, and it's just a bit unfortunate that their indecisiveness around that Dragon Pit just literally costed them the entire game. So yeah, well. For RQ though, they can certainly be glad with the fact that they've already gotten one game ahead now, and there's only one more away from defeating BRU. But for Burium, they're certainly going to be left wondering how exactly that go wrong for them, because it seemed like they had all the advantages up until that point.
Yeah, honestly, all these long-range pokes from BRU, they are handling these skirmishes incredibly well. They're keeping RQ on their toes. They actually kicked RQ away from the Dragon Pit. But I just want to kind of focus on that moment where BRU decided to start that Dragon and really took their time with it. This was one of those crucial incidents leading up to that point where RRQ, they bring members to Noel, and BRU knew that they had to get something in return. So they trade Helios back, they lost that bot tier 2, small price to pay, but this was the point that BRU knew that if they don't commit to the Dragon, RRQ are going to take it. So they went for the commitment, but look at what the Jess. He is way too low to contribute anything. And that allows Chaz to just dive in and finish off the members of BRU. They were never in any shape to fight, but they have already started the countdown, and there was no turning back. And RRQ, again, capitalized on that easy steal of Chaz's life, just like any other steal. A win that really felt like it was undeserving for RRQ, but BRU handled it on the silver platter.
Yeah, practically. I mean, the thing is that the presence of Soraka, for the most part, was the biggest thing I think that kept that made the RQ keep the distance from Burium from a lot of these fights. And once the Soraka went down, you can see how quickly RQ was able to pounce onto the rest of the members of Burium, and pretty much all just kind of collapsed from there. So yep, I mean, it's very much a very slow game, I have to say. I mean, only 8 to 6 kills, and we went through the whole, almost the entire 20-minute run of this. But you can see that, you know, for the most part, Okay, so this is interesting. Gold-wise, RQ actually has been very consistently ahead. Burium, of course, have been beating them in terms of the leveling experience, but it's just surprising to me that despite things being this this much on the balance for a long time, all it took was just basically one misstep. Maybe not just even one misstep, maybe a series of missteps to be fair, but then it's still just that one fight alone already tipped things way overbalanced there, and RQ was able to clean house right after that.
It's one of those classic tales of RQ stealing an objective and winning the game. I feel like I've seen this a lot of times, but you can never get tired of seeing Chess, kind of stealing the game away from their opponents, for sure.
For sure. So that is the first game here of our first matchup between RQ and Burium United. We're going to be going into our next game later on, but then before we do that, we have to give a shout out to our sponsors here, because this Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for when winning matters, and winning matters a lot here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Also, our second sponsor here is, of course, Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Go ahead and check out their website over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys want to join in the conversation here, the Snapdragon Pro Series, you can join our Discord over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, so you can join in all the conversations and discuss the ongoings here of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah. I do think that, they've been with us for so long, and I'm just excited that there's so much opportunities. But for game number 2, I do want to see BRU do the same thing. I think that this Rocket pick definitely was kind of the X factor, but they did it pretty well. Just don't coin flip against RRQ.
So yeah, on that note, we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back with more Wild Rift action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team double kill. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team champion. Blue team champion slain.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and we're going to be bringing to you guys the second game of our first matchup between RRQ and Burium United. So, after having seen that first game over there, it was a bit of a slow start, I have to say.
Yeah.
But certainly, RRQ bid the time really well, and once they found the opening, they went for it.
Yeah, and that opening was only present because BRU gave them. And I think that it was a big mistake on BRU's side. Shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have even let that steal be a reality. But I think the one that made it happen, of course, none other than Chaz. We've highlighted this god of steals. He could easily be the Persian prince that takes the crown off of the throne, and you wouldn't know. But Chaz does it in broad daylight because he is that confident. He has stolen every single objective on the map, all types of dragons, Baron, Rift Herald, and has stolen more games than I have won with my own effort. That's how good this guy is. But yeah, what can I say?
Stealing everything, including our hearts. Chaz, of course, his stats may not show, may not be that impressive compared to a lot of other key players here, but then certainly the steals are where it's at here for this particular player.
Yeah, and I think one thing that makes him so formidable again is that confidence, right, to go for those objective contests. But I want to give credit to the rest of the team as well because they do set him up for that. When we look at the tail end of the chain of event, a part of me was thinking that I think Buriram is going to lose this game because Chaz will steal the dragon, and that happened. But leading up to that, RRQ's dance around the dragon pit was also immaculate. As much as we praise Soraka for being a champion that can keep you topped up, she does it at the expense of her own life force. And it's going to hit a point where What the Jess will not be able to show her face, and that's where RRQ pounced. And also, BRU's hesitation once more at deciding whether they want to bomb rush the dragon led to RRQ finding their opening in.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that with the Soraka and Ziggs, constantly being a presence throughout the early game, it felt like RQ really didn't have many openings in that early phase at all. So that really contributed to why things were quite slow during those early to mid-game phases. So nevertheless, though, that was the first game now. Second game is going to be coming in here. And what do you think is going to be... what do you think the team's going to try to change up this time around? I mean, we saw them both kind of go go at it a little bit conservatively at first. Do you think now is going to be the time to go for more big ideas?
I think for BRU, we might see a bit of that change in that dragon lane. What we saw was, again, the Soraka in the support role, right? It's something that is not common across the board at all. Normally, when we look at What the Jazz, he is known for his thresh plays, but sometimes if he wants a champion that can go for those engages, that can set up plays, is the set. If it's an enchanter, we are looking at the Nami. But Nami, I feel like, is exclusively if they get the Lucian for bank, and that is hardly the case since Lucian is always banned in the first phase. So for BRU, I'm expecting Colden Fee to continue playing this active role. I believe Lee Sin was let through in game 1. I'm not entirely sure about that. But if not, I think that Kha'Zix also does just fine. He also has another champion that he would opt for if needed, which is the Xin Zhao. So we will see if Buriram decides to head that route, because Xin Zhao does give BRU one of the tip of the spear that can enable Noel in that Baron lane.
Yeah. So we'll see whether or not that will come to pass, though, as we await this the second game now to come up. I believe they're still setting up on over in their end here, as you can see from the player cams. I mean, it's a really nice environment. So when you can basically have your entire team together at one table there, so you can not only discuss where your draft strategies are, but also make all those all-important call-outs during the game itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the draft now for our second game between RRQ and Buriram. As you can see, Buriram will be having that first ban and consequently that first pick. As yeah, we'll wait to see what sort of choices will be coming up. As Jace is going to be the first champion to be banned out here for Buriram United.
A lot of respect for the Jace as a champion. It's a champ and something that RQ would gladly go for. So BRU, they did play the Jace in the K1 for Archony, and I think it was a great Jace game, but unfortunately they're just not able to kind of pull through until the end. And I do think that despite Jace being an incredibly strong champion, he's not a 1v5 champion, right? You can still shut him down. He's not really the tankiest one on the map as well. But I do think the rest of the band, I expect them to be the same. I think BRE will still go for the Heroes champion pool, Zed being one of it. I think the Kassadin is probably going to be banned out by RRQ in this point. Lucian, also a good consideration. One champion that did slip through was that Camille. And I want to see if RRQ would consider taking that out.
Yeah, I mean, the next ban there is going to be a Senna, so I'm expecting similar bans to the first game, though, coming to this one here. So we just beg the question, would it be wise for on RQ's part to take the Soraka out of the pool here? I mean, we already see Buriram just banning out Shyvana straight away, so certainly they are aiming at messing up RQ's game here.
Yeah, I think that could be a way to approach it. I still feel that banning the Shyvana doesn't really solve the problem. I don't think the Shyvana was ever the problem in game number 1. It's more of BRU's hesitation that really led to RRQ again getting that game win. Now you open up a lot of good picks. Camille again slipping through, but RRQ, they also let the Kassadin go over to BRU if BRU wishes to go to pick it up. But they only have one choice, and we're looking at a couple of options, right? Karma, again, favoring a very favorable pick, and BRU, they're going to snatch it. And that gives RRQ so much good picks. But RRQ decides that they're going to match the Karma with the Ziggs first to see if they go for the Kassadin second.
Yeah, I mean, Kassadin is going to be the one pick here that could change the entire game plan, but nevertheless, though, you can. Zed is already banned out, so there's already one hard counter out of the way there. But now that Renekton has been picked up to pair with the Ziggs, do you think RQ may be going for a counter to Kassadin?
I think that RQ probably aren't too worried right now. The BRU, they are going to start off with a way stronger laner. They have that Fiora, and she can't be flexed into the jungle, just like how RQ would put that Renekton in the jungle for Chaz every once in a while as well. And we have seen when Chaz plays Renekton jungle, he is generally ultra aggressive. At level 3, he will have that Dragon Lane set up the wave, and he goes for that early dive. And RQ have the perfect tools to make it happen with that Ziggs potentially being a Viper champion.
Yeah, well, Garen already picked up here. I mean, Buriram looks like they are going to be swapping champions in some sense of the word. Chazik's going to be the next one picked up here by RRQ, and then now we're going to be moving into our last round of bans.
Kazik's going back to RRQ again. That's a Chaz champion for sure. So this Renekton relegated to assigned, in fact, to either the Baron or the mid lane. Helios also runs the Renekton as well. If RQ are feeling incredibly confident to win the lane, we might see a Kraken Slayer on this Renekton aside, rather than a Conqueror. But BRU are going to start eliminating champions that allow RRQ to set things up. For Khan being one of the first choice, will they ban the Galio though? Because I do think that RRQ can opt to go for the Galio for EXO, and if they do, it is going to be incredibly hard for BRU to fight into.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a ban on the Nasus though for RQ, and that's already the last ban done for them. One more ban to go for Buriram United though, and what's that on your mind?
I kind of feel like they have to look at a playmaker. So the Gragas is going to be the choice. That opens up Galio for RQ. which again they can opt for EXO if they want to. But I do understand why you want to ban out the Gragas. The explosive cast is going to pose a lot of problem, and it works extremely well when you have the Kha'Zix because you isolate a target that allows Kha'Zix to do extra damage. Galio falls through for RRQ. That's a no-brainer right there.
Yeah, that was certainly going to be the pick there for RRQ for sure. Now the question is what Buriam is going to be bringing alongside their Fiora and Garen combo there.
It's going to be a weird spot for this Karma to be in right now because RRQ read the Nasus pick and they banned it out. So now you put this Karma in a spot where she's like, where do I want this Karma to be? Do I want to put the Karma on What the Jess, or do I want to put it on Archony? But Karma mid isn't as desired as she was before, so they go for the Morgana instead. I think it's a great pick. And they actually decide, I believe, to put this Morgana in the middle lane. They can still run a Karma Nautilus spot though and put Archony on their Morgana. That is a good option as well. But the casting comes through from RRQ.
Yup.
And I have no idea how Buriram United is going to do with this. If this game goes late, RRQ takes it hands down.
Yeah, I mean, having a Kassadin in your lineup means that you're pretty much going to be running against a clock here, specific to Kassadin's own scaling. So this is going to be quite the problem, I think, for Buriram United, because you already have Renekton and Ziggs, and then you already have a Kha'Zix to mess with your backline. Then on top of that, now you're going to have a Kassadin to worry about in the late game. Looking like a very, very strong draft for RQ.
Oh, it's the Noel Karma? We're looking at the Karma. Oh, wait, I don't think so. I think they haven't swapped it in. I would be absolutely gobsmacked if they put Noel on that Karma. Yeah, there we go. Archony Karma. That one makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
Karma Kassadin, a very, very passive lane. Kassadin generally gets bullied by everyone pre-level 5, but once he hits that level 5 and has that Rift Walk, it will be exponentially harder to take him out. It's kind of like that, primary school kid grows up scrawny, you are just, picking on him every day, and one day he goes to the gym, he comes back, he's buff with 10 tons of muscle, and he just puts you in a chokehold. That's Kassadin in a nutshell.
Yep.
So TikTok, time is ticking really fast for BRU in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And you don't want to allow the Kassadin to have the most fun of times in those early to mid-game phases. So certainly that's going to be the work cut out for them on the side of Buriram United. So for RQ though, this is going to be their time to shine. I mean, they've already shown quite brightly, I think, in that last game, given their decision making in that last fight. But now with this draft in hand here, I think their chances of really winning out this match outright is just increased in its probability now.
Yeah, RQ, I'd say, just can't stop winning at this point. They've been taking a lot of W's while they did lose 0-2 to CES, but that is pretty much it. And I think coming into this game, the draft looks so much more promising from RRQ. If we look at game 1 and we see how BRU is oppressing RRQ for the majority of the game, that will not be a fact for game number 2. I don't see how BRU can find an agency to kind of run into RRQ and expect to get away, without any scratches. This lineup of RQ punishes BRU's aggression.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2, our first matchup for today. This time, Buriram starts on the blue side. RQ is on the red. And RQ only needs to win this one to win this entire matchup outright. So let's go and see how it's going to roll. As Helios and Arcany, of course, will be taking on to that middle lane. Kassadin laning up against the Karma here. And like you mentioned, it's not exactly the most favorable kind of lane here for the Karma, but nevertheless, Buriram is going to have to find a way to make it work for them.
And I think BRU needs to take advantage of this early game for Archony. Push Helios out, just pressure this Kassadin as much as possible. Though I say that, I don't think Helios would be too bothered. He has the Ruby Crystal as a starting item, and he also runs the Fruit Roll plus Barrier. So it's going to be almost impossible to push Helios out of lane completely. And Helios is just going to buy this time. He is not in a rush. Unlike playing a Zed or Kali, Helios is just going to chill, get their resources online, and allow the side lane to do the job. You have a hide on this Renekton, receive a lot of love in the recent patches, and that is going to allow him to kind of match up with Noel. And you remember the Kraken Slayer that we talked about on the Renekton, Hyde is running that Kraken Slayer right then and there. Gives him so much more oppressive power against a Garen on the well.
Yeah, you definitely need that sort of power against like a Garen. Can be very, very formidable in these early levels though. Speaking of which, looking at how things are unfolding here on the Dragon lane here, Bank and Water Jess continuing to hold their own against Exison, actually keeping him a bit behind. Noel now maybe might have a chance against Hyde and actually forces the Renekton to use his barrier there. But yeah, for now though, it's still looking like a very standard laning phase at the moment, though it seems like Burium are at certain points getting levels ahead of RRQ.
Yeah, High, very aggressive trading pattern, but if he was 1 second late with the dash, the Cold Envy would have flashed for the kill for sure. All things considered, it's a pretty decent start for BRU. And they are not looking to take any lead from RRQ, unfortunately. I don't think that would be anything that is practical at this point of time. But I do appreciate how Archony is just doing his best to keep Helios at bay. And the one good thing that this karma provides is that when you hit that level 5, when you get close to that first core item, you actually can be the one that makes the first move and go with your team. Something that Kassadin doesn't really want to do early on before he gets his stacks up with the Rod of Ages and the Archangel Staff. So maybe BRU are looking to abuse that window to gain a lead for themselves.
Yeah, well, let's see if that is going to work out for them. Golden Feet is keeping himself in the bushes there, shadowing the Garen of Noel, while the Jazz and Bank are keeping an eye out for Exison, making sure that Galio is on his toes in this Dragon lane. But for now, though, it's more about that pressure on the top, I think, that they're trying to exert, at least on Burium's side, because it seems like they already pushed their way to that tier 1 turret. Hyde now trying to get some counterattack on the way there and onto Noel. But at this stage, the Renekton is definitely not strong enough to take the Garen one-on-one, much less to be able to set himself up for a kill here. But nevertheless, that tier 1 turret still stands on the top lane.
Definitely not when Golden Feet is around. They can easily execute Hyde, and he didn't have the barrier to work with in that exchange as well. I thought Archony was going to make that rotation top, but he decided to stick mid, and what the Jazz tried to pay a visit, but Helios has the ultimate. So, unless you burst him in the first chain of lockdowns, you are not killing Helios. But the good news for BRU is that Noel was able to push Hyde extremely far back, and that will force a reaction from EXO. And I don't think RRQ can find any kills here. Noel, though, he is toying a bit.
Yeah, he's just keeping himself in position there, seeing that Hyde is that low there. Oh, and do get a jump there onto him while the Jets getting the hook on and try to hold him back, but Exison so far able to tank most of that damage, and the Renekton still able to survive, and now is going to be bringing himself back to recall. But could have been a close call there, but we're still sitting at 4 minutes, not a single kill conceded yet from either side.
And that was the barrier that we say was missing from Noel. If he didn't have that barrier, what the Jazz would have killed him with the Ignite. So all these small details is keeping RRQ not only safe, but he's also keeping this tier 1 alive. And it is very important if you are RRQ to not let Noel break the structure. So Hai was able to come back for that defense. And now Noel is going to go for that late reset, which allows RRQ to easily take that Rift Herald uncontested. But they also have a lot of global presence to disrupt that Dragon take from BRU. And this is why BRU are making their way onto the top side of the map instead. And they know they need a Herald more than RRQ, because against the 6 comps, you want to break that mid turret as soon as possible.
Yeah, and on top of that, with the top lane already having so much pressure, I think a Rift Herald sent up to the top lane alone will already guarantee that turret kill for sure. But for now, though, with both objectives already spawned, neither team making moves yet to get started on those objectives here. And with the warding situation being particularly tense around the top, the Baron pit for sure, Burium just wants to make sure they keep an eye out on RQ's every single movement here. So for now, though, we already see the Galio and the Garen moving to try to secure the Rift Herald now. Exison just holding the line now as Hyde and Chaz are going to be starting the Rift Herald and should be finishing that. What it just now, just moving in now to try to disrupt that. They do get the first blood, though, onto the Morgana, but then now it looks like they are just going to try to disengage here, having already lost out on that Rift Herald. RQ now, looks like they are getting themselves off to a good start.
Thankfully, Chaz took the Rift Herald away before he got slain. Would have been incredibly bad news for RRQ if BRU gets the Rift Herald, because they were also able to take that dragon. Helios was trying to play a bit of disruption at that dragon pit, but he was not able to get much done, and BRU at least stick their foot down on one of the objectives. But with this Rift Herald, it is going to allow RRQ to get a free turret, irregardless of what lane they drop it in, because they have the Ziggs. Rift Herald charge plus a satchel is almost enough to break that structure. And this Rift Herald charge is going to take down this tier 1 top as well. So RRQ are finding some breaks, some cracks on the map.
Turret
Yeah,
destroyed.
finally getting some things done now. So that's going to be the first turret to fall, and it's actually going to be BRU's side that concedes it, not the RRQ, even though their top side turret has been under siege for very much this early phase of the game. So Golden Feet, Noel, and What the Jess are shadowing this turret right now because they're thinking about making a counter attack here to make up for that loss. So maybe they might just find a kill here in the form of Chaz, who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Lovely move from What the Jess. He used the Death Charge, and he also flashed just to get the passive route onto Chaz, so that Chaz wouldn't be able to use his flash. Now they will continue.
Yeah, Galio is going to be the next one on the menu though, but then look at that. The ultimate coming in from the Ziggs just disrupts them in the right possible time there, so Burium is going to disengage for now. But now that that dust has settled here, everything's settling down back to laning phases once more.
I think for BRU, now they just have to find a way to start cracking those structures. Easier said than done though, when you have a Ziggs on the enemy team. And while all of this was happening, Helios was completely uncontested. Sure, his net worth isn't at the top, but he's slowly stacking up that Route of Ages. He's working towards that Archangel staff next as well. He's already passively getting the Tear of the Goddess going. And once we hit that critical mass, once we hit that 15-minute onwards, when Helios starts joining these fights, that's where BRU gets put to the true test.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Helios isn't that concerned actually about how early game is going, even though it's relatively going well for RQ though, I have to say. Helios' main goal is to really get himself scaled up quickly and hopefully get himself up to level 13 as fast as possible. But for Burium, though, they know that they were going to be running against a clock here, so the sooner they can get some good objectives on their side, the better it is going to be for them. And having already had the Drake, the Ocean Drake in their hands, they certainly want to be able to maintain control over most of the objectives here.
Yeah, just another attempt on BRU, but you're trying to crack through all these very bulky members of RRQ. They're looking to take a move top. Not able to find anything on Noel though. BRU re-engaging bot.
Yeah, they're still trying though. They're still trying to poke holes in that armor here to see if they can just finally find some way through. Oh no, that's a good drag there. XSN now completely caught up in this. They do get a kill onto the Nautilus though. Might not be working out the best for them, but they have XSN completely caught up now. But unfortunately, don't really have the help to dive him into that turret, so they will have to recall back to base anyway. Oh, this little skirmish that's been going on in this bottom lane is just never going to be ending anytime soon, I feel.
Honestly, good trade for BRU. They lose What the Jess, but they are able to get rid of Hyde, so that's a huge injection of gold for Golden Feet.
Yeah, so for the moment though, looks like RQ is already having their sights set onto this Rift Herald, and Burium doesn't want to let them take it without a fight though. They're going to have to jump onto Helios there. He's going to be wisely backing off, and now XSN is going to be forced to try to tank all of that damage there. They do manage to take the Rift Herald though, and now RQ is disengaging. Burium not able to get any sort of lockdown onto them though. Unfortunately, will have to back down here. But then they could certainly try to transition this into a lane push though, if they were so inclined to.
All of the players on RQ are very slippery. They have some kind of ability, and that includes EXO if he uses that ultimate to escape. You know, Viper, he has Satchel Charge, Helios has Riftwalk, Chaz has Leap, and Hyde has that Slice and Dice. So BRU is going to find it pretty hard to lock them down without What the Jess or without Bank landing a binding, but they will try.
Oh, nice one. Good catch there on Viper, but then they need to have the follow-up coming through, and it's not coming fast enough though. Burium, unfortunately, may have just lost an opportunity there to take out Viper outright. But at least they are allowing RQ to know that they are still going to try to find these openings here.
Team lost a turn.
They are losing the side lanes. RRQ, they are setting up with the 1-3-1 again, and they have just gotten so much value out of it. Now they are looking for a collapse at Dragon.
Yeah, and with the blue buff still up in the air though, I think they're going to have to counteract this sooner rather than later, as the Dragon is now almost true now. They do, Burium does get the Drake, but then now they're going to have to defend against his attack, and unfortunately the Galio is going to have to take one for the team here as it gets shut down here. But then now they've already backed off. The Dragon very much firmly in the hands of Burium United, so at least in terms of objectives, they are getting those.
And RRQ was able to take Noel to the grave with EXO. Another exchange that I think is worth more for RQ, simply because you are killing that Garen, you're taking him away from the side lanes. And BRU's worries have just mounted by a bit, with RQ sending healers to run that side lane and sending High to do the same. And we are seeing the ideation of BRU. You want to stack together, you want to death ball, get a pick off, take a turret. But while all of that was happening, you're playing into Viper, you're playing into EXO. You have this brick wall and this little Yordle just throwing bombs, clearing waves, while the other two members, Hyde and Helios, are constantly shoving out their side lanes. BRU don't have enough resources to allocate. You either mash the side lanes and not get any objectives, or try to get a structure and have that side lane shoved in. And BRU, they chose to commit and they got nothing out of it. And now Noel, he will at least get this tier 1.
Yeah, he should be able to at least get this one, and RQ may be in position to try to get some revenge onto him if he decides to overextend, but he does have Golden Feet alongside though, so that's going to make it quite hard. Viper is already taken out in the meantime though, and that might be a bit of an issue in the mid lane here, because now Water Jets is going to be facing a bit of facing off there with Exorcist and Chaz, and now he's going to be taking all of that damage, gets taken down. Now Chaz is going to have to run away there as Arcane Golden Feet tries to get some revenge for their teammate, and Exorcist comes in here to try to give them some space. But then now look at that though, here comes a Renekton. He is attempting to try to take down Bang, but now it's going to find the tables have turned onto this Lizard here, and unfortunately that's given a kill now to Burium, and it does allow them to just go ahead and find another one here onto Exorcist. Exorcist able to get away there just in the nick of time. Noel, that ultimate there coming in from Viper almost takes him down, but then he still had enough health regardless though.
So much patience from EXO. Noel did a great job. He knew that EXO would use the Justice Punch, blocked it with his bare body, goes for the out for the execution, and EXO would have been dead if he didn't have the Gargoyle enchantment. Uses the Stone Plate, buys and gets that extra shield to stay alive. So all these little details keeping RQ in the game. In fact, I think it all started with What the Jets going onto Chaz, trying to play distraction. BRU thought that they have enough instant damage to blow through that tier 1, but it took them longer than expected. They gave What the Jets away to Chaz, didn't get to kill Chaz, and didn't get to take EXO with them as well. And you know, BRU expected more out of it for sure. They are now looking at something at the bottom lane, but unfortunately, What the Jets is standing under a vision ward.
Yeah, and this is almost certainly going to be spotted out immediately as a Chaz could use recall. But oh boy, it looks like he unfortunately is going to be the victim this time around, as the barrier comes out, doesn't do anything at all to stave off this theft of the Nautilus. So yeah, despite the fact that Burial had been quite consistently been able to take both of the dragons here, they haven't really been able to convert that into actual objective takes here on the Rift. All of the turrets here, sorry, not all of the turrets, I mean the tier 1 turrets are still mostly taken down here on the RRQ side, but then with the amount of objectives already taken by Burium United, you'd expect it would have at least a few more extra turret takes, but so far RQ has been able to hold them up at bay for quite the time now.
EXO just way too beefy for BRU to even consider. A very tight game. And it might just come down to one more objective, but this time it would not be as clear-cut. The one thing that BRU has is a lot of individual pickups. If you get a dredge line onto you, if you get knocked up by a death charge into a Morgana binding, it is almost guaranteed death because they have execution damage. Oh,
Oh,
Exo.
Galio, wrong place, wrong time. Nexus is going to be facing the
He did.
brunt of the pressure here. He's going to get popped off now, but the RQ are going to be looking to try to get some trades. They do find one in the form of Fiora, though. When they can find some more, Noel still continuing to spin around, though, in the middle of this pack now as Miriam now moves to disengage, and RQ gives
Better
chase. Viper attempting to try to hold his own, while Chaz and Helios tried to jump, but didn't find the target they're looking for until just now when the Noctis finally gives up the ghost. Now Noel still continuing to try to hold on, and Helios has his sights turn on to the Garen, but still not able to keep him locked down. They still are able to force them all the way back, though, so at least for RQ's sake, they are winning these fights quite handily.
Now we start to see a bit of a problem for BRU's side. It's not only just Helios scaling into the late game, it's also BRU. They don't have much sustained damage. They run out of damage very quickly. A big bulk of that is from Cold Feet. And if Cold Feet goes down, BRU can't fight RRQ.
Yeah, oh, Hyde! Oh, he thought he had it there, but then the execution coming out from Noel just came at the right time there. And the Renekton, unfortunately, will be the one to fall. And yeah, I think like you're right. If once Golden Feet falls, it's not a lot of damage to come out from Buriam's side. So even though they have all of that sustained, when you don't have the damage, you cannot end the fights anyway. So you're just left struggling and try to dance around to mitigate all of that damage, but still not able to end it.
And also, if BRU commits, there's no way they're running away from RRQ. Chaz has evolved wings, so he gets a long range. He has longer leap range. He resets on every takedown. You have Helios. He's gonna chase you down with that Rift Walk. And BRU, they don't really have a tool to disengage completely from RRQ. RRQ will stick to them like a parasite until BRU expires. And that is something that I don't think BRU can solve. And the only way to do it is actually to take down Helios and Chaz. But if Golden Feet goes down, we go back to the same issue again. BRU, they do not have the damage to finish the job. And just that alone, I think RRQ have already won majority of the game. And now it's a slow bleed. Elder Dray is going to come up in another I think on minute 20. And BRU cannot go for any objectives. There is no way that RRQ will allow them to do so, and there's no way that BRU can stop RRQ from contesting.
Yeah, they're really stuck now. I mean, literally foot completely embedded into the mud and unable to move now. Burium is just completely stalled out on whatever progress they were having before. So, and then now, on top of that, with the Kassadin already on the verge of reaching max level, this is already... I mean, if there's a time to panic, it'd probably be now for Burium, but I don't think panic is a part of the lexicon. So I think that Burium is just still going to continue to try to fight, still going to continue to try to see if they can get those kind of pickoffs. But I think most importantly, they need to try to convert these into objectives. As they managed to find a good shot there onto Viper. Unfortunately, they aren't able to pin down
bottom lane.
that Ziggs, though. And bottom lane is already being split pushed now by the Kassadin, getting himself all the way up to those tier 3s now. This could be a big threat now coming from the RRQ side as Burium attempts to hold off the attack on the mid now. As Garen now moves into the bottom lane, keeps a Kassadin at bay, but Helios just reminding Burium who is exactly holding the bigger cards here in this matchup.
Buriram had no vision the entire time. They had that one little ward in the brush that allowed them to go onto Viper, but they couldn't get the kill. So at the end of the day, it's resources wasted. Golden Feet now has no flash, but for Viper, he's completely fine without the flash. Still has a satchel, has his barrier, and EXO is always there to back him up.
Yeah.
All things considered, BRU, they need to start thinking, where do they want to play? Is it going to be around Baron? Is it going to be around Dragon? Seems like the general consensus for BRU is to start setting up vision on the Dragon Pit, and they will be able to get there first, but it doesn't solve any issues at all because RRQ can do this dance with them for an eternity while Helios shoves up the side wave, and he's gonna draw Noel to him, and once Noel shows on the map, you can expect RRQ to go for this collapse.
Yeah, they really want to force it into 4v4s rather than 5v5s, and with Kassadin already being this strong, they can certainly be able to sustain these split pushes for quite a long time, especially now that we're already at the 20-minute mark. So Burium still continuing to keep presence in the mid lane here, but it's really kind of their last stand at this point. The Elder Dragon has already spawned, and Burium is already moving in to cover this territory. and RQ just left kind of like standing around, wondering where exactly can they get the strike onto Burium. But for now, though, Burium still trying to keep that distance, still making sure that they don't get jumped on by the Galio anytime soon. But then now the Dragon's already started by Chaz, and he's looking like he's going to be finishing that quite quickly, though. Burium, they're going to have to start doing something now. Noel leads the charge. He gets his jump onto Exosun there, spinning around there, but RQ just holding back, not really going all in until just now. With Exosun jumping in the middle, they collapse onto each other, try to focus in on Noel, but then they have to watch out for Golden Feet because he is hitting their backline and hitting them hard, and it's actually costing them a lot of health points as a result. So they disengage for now. No one took the Dragon at this point, but then Burium and RQ is just constantly going to be having this stare down for quite some time.
Good work from Noel. He killed Chaz, he took that GA away, and he stopped the Dragon attack, but RQ are going back.
Yeah, they're trying to go back onto this. It was an attempt by Burium side, but then RQ
Noel
are now suffering a lot from this right now. Stasis is going to be set up there as Golden Feet attempts to try to break right through the line, but big ultimate there. Getting all of Burium completely wiped off the map here, practically. Look at that, one by one. Members of Burium are starting to fall as RQ are wiping clean this mid lane here of its turrets now. And it looks like they are setting up for the Nexus. They don't want to wait any longer.
5 members of RQ in the red zone, and no one from BRU could finish the job. The resets from Helios, the resets from Chaz, the mobility to chase down BRU from all the way down the mid lane was what gave them. Again, we talked about this, right? BRU, the only way is to commit, and once you go in, there is no running. You have no choice, and RQ will make it very clear that you cannot run away. Noah did a fantastic job, flashed to the back line, went on Viper, but he used his initial ultimate on Chaz to stop him from completing the Dragon. They had no follow-up to kill off Viper, and Noah can only do so much on the Garen. The rest of his team, they were burning to Hyde. They took him down, but Hyde has his Guardian Angel. So at the end of the day, it was Buriram throwing everything they have at RQ, only taking down their armor instead of the warrior inside. And nonetheless, I think that BRU played a great game, but it was just RQ hitting that critical mass that BRU could not recover from.
Yeah, I think especially frustrating for BRU as well is that, you know, they would have loved to be able to play in your face. They would love to be able to pick up more fights across the map, but then the punishments that come out from RQ's side is just too painful to bear. And the fact is that for the most part, BRU were just left, you know, in that kind of like awkward position, right?
Yeah.
You can't really afford to push in hard without risking losing the fight, and at the same time, you cannot really hold on, for too long because then the casting gets too strong.
And this is, again, props to EXO. We give credit to his Galio for this very one reason, the entire fight. If EXO was not there, if EXO didn't do what he did on that Galio, that fight would have gone BRU's way, they would have gotten an ace, and the game would have went to, and this series would have went to 3 games, but EXO puts his body in front, just taunts, 3-man taunts, 4-man taunts, goes to the side, uses the ultimate, comes back, just continuously breaking the combo of BRU and making sure that BRU are not getting any breathing room to comfortably land the spells, to comfortably go for all those attacks. And EXO single-handedly protected the entire team, and that's why everyone was in the red, but not weak enough to get finished off by BRU. My personal MVP in this game, 100% EXO. He did a great job as that Galio, and teams should really start respect banning that Galio because he has not lost a single game on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, with stats like that, you definitely need to take note, right? So, again, looking at the graph here, it really goes to show how back and forth a lot of the game phase was, especially during the early to mid phase. But for the most part, I think RQ knew they kind of had it in the bag already. It's just a matter of like finding the right kind of way to punish Buriram at that moment in time.
And I think at the end of the day, for Buriram, we saw them able to really put up a fight against RQ, right? That was my expectations coming into this best of 3. Buriram almost had game 1 in their bag. Unfortunately, they kind of gave it away to RQ, and game number 2 was just an RQ show. No surprise there. But still, props to BRU. I think I enjoyed that series a lot. And that's something that BRU can really take away, because being able to really push RRQ to the limit and have RRQ demonstrate how good they are at those team fights, it's a rare sight. And I think BRU did a good job of kind of attacking the pressure points of RRQ.
Yeah, I think they really did well to hold their own for much longer than I think a lot of other teams would under this same circumstances. So nevertheless, though, congratulations once more to RRQ winning out the series by 2-0. So Barium United, of course, will still have more opportunities to try to get some points back, but nevertheless, they're going to have to hand this victory off to RRQ first. So
it's a cold streak for BRU. They've lost both series of this weekend, of week 2. So not a good weekend for BRU, and both series that they lost were pretty darn close as well.
Yeah, it's just such a shame, wasn't it? But nevertheless, though, we'd like to thank you guys for joining us on the stream. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And also, we'd like to shout out our other sponsor as well, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast for us in this Wild Rift competition here. So thanks to our sponsors for allowing, or rather helping us make this event happen. So we're going to be waiting to see if we can get an interview with one of the players here, hopefully. So until that point, though, we're just going to see what's going to be up in the cards for us for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we have plenty of games. We have, I think, coming up, it's going to be Evos, I believe, against was it Evos? Evos against Echo Fortiers, I think. And then we have Cerberus taking, I think, again, Persis Esports, and then finally we have Team Flash against Nigma Galaxy, right? So plenty of more good series that is going to come forth. I feel like today we do have some series that look incredibly one-sided. The upcoming one, I feel like Evos fans are going to be very delighted to look at. But with that being said, I think for BRU, they deserve to pat themselves on the back for a very great series. There's still a chance for them, right? This is not the end just yet. It's just week 2 with more to come.
Yeah, and speaking of which, unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you that interview, but we will certainly be able to shout out our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, and of course, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those of you guys who want to join in more discussions here about the Snapdragon Pro Series, you can join in our Discord server over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can connect with other fans of the Snapdragon Pro Series and discuss all the ongoings here in this platform. So we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back with more Wild Rift action here at SPS. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and we'll be right back after these messages, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Look at my shine with this love. is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't run it like what? Time right, and I know the seas walking in the limelight. Promise you won't wanna walk like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Red team champions league.
Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you could have played. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Out of the way.
Blue team champions league. Blue team champion. Blue team champion slain. Killing spree. Red team champion slain. Rampage. Blue team has stolen the Ender Dragon. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team double kill. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Blue team champion slain.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world. We are back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Playday 4. My name's Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax. We are going to be your casting duo for today. And just for you guys who missed out on the action, match number 1 went went to 2 games with which team was it that went out? RRQ?
RRQ.
RRQ. All right. So for those of you who predicted RRQ, rejoice. For those of you who predicted Buriram United, well, can go the other way. But enough about that. Let's talk about the leaderboards. Victor.
Yeah, so RRQ off of that win there, it's brought themselves up into first place now with 3 wins and 1 loss so far. Enigma Galaxy is currently tied with Team Flash and Cerberus Esports for 2 wins and 1 loss so far. Buriram United Esports now sitting perfectly level at 2-2 in the 5th spot on the leaderboard. And their fellow compatriots EVOS Esports is currently 6th place. They're tied with Echo Fortius 1-2. That's 1 wins for 2 losses. And Persis Esports unfortunately still sits at the bottom there, having sustained 3 losses so far in this challenge group stage.
All right. For those of you who are cheering for EVOS as well as Echo, these 2 teams now will be able to break that 1 win 2 loss slump here, but they have to do it with each other. So it's going to be dependent on whether or not EVOS is going to come ahead or whether it's going to be Echo Fortius from Indonesia that's going to be able to score that double win here to get 2-2. So lots on the line here. They will be able to at least tie themselves up with Buriram United. But looking at how the leaderboard is slowly coming into full circle here, Victor, it seems that we're starting to see who are belonging at the top consistently and who is slightly starting to falter. Enigma Galaxy, a very surprising result here.
Well, surprising for some, maybe, but mostly I'm more surprised by the loss that they had. I was expecting them to have a much cleaner record coming into this stage of the groups here. So, nevertheless, though, it's still pretty much Philippines right now on the top here. I mean, with RRQ and Enigma both winning their respective matches here, it's no surprise that they're currently on the top. So one thing that I want to see though is whether or not these either the Vietnamese squads or the Thai squads are going to be showing themselves up here as we move on now to EVOS Esports.
Speaking of Thai, the spiciest of Sontam is here. Tipper, Valdez, G4, VVV, and Supporter representing EVOS Esports. These teams now, I think amongst all of this, Tipper, Valdez, and I think G4 were, I think, the mainstay rosters for EVOS, whereas VVV and Supporter have been, I think, in other Thai-based teams as well. So it's some of the highlights here to follow up. So some of their big plays here, as you can see, RRQ very much in danger here fighting for the Herald. We have seen time and time again that EVOS definitely does enjoy quite a bit of these fights. Against RRQ, it was definitely going to be a bit of a problem here, but look at that, Valdez getting the triple kill on top of Hyde, just being able to get away, but a coordinated dive is going to spell the end for him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of EVOS' strength comes from when Valdez and G4 are both able to pop off. And when they do, my goodness, it's always such a joy to watch, right, for any of EVOS' fights. So certainly they're going to be coming into this this little matchup here with a lot of expectations, and certainly a lot of expectations on this specific player here. G4 has been pretty much a key player for EVOS throughout the entirety of this challenge group stage here, and having played the Diana, the Zed, and the Cassidin, all of which he played quite exemplary, it's no surprise that he emerges as one of the top players here for EVOS Esports.
Alright, so looking at G4 with the KDA 4.3, kill participation 65.9, GPM 793, damage taken per minute 1133.6, damage taken per minute 983.3. Hound, why are these numbers so high? Well, looking at his champion pool, right? His top 3 champions picked up Diana, very in your face, had to dive into you. Zed, Living Shadow, right into the death mark, definitely has to get up close here and cast it in as well. So it does goes to show that G4 does like to put himself in the brunt of it, into the thick of it, and is able to at least get away with very, very small margins. But then again, I do believe that up ahead is going to be their enemies or their opponents. Echo, Fortius from Indonesia, Trizal, Serdam, Hunyega, Ulexite, and Ramley.
Yeah, they've been showing some good performances during this group stage, but then now they're going to be up against one of the Thai teams here. So let's see if they're going to be able to continue those performances here. So up against Team Flash, they didn't exactly have the best of times though, but Echo Fortius did show that they were very persistent though. They were still able to hang on for a lot of these matchups here, and did manage to see a fair share of success as well on their end. But now that we're already at the halfway point of this group stages, it's now becoming more and more important for Echo Fortier to actually pull off some good wins here, because they are sitting a little bit low on the leaderboard right now, and just getting some wins here against some of these teams here could go a long way to bring their status back up.
Alright, looking at some of these engages here, we do see Echo Fortis was able to keep Team Flash up against the ropes, mostly with coordination and using their tempo to catch them off. As you can see already, as soon as Zissou was down, the lock potential was definitely out for the count. Teddy was trying to go out, but look at that, they were able to just blow up Ulexite unstoppable already, as you can see from the highlights. As much as the enemy team tried their level best to defend, if Echo is able to build up that snowball, it's definitely going to be working out with him. Our head-to-head is going to feature 2 mid laners, G4 and Hunyega.
Yeah, KDA is a little bit higher in Hunyega's side, 6.6 to 4.3. Kill participation pretty even between the two of them. Damage is pretty much the same for the two of them as well. Damage taken also quite level between the two. Maybe Hunyega is only about 100 off on both of those stats, but certainly showing that he is able to keep par with G4.
Now I need to talk a little bit about this specific stat here, the damage taken per minute between these two champions. G4 plays champions that dive into you, right? That goes straight at your face. Whereas Corki, Karma, Gragas, there's only one dive potential there, and that is Gragas. Sometimes you may consider Corki with the Valkyrie. These damage taken per minute taken per minute numbers for Hunyega actually signifies that if you compare in terms of the little things that you can't really quantify, right? The type of picks comparatively, right? The skills that, the potential that Hunyega has on the Corki and Karma cannot be denied. He does have to stay at a distance. But we have seen in some of the games before in the past, the reason why there's damage taken per minute numbers are a lot higher, despite the fact those two picks are there, is that he gets focused on. Those early gank engages get him against the wall, and that definitely stifles his progress. However, 6.6 KDA on top of kill participation of 633%, despite the fact that he is going to be pushed up against the wall very, very consistently, we may see that could prove a big strong point for Hunyega.
Yeah, I mean, when he backs up against wall, you just push back a lot harder, right? And Hunyega certainly has been doing that in his mid lane role there. So now we're going to be coming into our drafts now for this first game here, and I wonder what is going to be sort of expectations coming to this, because I feel like EVOS, for the most part, have been pretty good, but I don't think we've seen really the best out of them so far in these group stages.
All right, for those of you at home, Snapdragon match prediction. Cast your votes in the Twitch chat. If you feel like the casters are right, why don't you just agree with us? If you don't, maybe you might see something that we don't. Why don't you let us know in the comments, right? Insert it with the hashtag. And of course, for those of you who are big fans of EVOS or Echo or any of the teams for that matter, hashtag EVOS win or hashtag Echo win or hashtag the team of your choice win. It's all up to you. And of course, for those of you who don't know, Victor is going to be going 2 for nothing for EVOS as well as me. And we're going to be waiting to see what the other casters are going to be saying, whether Husky, Pondo, and the rest of the casting crew, including the Basamlayu casters, are on par with us.
Yeah, then my vote is really pretty much based upon the region here. I mean, we know that Thailand is a very, very strong region when it comes to Wild Rift, so I expect that they should have a pretty good time here against Echo 4 tier. So, well, I mean, you can see across the board, we're all very much unanimous about EVOS here.
I mean, I keep saying this. I'm sorry to cut you off right there, Victor, but I keep saying it. Sometimes it's on paper, it's very clean and cut, right? But then again, there are outliers. You do see some teams that are just on paper. It's a terrible matchup for them. Sometimes just that one particular team just has something so good against the team that is theoretically and on paper statistically better, but because that particular playstyle of that perceived weaker team is just such a kryptonite, sometimes we do get lower tier. I call them the low tier, low key spoilers. they're always the teams that are maybe like in the middle of the pack or at the lower part of the bracket, right? But somehow or another, they always find a way to spoil the games for the top teams. It's just sometimes it's a style matchup, sometimes brain farts. Like I said, we won't know what the result is going to be until we see the draft and until we see the execution of said draft.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show that even at this level, esports, it's sometimes it's always dependent upon your performance on the day itself.
Obviously, it does.
Yeah, so if you don't show up and you don't win these important matches here, it's going to be very hard for you to keep your position up on the top. So, yeah, naturally, I'm going to be expecting a lot out of EVOS here, mostly because, like, based on their past history, you'd think that they would be having a lot more success here. So, naturally, I want to see whether or not EVOS will be able to carry that torch here, at least for their side.
All right, let's talk a little bit about meta, all right? We did see quite a bit of Nasus and Senna, Nasus and Karma. I want to talk specifically about the Nasus, Karma, and Nasus Senna, right? So a lot of the time, we do see a little bit of a sustained matchup as well, the scaling that comes with the Senna and Nasus come in. I think while that's happening, let's go into the draft, as we're going to be seeing it here. It is going to be Echo on the blue side this time, and it's going to be EVOS on the red. So we might actually see that Nasus never gets banned on his own, right? Mostly because that he is going to be in the Dragon lane matched up with either a Senna or a Karma. So I think what very strong bans are going to go for is rather than you pick up the Senna, rather than you pick up the Nasus away from the enemy team, you try to take out the Senna and the Karma, maybe disallowing the flex pick onto the mid side. This is disallowing the scaling matchup because Senna is able to synergize really well with very different marksmen or spellcasters.
Yeah, I expect that will be the case. Now that we're going into the draft now, EVOS and Echo were both banning out the Yuumi and the Kassadin, as well as the Jace now. So, fairly standard bans. If you've been following the SBS so far, these have been some of the most popular bans we've been seeing in a lot of these matchups here. And it's no surprise. I mean, again, Kassadin probably one of the most overpowered ultimates right now, and especially in this skirmisher meta. Yuumi as well, plenty of strengths of her own. Speaking of that, Karma.
Senna for Echo. I think Senna is gonna ban. I think Echo is gonna ban out Senna. I do believe so. Samira is in play. We haven't seen Samira being played only once or twice. We did see, if I'm not mistaken, we did see a Scion, but I feel like at this stage of the game, many of the players haven't really been able to integrate Scion into their composition, so I'm thinking that that could be a safe pickup. Lucian now being banned. Early game engage. Early game potential here being stifled out. Senna and Nasus opened up for the scaling that could go to Echo's side. We have seen EVOS play time and time again, but it is really dependent on whether or not they're going to respond. Senna being picked up here for Echo. They're going to go for the first pick, so I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to go for the Senna Nasus, and we're going to be seeing EVOS play something a little bit more with hard engage to be able to stop the scaling that comes in from Yulek's side as well as Ramley.
Yeah, they're going to be going for the Zig, so certainly they want to try to have roamers be a factor here in this matchup right now, as they will still have the second pick now. I wonder what they're going to try to use to counter a potential Senna Nasus here from Echo. Rakan is going to be picked up here by EVOS.
All right, now we have talked time and time again about putting the game on time limit, right? So this could be a huge problem for EVOS if they're not able to actually stop the Senna from popping off and scaling. So we do see that at the 20-minute mark, the win probability for the team that's on the opposite spectrum of the scaling of the scaling matchup could be in a lot of trouble. Why? Because they've already hit their power spikes, and if you're not able to take them down, then it's going to be a huge factor in contributing to a loss, because Echo will be able to just keep farming up, stay very relatively safe, and be able to just poke from a distance, considering that there's infinite scaling on the Senna.
Interesting that they decided against going for a Nasus right now. They picked the Gragas and the Riven here in response to the Rakan pick. So do you think that Echo is going to be trying to play the Senna in a slightly different manner?
I think they're going to use the Senna in an off ADC meta here. It's not going to be a support Senna like we normally think. I'm thinking that it's going to be a fasting Senna that's going to go full on marksman DPS damage, which I think is going to be great. Fiora being banned out here, so I think that's going to be one thing that they need to be very wary of here, because Renekton already is banned as well for the side of EVOS. EVOS immediately recognizes that they might go for the Fiora here towards Trizel, so they want to be banning it out. Trizel did play a Fiora, I think, a few games ago or a few matches ago, some week beforehand, so I'm thinking that this is actually a good thing for EVOS to actually target ban towards Trizel.
Yeah, Echo is going to ban out the Vi in response to that though, and now it's going to be the last round of bans before we get to the last round of picks here between these two. So I think it's going to be G4 and the Z very much, isn't it? I mean, what's going to be a good sort of combination to go together with the Ziggs and Rakan here for EVOS?
I think the Ziggs and Rakan would be really good as is already. I do like to see an enabler jungler, or maybe something like a jungler that is able to... I mean, Morgana is still open, so that could be a catch there, but a catch-all potential, but not as reliable as flag and drag epicenter from a J4, for example, right? So that could be an issue here. Kha'Zix is still open as well. Camille being banned out, I think, is a really good suggestion here. A really good ban from the side of EVOS to Echo. Echo has been really reliant on some lockdown engage as well, and the similar thing can be said with Valdez and his Vi. So Shyvana is actually, I think, isn't as good as a Vi, but is going to be providing quite a bit of variety of damage here, Victor.
Yeah, and I want to see how he's going to try to play that, especially in Valdez's hands. Singe is going to be picked up here from Echo 4 tier, so that's going to be interesting.
I like this Singe here. Singe will be able to walk around relatively safe, will be able to proxy some of the lanes, and the fact that if he's able to go movement speed on top of that, he's going to be a huge problem to deal with here. The reason why you want to be getting a Singe is because you want to be able to get that top lane, that Baron lane, opened up as quickly as possible. Try to get that Singe to be moving around the map, because with the Super Mega Adhesive and the Fling, it is going to be a huge problem, considering that the fact that if he uses the ultimate, it's going to give him more resistances, more HP, and more AP, which in turn affects his damage output.
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a glitch right now, because I'm seeing two Ziggs on the side of EVOS.
Yeah, two Ziggs as well. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So we would like to apologize to each and every one of you guys at home. We are going to be seeing how that's going to be working out. So for now, what we can see, with the exception of the Twin Ziggs 2 Electric Boogaloo in EVOS, we do see Senna, Gragas, Riven, Singe, and Kha'Zix for the side of Echo, Ziggs, Rakan, Zed, Shyvana, and to be decided for the side of EVOS. We will find out as soon as we get into the game. But then again, it is very interesting to note that the bottom lane is going to be VVV as well, supporter playing. It's a Jax.
Jax.
Yeah. Sorry about that. The API doing some malfunctions there for each and every one of you guys at home. So we do hope some apologies are definitely necessary for that. But 3 seconds left before the ban phase and draft is over. We're going to be getting ready already, as you can see. The comfortable gents at Echo 40 is now getting ready. Some of them in the sarongs, dressed for comfort, ready for war on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I think a sarong is probably like the most badass kind of attire you could wear.
Definitely.
To the battlefield, for sure.
I am definitely a casual sarong enjoyer for sure. But for those of you who are in attendance watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, wherever you like to watch, do drop us a comment. Show us some love.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first game between EVOS as well as Echo 4 tier. And it's going to be a best of 3, so make sure you guys
Potentially
stay...
best of 3.
Potentially, yeah. You always have to put that caveat there and then.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, nevertheless, though, make sure you guys stay tuned all throughout, though, because this is going to be a feisty little fight here, I think, between these two squads. So, yeah, as we wait for them to get settled into the Summoner's Rift here, I wonder how things are going to be unfolding here between these two teams. Echo 4TS versus EVOS Esports. Echo from Indonesia, EVOS from Thailand. Both of these teams vying for points on the leaderboard as we jump into the Summoner's Rift.
Game number 1 for match number 2. Match number 2, game number 1 underway here between EVOS and Echo 4TS. It is going to be the best of Thailand going up against the best of Indonesia.
Yeah, Trizel, Tipper going to be up on that top lane there. Riven versus the Jax. Meanwhile, bottom lane there, we can see the Senna already moving to farm up some of those minions in the jungle there while he sticks to that dragon lane. Hun Jaeger going to be laning up against G4 in that middle lane here. The Singed versus the Zed.
Well, I do like the fact that Hun Jaeger is actually going to go for the barrier and is going to his mid side. We do see a very good entry there right into an ignite. Use Ulexite there. Going with the Piercing Darkness. Romney's got to be careful though. VVV and Supporter do have quite a bit of kill potential here. As long as VVV is able to hit those bouncing balls onto Ulexite, it's going to be a hard time.
Yeah, for the most part, they want to try to keep the Senna suppressed, but then Ramley is just doing his level best there to keep both Supporter and VVV as far away as possible from that Senna to allow her some space to farm those minions. But I'm not expecting a lot of action during this first minute, though. For the most part, I think for Echo 4 tier, they're really going to be focused on getting that Senna scaling up and ready as quickly as they can alongside the Singed. As we see Tipper and Trizel continuing to lane against each other here on top.
Alright, both Trizel as well as Tipper, both of them exchanging love taps, and nothing too substantial across the board. I mean, they've always said Baron lane is kind of like an island. Oh, we're going to be seeing Supporter now. Going to go in for a very long roam from bot side here. It's going to help Tipper get a little bit of push advantage. Don't know whether Trizel is going to go for into it.
Yeah.
Right into it, but Trizel gets away with the lunge.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I think he's just there to ensure that Tipper is going to be able to stay in the lead here on this on the Baron lane. Whilst in the meantime, we do still see G4 continuing to exchange some words here with Hun Jaeger as Ulexite joins the mid lane here with Supporter as well coming in. So they're still trying to figure out their priorities at the moment here. I mean, there's still no lanes here that are really exposed or anything like that. But Ramley might be in a spot of trouble though, because he just wandered himself into a bit of a tight spot. Fortunately, neither member of EVOS were looking to try to pick up a kill onto this Ramley here, so he still survives.
I think with the amount of sustain that's happening over to the bot side, it's going to be a huge problem here. We're going to be seeing Trizel as well as Tipper now exchanging love taps.
Yeah, and so Shyvana is going to be coming in the long way around, though. It's going to be fast enough, though. Tipper was very, very low at that instance there where Saddam came in, and now Valdez has just arrived on the scene just in time here to keep up the defense of this tier 1 turret. But yeah, so far defense is going to be the name of the game so far, as neither side going to be making any major moves until those objectives land on the Rift.
Alright, both EVOS and Echoes Baron laners now without summoner spells, going to be of great interest for either Saddam and Valdez to try to intervene or at least try to make some sort of a difference over in the Baron lane, considering that summoner spells are out for commission. Hun Jaeger now is going to be pushed in, is going to go for the recall, may actually open up G4 for a roam. 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. Still no first blood, though.
Still no first blood. I think everyone's got their ultimates up now. Just maybe a couple are still on cooldown, but for the most part, they are technically ready if they want to start the team fighting stage here. Just waiting to see what kind of objective is going to be worth fighting over at this point. Now, of course, the first couple objectives to spawn is going to be one Rift Herald and one Drake. It looks like it's going to be an Infernal Drake that's going to be coming up first, so that could be a bit exciting there, because of course, if you get the Infernal Drake buff, you do carry that for the rest of the game, and the extra damage certainly can go a long way towards winning you the game itself. But we do see Echo Fortier already moving in onto the Scuttle Crab, so they are already marking sort of the spot where they want to try to maybe start their first fight.
30 seconds in, and I'm thinking that in 30 seconds we're going to be seeing our first blood, and most likely either an objective trade, or maybe we might see even a bit of a tug and pull that could happen from either side here. So we do see that in terms of priority, both teams are actually scrambling across the map to get as much priority as they can. What I mean by priority is to make sure that the minions are touching onto their respective towers. Why? Is because when those towers, after the minions have been hit in the middle of that tower, that they are going to reset back into the middle. So lane equilibrium has been settled, so no team will get a big advantage out of that loss of priority. So I'm thinking Serdam right now going for the Herald is not entirely a good idea, mostly because the priority over to mid side as well is gone.
Yeah, I mean, Valdez's supporter already moving in here, so they already are ready to try to contest this. As Giselle gets some first move done there on Valdez, trying to force him out of the way, but Echo still picks out the Rift Herald anyway, though, as Evos now moves in to try to maybe get some good some trades as a result, but no trades out there for them to find, though. They will just have to consent with that one kill, but then Giselle gets picked off just off screen there.
All right, Giselle gets taken out for the count. I do believe that for Echo, it is definitely going to be a big win for them, mostly because of pressure. But 2 kills there, 2 kills for the side of EVOS. Not only it was Giselle, but it was Saddam as well. I'm thinking that that's going to put Echo quite a bit behind here. We're going to be seeing Jaeger doing the work, doing just singe things, just walking in front of you, dropping those poisonous clouds. But then again, Tipper now, he's got to be careful that he doesn't overextend though, because one rule you want to live by when fighting a singe in any, whether it's PC or whether it's mobile, never chase a singe.
Yeah, I think I was hoping to at least get a couple more hits before Trizel's Riven does come in. Rift Herald is going to be called up onto the top lane now, so Tipper is going to unfortunately helplessly watch as Shelly gets a charge onto the turret. Not enough to knock it down completely, but certainly putting in a very, very weak spot for now, as we see most of EVOS now gathered in front of the Dragon Pit here. It looks like they want to try to get the Infernal Drake started, but Echo is going to be coming in to try to contest this at the same time. So I wonder how they're going to try to deal with this here, because neither side wants to be able to start the fight without having an advantage yet. G4 did make the move first, though, to get the turret down quite low, so that's allowing them a bit of space, but then now they're going to force out a fight here as Hanyeger attempts to go in for the steal on the Dragon, but still, unfortunately, isn't able to complete it, though. But EVOS does take the Dragon, and now they are pulling back Sordam, Ramley, and Ulexai continuing to chase now. They manage to get a hold onto VVV, but they do get the kill onto the Rakan, and as a result, though, as EVOS not quite able to punish Echo severely.
Supporter and G4 there, all of it. Catalyst of that fight turning on its heel was G4 not being able to finish Ulexai. I felt like if G4 was able to finish Ulexai, it could have been the done deal. He only has a Serrated Dirk and, of course, a Black Cleaver, so maybe the damage potential onto Ulexai wasn't exactly there, or maybe he didn't even hit his full combo potential. So that is going to be something that they need to troubleshoot moving forward, because if G4 isn't able to take down Ulexai, because Ulexai is going to be, I think, one of the more viable targets out there, considering how weak Ulexai is compared to Ramley on Gragas, or Hunyega, or Trizel on Riven.
Yeah, that's certainly going to become a problem later on, especially once that Senna gets herself fully online. So certainly a bit concerning, though, especially at this stage that the Senna is just not that killable by G4. So let's see how that is going to turn out, while we are sitting right now at the 8.5-minute mark. Still no major objectives coming out to play yet, And in terms of like actual on-ground objectives, so far only Echo has been able to take down those turrets now, both on the top and the bottom side lane. Mid lane still up at this point, and still looking very, very healthy. Rift Herald's going to be coming up in another 30 seconds, so that's going to be another objective here that Echo certainly want to try to contest. But they need to try to turn up more pressure onto EVOS here, at least while they still have a chance.
All right, so as we're going to be seeing between these two teams, most rotations now are going to be in favor of them. Not doing much around the map here. Everyone's going to be resetting, maybe getting towards that other Herald. And I think that this contest could actually tilt the scales a little bit on either side. Echo now 2 for nothing in terms of objectives. Turrets now are already in the lead for Echo. EVOS on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, Echo's going to be starting to Rift Herald, and that's already gotten the attention of EVOS now, so it looks like it's going to be a big fight as they jump all in, collapsing into one single file here. EVOS now attempting to try to keep control over the Rift Herald, but Echo still picks it up anyway, though. Now they're going to be scrambling, trying to find those kills as they pick out the first one. Shyvana's good stuns, they're all around. They managed to wipe out almost the entirety of the attacking line here from EVOS. 4 champions out of the map.
4 for 1, Ulexite was going to be the priority here. It seems that G4, VVV, Valdez, and Tipper were very much concerned with the amount of damage that was being put out. The fact that Serdam was able to come in and out of the fight, Hyun Jaeger was basically free to just move around and just use the Noxious Cloud to do per second damage. I think that that's just a very, very bad communication of target prioritization that EVOS should have actually fixed a little bit more. I was expecting EVOS to come out slightly ahead in that fight here, but Echo shows that they themselves are very coordinated and very much understanding of the implications of EVOS' style.
Yeah, and again, just playing all around very well around Ulexite there, so making sure that the Senna just has the space to perform here. So now that she's already up onto level 9, I did see Rakan was actually on level 8 earlier on, so I think he might be a bit behind there, at least in terms of farm, when compared to Ulexite. So Echo certainly are in the lead now. They just need to try to get some more extra objectives here.
Okay, so looking at how Tipper is trying to restart the not to say restart, trying to regain some priority over to the bot side, shows that they are going to be playing towards the bot side. This is what I predict, at least judging from what I'm seeing on screen. Oh, we're going to be seeing that pump.
Oh no, G4 getting caught out a little bit. Trizel, a little bit of an attempt there to try to catch out G4, didn't quite work out. And now that's forcing the rest of EVOS here to kind of back up G4's Z. But then is space created though? Tipper still continuing to try to get the priority on the bottom lane for now, and most of Echo's attentions are still focused on the middle lane here. So for now, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much movements until the next dragon is going to be coming up. In which case, we do see that both Echo and EVOS are setting themselves up, just testing each other's waters right now. And, oh, it looks like they're going to straight away start the fight even before the dragon comes into play now, as supporters already brought down very, very low, has to back out, and the Hyun Jaeger continues to hang on for dear life, but then unfortunately G4 jumps in just in time to take out the Singe. Now Ramley now tries to keep them messed up in the back line there as Tipper jumps in for yet another attempt, still can't quite get it done. Valdez now goes, tries to walk straight to the dragon, but unfortunately cost his life there, and then in fact Echo does end up taking the dragon anyway though, so it seems like all that fighting was just for naught.
I think the hugest mistake that EVOS has made here is actually picking the Ziggs onto VVV. I think the issue here is just damage. Damage that's lacking from the fact that G4, once he blows somebody up, he's going to be relatively useless up until his death mark comes back up. And I'm thinking that that's going to be the case here. I think that G4 should have maybe drafted a champion that was a little bit more diverse in terms of skill set, and VVV should have maybe gotten a champion that could have benefited the entirety of the team here, because there's quite a bit of jump in here with G4, Tipper, as well as supporter, Valdez as well.
Trizel might find another target here in form of Tipper, getting the jump on him straight away. Not even EVOS' cavalry could come in time to save that. So now Echo firmly has control over this lane now, and the minions are already on the way attacking the tier 2. This is just going to amp up the pressure now onto the Thai squad.
Alright, the fierceness at which Echo is operating is definitely something that needs to be highlighted. with the fact that 3 turrets already in their pocket.
Oh, watch out,
Wondering-
G4. Oh, that's almost, it looked like it almost was going to get picked off there, but looks like Sir Dumb was still able to hold on though. But yeah.
I mean, this is the running joke, right? This is the meme of EVOS, right? They lose one game and then they just permit to smash you right after. Could it be 6-3 now? Could be in a lot of trouble.
Could be in a bit of trouble though, as Echo is going to be starting the barrier and wild space is created as a result though. A bit unfortunate for the Riven, but maybe it's going to be about the long game here for Echo 4 tier as they are finishing up the Baron right about now, unopposed completely. Didn't even bother to go for the crab at all. So now Echo having the Baron buff in hand here should allow them to hold these lanes quite well from this point on. But then now I'm thinking that the Echo is already having their sights set on how they want to take this high ground push here, because already you're seeing the tier 2 in the mid being a bit low, and Sir Dumb almost got the jump onto VVV that time. If he could have gotten a pickoff, that could have easily been a tier 2 turret take.
Well, looking at how Sir Dumb has been moving in and out of the fight, already has the Guardian Angel, already has the Zhonya's, already has the Black Cleaver, as well as the Duskblade of Draktar. He's going to blow people up. And as soon as he activates that Duskblade of Draktar, he gets the invisibility perk. It actually scales with his isolation stacks, isolation passive. And you know for a fact that whenever that reset comes in, it's just going to be huge damage towards the side of EVOS. So EVOS has got to be very wary on where Sir Dumb is going to be. Track him out, because his ability to jump into the fight while supporter G4, Valdez, and Tipper go into the fight is the reason why they're losing out.
Oh, that's a good air blast there. That got a huge chunk off of Valdez's health, and then pretty much is going to secure them this tier 2 turret now. So already making those big moves here are Echo. They're already at 60k net worth compared to 50k on EVOS' side. So we know who is exactly been wearing the pants here in this matchup now. Echo has already taken down yet another tier 2 turret, so you know it's only the tier 3s now that are left on the menu here for Echo 4 tiers as they continue the siege here, starting from the top with the minions already breaking through. They're already starting the fight here. A G4 supporter attempt to try to keep this tier 3 alive as long as possible, but Echo are continuing the onslaught here on the other lanes as well. Bottom, the tier 2 tree is already taken down by Alexei, but Echo in the meantime picks up Valdez in the middle, and that might be the opening they need in order to try to push onto the Nexus. Probably going to try to target another one, Tipper, who moves up to the top here, try to defend as Hunyager cruising for the chase, dies on the tower, and unfortunately gets picked off there by the turret. So now Sir Dumb is going to be forced to fall back. EVOS survived this little push here, but it still lost plenty of turrets though in their base. So I'll say they're still looking like they have their backs against the wall.
8 out of 9 turrets have been taken out from the side of Echo. EVOS only 2. They've got 7 more turrets to go if they want to close out the game. It seems that, oh wait, supporter.
Sir Dumb thought he might have an easy meal there in the form of supporter's Rakan, but he still slips out of his grasp anyway. But this is going to be kind of like the pattern from this point on though, because EVOS doesn't really have a lot of areas on the map that can really move around anymore. I mean, Echo is practically balled out their base. Still a tier 1 turret in the mid right now for Echo 4 tier. So even if EVOS somehow miraculously makes a push, it's still going to take them a while before they even going to have any chance of touching that Nexus.
Yeah, so looking at how these champions, how these teams are actually moving, it actually goes to show that Echo actually is exercising quite a bit of control. Not only that, a 12,000 gold advantage in favor of Echo seems to mean that the power spikes are going to be popping off.
Oh, and popping off they are, and right in the middle of the river here, as a lot of damage has been done onto EVOS. They are unfortunately still facing a lot of more pressure here as Hunyager is now coming into the fray. They're forced to kind of jump and leap away now, but then they're scrambling to try to get back to base as quickly as they can. And looks like they just about made it there before it could have got a lot worse. But then thankfully, having forced a revive to come out from Sir Dumb did manage to save their hide a little bit. But then I'm afraid that they're still stuck in the siege.
And I think this is going to be a problem here. We got super minions coming in from Baron, Mid, and Dragon, and I feel that that's going to be not an opportunity for EVOS to actually come into the fight. Mostly because that if they are going to be trying to compete for the fight, the pressure is just going to keep pushing. All that Echo needs to do is just play this hot cold game that they have with the Baron, and this could actually waste quite a bit of EVOS time here.
Yeah, I think wasting the time would be great because like if supporter is still on level 12, he's still stalled out and completely in his scaling at this point now, and then they're just being forced to come out on ground and fight. Giselle does get the jump on the Valdez though. Can he finish him off? Yes, he does. He does get the kill done, but they can transition this into even more kills now because Tipper is coming into the fray here, and it's already gotten the kill onto the Gragas. So Hunjager now tries to hold the line, but then Tipper jumps up right behind him there, forcing them in order to try to scatter. But then Giselle still managed to hold his own, still has a barrier up, but it only keeps him alive just only long enough to see him fall to the ground as Serdum picks up a kill onto VVV and ends pretty much the entirety of EVOS here on the map. No one left to defend this. The Nexus is going to fall, and it looks like Echo is probably going to be able to take this first game if they will just focus on the Nexus, which they will do eventually once those minions come onto the scene.
Holy moly, I knew I should have said 2-1. I knew I should have said 2-1 in the talent prediction. Because whenever we all are in consensus, remember, if we're all in consensus, one of us has got to take the hit here. One of us has got to vote the other way.
Well, unfortunately though, it looks like Echo 4 tier is starting to prove all of us wrong here on the commentator's desk.
Yes,
but,
definitely.
Certainly a true testament to their performance and skill in this matchup so far.
All right, so I'm thinking that maybe there could be it could be an opportunity to just touch on a few things here, some straight observations that we have made during this very fantastic fight. Okay, now, first of all, when EVOS actually started into this fight, I felt that they were in a position of advantage here, but the main issue was just damage. Look at that. They just didn't know which how to make head or tail of all this. A lot of the times, the damages that came in from Echo was just too much. We had Hunjager coming in doing a lot of per second damage. We had Serdum blowing people up. We had Ulexite following up with some really good damage on top of healing, on top of Dawning Shadow, on top of the ultimate. And I'm thinking that in those exchanges, Trizel as well was very, very wise to be able to disrupt the backlines.
Yeah, and pretty much it's what he has to do, right? But I think one really important thing is that, yeah, the amount of damage coming out from Echo 4 tier side certainly was quite overwhelming for EVOS at certain points in these fights, and wonder if that's just a consequence of like the builds they decided to go with here, or is it just that EVOS was that far behind when it came to that laning phase. But certainly not a very impressive performance here from EVOS nevertheless though, because Echo pretty much had them handily defeated there thanks to Serdum's and Trizel's kind of movements all throughout the map here. You can see even from like the percentages here, like Serdum and Trizel were just literally the ones carrying all of that damage for their teams here, and it really goes to show.
All right, so definitely is going to go to show in terms of the numbers. I'm thinking that when you look at Echo, right, a lot of the damage majority comes from Serdum, followed up by Trizel. And we can see already from the chart here, I mean, very early on, it was going to be, hang on, this is, oh yeah, correct. All right, so I got confused for a while. So EVOS was holding on to a very minimal amount of no leads whatsoever. There were some moments, I think maybe towards the 5 to 6 minute mark, where we did see a little bit of a semblance of a lead forming. But as you can see, when we switch over to experience, right, it tells an even bigger story. Not only that, I felt like at the 8 minute mark, some acceleration has happened towards the side of Echo to be able to hit some of their, what's the word for it? Power spike marks, and I'm thinking that that's going to be the case here. Echo soundly defeated EVOS, but I'm thinking that EVOS are going to make the necessary changes and own up to their mistakes in the second game for match number 2.
Yeah, I think one thing that's quite striking to me about that graph just now was like how just before that the fight for the Infernal Drake, it looked like it looked like EVOS was already kind of hitting a sort of a spike of their own.
Yeah.
But it seemed like that fight turned out so bad for them that it essentially made it a turning point there for Echo 4 tier. So,
all right, while that's happening, we've got some news for you guys. This broadcast is brought to you by the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. So for all of you who don't know, this is where winning matters the most. And of course, we would like to shout out to Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. go to monsterenergy.com/gaming for more information. For those of you who are quite the chatty, who love to interact with us, why don't you go over to our official Discord right over there, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for more information. Drop us your banter, drop us your memes, drop us your suggestions so me and Victor can call them our own.
Yeah, of course. So, with that said, though, that was our first game between Echo Fortier and Evos Esports. We're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be right back with the continuation of the series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound. We'll be right back after these short messages, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
And welcome to all of you summoners out there. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound, and we're going to be your commentators as we bring to you game number 2 of Evos versus oh boy.
Echo.
Echo.
Yeah, right. Some brain fart moments. I mean, not only the pro players are prone to brain farts, even as casters as well.
Yeah.
So for those of you who just joined us, welcome. For those of you who've been watching from the start, we do hope that you guys are able to stay with us up until the end. And of course, without further ado, we're gonna crack into it. EVOS, Echo, going up against each other for game number 2, in match number 2. So we did cover quite a bit on the bans here. Caston, Jace, Renekton, Vi, and Olaf for the side of Echo towards EVOS. For the return, EVOS against Echo. Yumi, Karma, Lucian, Fiora, and Camille, our MVP, key player for game number 1, Sir Dumb, and you can see why. A 16 KDA flat, 84.21 kill participation, 964 gold per minute, 1,188.27 damage per minute, and damage taken per minute of 897.55. Sir Dumb, your man of the match for game number 1.
Oh, a crazy Kha'Zix game for him, isn't it? I mean, I bet majority of that high GPM was just off of kills alone here, and Sir Dumb has been really all over the map in that last game there, so it's no surprise that he played a really key role here for Echo Fortius, especially in those team fights, because, you know, as Kha'Zix, you can easily pop in and pop out of the backline there, and he certainly did his level best there to mess up whatever game plan that EVO's Esports had on their side.
What I think Sir Dumb was doing from the basis of what we saw, right, was that he was very well aware of the fact that what was a big threat towards him. From the side of EVOS, it was Rakan, it was Shyvana, it was Zed, it was Jax, right? Because of the CC that they provided. Because of how aware and cognizant he was of their positioning, Zed couldn't get close to him, and the fact that he was coming in as a flanker, it immediately put Ziggs in a situation where he is definitely in a spot of bother. So I'm thinking that moving into game number 2, I would like to see EVOS actually on the blue side. I'm thinking that most of their come from behind wins definitely come when they have the first pick potential. And I do think that for EVOS, they will not draft this particular matchup again against a Senna and a Gragas. Why? Because there's so much consistent engage with the Gragas, and the fact that the Senna is able to follow up and do so much of damage, so much of DPS on top of that, definitely is going to be a huge problem here. This is EVOS now. We are looking from their perspective, going into the draft here. Pick and bans. Ban phase number 1 underway. EVOS has first initiative.
Yeah, and you kind of called it as well. EVO's going to be starting on the blue side, looks like, and that consequently gives them that first pick. So let's hope that this draft is going to work out wonders for them in this second game. Now that they already have a taste of what, they already know what to expect pretty much up against Echo 4 tier. So certainly taking a sweet time with that first ban, and they decided to first ban the Singed.
Alright, the reason why they want to ban this Singe is mostly because they don't want to be dealing with the mid lane matchup of the Singe, because Singe is very tanky. If you go for an assassin in the mid lane, yeah, you sure give up quite a bit here. It's just a priority, but you don't have to worry about that a mid laner getting out of control by just farming you. So I'm thinking that this could be a strong indicator of respect here coming in from the side of EVOS. But if they don't play their cards right, they could let Kassadin through. But if they do let the Kassadin through, they still have the initiative to go for first pick.
Yeah, so it's still win-win either way, regardless. So let's see whether or not they want to allow the Kassadin through or not. As we see them ban out the Jace now in response to the Yumi ban coming out from Echo 4 tier.
Alright, so looking at the bans here, with the fact that we do have a Singe and a Jace, most likely mid laners, and I do believe that there's quite a bit of variety in the first pick and ban cadence here. Kassadin being banned out for the side of Echo. They are very well aware of the fact that they have to ban Kassadin. If not, Kassadin will be able to go on rotation, and that could open up towards EVOS. Gragas now, big responsibility was taken from the supporter for Echo, not supporter, for the Echo support player Ramley, who was able to mess up a lot of the fights with the explosive cask.
Yeah, so it certainly makes sense for them to try to get that out of the way, and Echo in response will ban out G4's Zed, so that's going to leave a lot more out there, I think, for G4 to kind of pick up. But let's see what EVOS is going to be using for that first champion pick, though.
I wouldn't be surprised if G4 actually goes for the Ahri. I think an Ahri would be a pretty good choice, but the Lucian falls through. We did see Lucian being banned out quite consistently here, mostly because of his very early game potential to oppress, and I'm thinking this could be a very good start here for EVOS going for the Lucian pickup.
Yeah, and in response, Echo 4 tier picks up the Karma. They will have another pick to go alongside with that, though, before giving that back to EVOS. So let's see what they go with. I mean, Karma first picks are always usually very flexible.
I agree, and the fact remains also that they don't want to be giving the Senna over to EVOS. Why? Because with the fact that Lucian is going to be picked out, he could go to VVV or he could go to G4. And that could actually create a case of a Senna and Nasus over towards VVV and Supporter. They don't want that. They want to immediately take out the Karma and the Senna. But the question remains, will Echo be able to pull off this combo well enough, considering that maybe, just maybe, Nasus might be banned out on the second rotation?
Yeah, that still very much is a possibility, though. Nami is picked up here by EVOS, and they will pair that together with a Renekton here for the side of EVOS Esports. So one more pick to go from Echo 4 tier to respond to this, and now that they already have the Karma and the Senna, yeah, Fiora.
I think it's going to be a Fiora. It's either a Fiora or maybe even a Garen. Not entirely sure. That is the Nasus. They want to lock it up immediately. So I already predicted it already, mostly because of how they have the three main components for a very strong matchup here. Karma is most likely going to go towards the mid side. Hun Jaeger is most likely going to pilot it, whereas Ulexite as well as Romley are going to be piloting the Nasus and the Senna respectively.
Yeah, Lee Sin going to be the next one banned out here by Echo 4 tier. So now it's just basically trying to catch any of the sort of backline champions here for the side of EVOS Esports. So still 2 more bans to go, and it's going to be the Riven that's going to be banned out here by EVOS Esports. And Echo 4 tier now having the last ban to mull over.
All right, the mulling has begun for members of Echo. Don't know whether they're going to be targeting ban specifically junglers here. So we do see that Morgana is going to be banned out. Now, no surprises there. Morgana does have quite a lot of utility on top of the fact that she is going to be able to clear fairly healthily with her desecrated ground. The fact that she will be able to draw that long-range binding is definitely going to be a huge problem for the team of EVOS to handle. Kha'Zix being banned out is definitely going to be targeted towards the Dumb. I mean, no surprises there. His Kha'Zix was definitely supplemented with the strong Gragas and strong Riven to be able to follow up with the damage. So I'm looking at it now. For the side of EVOS, damage is a little bit more tempered across the board here, I see, with the exception of Supporter playing the Nami. I don't think that there's going to be too much damage, but what they give up for in damage in the form of that Nami is going to be tons of utility.
Yeah, that's usually a trade-off you go for, right? If you're not going for all out damage, then you're trading it mostly for what sort of usefulness that champion will have on the field. So Vi is going to be the next one picked out here by EVOS, and Ahri, yeah, called it there. So G4 is going to be playing an Ahri mid here for EVOS Esports. Now final pick is going to be on Echo 4 tier side.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we already have some really good lockdown. Ooh, a Xin Zhao.
Ooh, Xin Zhao.
I did not see that coming at all. I was expecting something maybe a little bit more different, I guess, but the Xin Zhao actually fits into the team really well. Xin Zhao does actually explode up to really high damage absorbing values towards the later stages of the game. The fact that it is going to be coupled with Ulexite, with the Camille as well, I think that's going to be a very good pickup here. Camille is most likely going to go towards Trizel's hands. We do see that for all the teams here, both of their team compositions are coming full circle. There is a little bit more flanking potential towards the side of Echo, mostly because of Trizel playing the Camille hookshot Hextech Ultimatum combo. But if you Hextech Ultimatum the wrong person, let's say Tipper is around, then it's going to be a huge problem. Why? Because of the Cult of Meek being able to hack and slash into everything, and the dominance aspect of it all as well could be a huge problem. And did you guys know that Renekton and I think Nasus are brothers, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, really?
Yeah, according to the lore. If I'm not mistaken, I may be wrong. Don't quote me. Don't Twitter hack me. So just say so. For those of you in attendance here today, do remember, drop the hashtags in the Twitch chat here. Hashtag EVOS win, hashtag Echo win, or whatever type of, what's it called? Slogans that you have. I think for EVOS is, no, I think it was for RRQ, it's for Viva RRQ. For EVOS is EVOS Roar or something like that, right? Yeah, so drop us some love in the comments. Show some love for each and every one of your teams. Predict the teams that are potentially going to win as we are loading into the Rift here, Victor.
Yeah, I can see the anticipation building on the faces of our players here on
Very
the cameras.
palpable.
Yeah, they're certainly getting themselves psyched up now for this match here. Again, it's already the second game now, so at least for EVOS, they already know what to kind of expect coming up against Echo 4 tier. And for Echo 4 tier, you know, you could imagine that they were definitely feeling a bit excited, especially after winning that first game, but then now they really have to be able to bring it all home. So let's go ahead and see how this is going to turn out. Our second matchup of today between EVOS Esports and Echo 4 tiers. Thailand versus Indonesia. Let's go.
The battle of Tom Yum going up against the battle of Ayam Penyet. Who is spicier? We shall have to wait and see. I could not resist that joke. Anyway, in all seriousness, we are in game number 2, potentially of game number 3, provided that it is going to go to a game number 3 if EVOS is able to go 1-for-1 here against members of Echo. But I'm looking at Echo. It's in their best interest to actually end this game 2-0 here to show that Indonesia boleh. Majulah Indonesia.
We'll see if that's going to come to pass now as we are settling into the laning phases here. The G4 and the Ari going to be laning against Karma that's being piloted by Hun Jaeger. Trizel and Tipper going to be exchanging, rather trading health on the top lane, while on the Dragon lane though, Ramley and Ulexite laning up against VVV and Supporter this time around.
Alright, no particular issues here across the board from either teams. Both teams now looking towards getting ample bit of advantage here with G4 as well as Hun Jaeger. I do like this matchup here. G4 does have a lot. Oh, wait.
Oh, I think VVV might have gone a bit locked down there, but Alexa and Ramley aren't going to be able to complete this though. It's just making sure that they remember that who they're leaning against, I guess.
Alright, so why is it that a Lucian and Nami does really well against Nasus and Ascena? Because you do have the poke potential and the healing potential that comes with Advent Flow. Aqua Prison will be able to lock one of the squishy targets of potentially Ramley or Ulexite up. But over the top side though, we do see 3 Talent Strike, Audacious Charge right into 3 Talent Strike. Not going to be able to lift Tipper up into the air. Valdez is nearby for a follow-up, but I don't think it's going to lead to a counter gank here from the side of EVOS to Echo.
Yeah, I don't think those kind of moves are pretty are on the cards in the first couple of minutes of the game though, so we'll see how EVOS decides to play this out as the Camille recalls back to base. In the meantime though, it looks like yeah, I mean the Vi is already up to level 4 now. Surdum's still a little ways away. Just a tiny bit away there from getting his 4th level there, but then Vi is already up to level 5, so ultimates are already ready.
Uh-oh.
And they're already seeing VV and Supporter just looking like they want to try to contest this Skull Crab.
They can't because, as you can see, G4 as well as Valdez nowhere nearby. Even if they decide to get a catch onto Ulexite and Ramley, they will be able to delay the fight long enough for Serdub to come into the fight. So I think it's a wise choice for Echo, for EVOS to actually back away.
Yeah, so well, now backing away from this one though. Looks like G4 might have had Hundinger dead to rights there as they pick up the blood, but they do get traded out though, with Valdez unfortunately getting picked off.
Hun Jaeger definitely went for a humdinger there, mostly because Hun Jaeger was able to get the first blood, but got traded immediately though, 1-for-1. No big advantages to all. The culling comes out, gonna go for the wave clear instead. Was, I think, intentionally aimed for Ulexite or Ramley, but you can't have it all.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Oh wait, Ulexite and Ramley are not quite done though. I think Ramley might be spotting an opportunity onto Valdez, or at least an opportunity to steal some of his farm. But nevertheless, though, didn't really press the issue. We see the Xin Zhao getting a little bit uncomfortably close. Too close with comfort, though, as Valdez tries to jump onto Serdum. But then with Hun Jaeger being around the corner there, that definitely allows Echo to disengage quite easily.
I think that was a really great one there. Valdez came in with a charge punch as Serdum just decided to go for the ultimate, and it was easy peel for Serdum. And I think that's a really good one here. If Valdez decides to come on top of Serdum immediately, then Valdez actually is going to put himself in a bit of a bother here, because Serdum does have the option to basically disengage the fight. But he's got to be wary because his ultimate isn't as up and available as Valdez and his charge punch.
Yeah, I mean, Serdum's ultimate is still on cooldown anyway, so right now sitting at 4 minutes, we are only seeing a scoreline of 1-for-1. That's only a trade, a 1-for-1 trade for that first blood. For the moment, the objectives haven't quite been brought up. G4 might have spotted an opportunity onto Sir Dumb, but that's really only a contest for that Skull Crab. 30 seconds before these objectives are going to be coming up, and it's going to be time to show what you've got.
All right, so we do see that in this game, though, compared to the last game, it didn't need for objective fight for either team to be able to try to make their marks here. So we're going to be seeing another explosive fight maybe happen in the next minute or so, because we do see that a lot of the members of Echo now are actually going to mobilize towards the bottom side, whereas EVOS might actually go towards the top side here. It really depends on whether or not they're going to be able to get the priority that they want. Looking at it, with the fact that VVV and Supporter are going to be swapping and going to the top side, it does indicate to me that it is going to be Herald that's coming in, and Echo now looking to counter.
Yeah, they want to try to catch VVV while they attempt to try to go onto the tower. They can't quite get a lockdown though, but then with all of them gathered on the top here, pretty much guarantees a contest for this Rift Herald right now. So we already see Echo already starting the Rift Herald now. EVOS is around the corner as VVV sends out a blast. Tidal Wave is going to be coming out, not quite starting the fight yet until just now. Valdez is going to be caught up in the middle though, but then we already see Trizel suffering a lot of damage. He's going to be the first one to fall though, and Sir Dumb is going to be the next one to fall as well, while the rest of Echo continue to peel away. EVOS are able to push them away.
EVOS 3 for 2, and I'm thinking that the Herald actually belongs to its members of EVOS, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be a big win for them. Do hope that members of Echo will be able to get that Dragon here, 3 for 2, and it seems that EVOS now making up for it in a big way in their lack of gameliness in game number 1. Being handily defeated by Echo is definitely going to put EVOS in a very sweaty mentality.
Yeah. Both teams now settling down here. VVV and Trizel have swapped up to this Dragon lane here and just going to be trading some health, while looks like Echo is already starting the Dragon right in the pit. So G4 is already up on the top side. Valdez supporter, VVV moves in from the bottom. They collapse onto the line here, trying their best to force Echo off the point, but then Echo still are able to hold on though. Trizel is going to be soaking up too much damage though, and blue team actually gets the Dragon this time around, so EVOS picks both objectives and forces Echo to back out of both of them.
Alright, very nicely done here from EVOS. EVOS now committing to these fights, and they just know that the damage isn't going to be an issue anymore. And this is the EVOS that I was actually looking to hope to see at game number 1. And it seems that the fact that they were able to actually fix the issue of damage actually proves to show that EVOS's game number 1 loss was mostly on a draft and draft execution issue rather than an overall skill gap between Echo and EVOS.
I don't think skill gap was ever in question between these two. I mean, the first game itself was pretty much back and forth, even though it did end up becoming an Echo 4 tier victory. So I think, yeah, now that EVOS has a much more solid draft this time around, you can already see that they have a lot more confidence when moving around the map here. And in terms of like objective takes, they still are a little bit lacking at this point, but then again, you know, all these other game phases we've seen so far have been slow starters for the most part. But then I'm pretty sure that at this point now, EVOS should already have the strength required to start aggressively taking objectives. Rift Herald is going to be called to the top lane though, so I think EVOS is going to have to deal with that first. Or maybe they might not be able to deal with this in time though. They just arrive onto the scene here, hoping maybe catch someone. A Tidal Wave is going to run straight into Ramley, takes him out of the fight. Now they're going to try to aim it onto Sir Dumb, but he already has his healing up, and they're trying to turn the fight around to EVOS. We're a little bit too low at this point now. Stasis is going to be set up here, and that's going to be a kill onto G4's Ari. And a little bit of an attempt there by EVOS. Didn't quite work out the way they expected, and looks like they were literally on the verge of losing even another tier of turrets there if they were drawn out into a longer fight.
I'm thinking that for the side of Echo, they need to be very wary of the fact that Ulexite does need quite a bit of time for him to come online. He does have the Fimble Winter as well as the anti-healing magic item. Can't remember. Oblivion Orb, yeah, that's what it's called. As well as the Blasting Wand. So he does do quite a bit of AP damage. It is going to take him a little bit of time there to get the Siphoning Strike stacks actually popping off, but once he does, he's going to be tanky, he's going to be doing a lot of damage, and on top of that, he will... Oh, wait, Valdez.
Oh, wow, he's looking a bit greedy though. It goes in yet again, getting a jump onto Ramley, another kill onto the Senna right now, but it's still looking for more. Another kill, this time it's on the Xin Zhao of Sir Dumb, who finds himself caught out in a very, very awkward position as EVOS now slowly but surely extending their influence around the map.
Alright, one thing that you all need to pay attention to is the fact that what EVOS is doing is great. They have Tipper to be able to go to the back line, do a lot of damage, and stun. As you can see here, he will be able to sustain himself. Dominus has been picked up here, right to the high step ultimatum by Trizel. There goes the Piercing Light, there goes the Dawning Shadow. Will not be able to save Trizel, gives Trizel a little bit of shield, save him a little bit, but the follow-up that could have followed from Tipper was more towards caution rather than the fact that he was deterred by the ultimate.
Yeah, but ultimately that fight did give them the Rift Herald anyway, so I think for EVOS it's still a valuable fight anyway. So Echo looked like they were attempting to swell a little bit around the mid, but without any targets, it seems like unlikely they will be sticking around there for much longer. So recalls calling all around. EVOS just came out of the fountain now, and they're going to continue to keep the pressure going in this middle lane.
Right, G4 now pulling it up and seeing a little bit of pressure that could be applied onto its members of Echo. I want to talk a little bit more about the EVOS draft here. They do have multiple lockdowns. They do have quite a successful amount of peel, and they do have follow-up here from supporter. G4 a little bit as inconsistent here with that, I think it was called Orb of Deception, if I'm not mistaken, that second skill that shows up the heart. Oh wait, there goes the follow-up.
Yeah, here comes a follow-up, and then some quick burst to take down the Xin Zhao. But then EVOS finding himself a little bit of trouble with the stasis on Valdez, keeping out of the fight for a little bit. Now Han Jaeger is going to get hunted down by G4. There's another kill there onto the Karma. And now Alexite's probably going to be next though, but then Trizel comes in just in time to keep the rest of EVOS at bay. But then this tier 2 turret doesn't, this tier 1 turret doesn't look too long for this world though, with the Rift Herald now coming in to strike. I don't think the charges are going to be coming up though before the turret does fall. So now the tier 2 is going to be next for the pickings here. The Rift Herald still very much at full strength, so he pretty much should be able to bring a charge now to bring that tier 2 turret down to nearly a chunk of his health left. But then now EVOS is going to back off here. They've already done their job with the Rift Herald, so now it's time for them to regroup and reset.
Alright, regroup and reset is going to be the name of the game here. We do see G4 as well try to throw out the top of Deception towards Trizel as well as Ramley. Oh, EVOS right now, man, close in on it.
Nice
What are you doing there?
They managed to save Sir Dumb with that barrier, and now they're going to try to turn things around with Tipper being next in the sights here. They're going to force out all the barriers pretty much to come out here. Alexite tries to hang on there, but he's tanking so much for the team. Not much the Nasus could do now that he's been taken out. Trizel, next one to fall here, but then it looks like EVOS actually won out this fight quite handily and didn't even lose a single champion for 3.
3 for nothing. EVOS is definitely enjoying all the Echo discount coupons here because Echo got swept on the floor. I don't know about you, but EVOS definitely has their opponents figured out, and I think that game number 1 could have been more of lacking of EVOS waking up rather than Echo handily defeating them. But then again, we have seen crazier games, we have seen crazier come from behind victories, so don't count Echo out yet. Now, what do Echo have compared to EVOS? They do have scaling, Ulexite and Romley. They do have quite a bit of zone potential as well as long-range damage with the Henjaeger. So Dum and Trizel will be able to lock people down. If you lock people down, sure, you're able to lock the entire team. But if the team wants to fight you face-to-face like that, on their terms, regardless of what you do, EVOS is the enemy team is going to win. In this case, being EVOS. So Echo really needs to be very wary of these objective contests that could actually put them detrimental if they lose out. So in essence, Echo loses more every time they try to engage for some of these objectives. So they have to take some of these fights on their terms if they want to be able to survive this, if they want to be able to basically come back from behind.
Yeah, and the thing is that with the Ari already being such high level, then in fact, she already had like 4 kills and none so far, and it looks like they're going to try to go for more kills here. Good one to take out the Camille out for the first light, but then they still have the problem with G4 still in the line here, and now he's just trying to bring out the charms here, forcing the rest of Echo to back out of it as quickly as they came on. So I wonder how Echo is going to try to hold this out though, because it seems like EVOS is not quite done yet. They are just waiting for the Baron to come out, and straight away they're going to be taking this objective, and I think that's going to be transitioned straight away into a push onto the high ground.
5 times the kill for members of EVOS. Echo now far behind. 9,000 gold advantage in favor of EVOS.
And
I'm seeing another fight break out.
That's a lot of damage down to the leg side. He couldn't really hang on at all though, and even Sir Dumb as well, not able to sustain himself in that fight with VVV. It looks like things are collapsing rapidly here for Echo 4 tiers as they attempt to hold out on this middle lane, but it looks like the amount of strength that's coming in from Evo's side might be just a bit too much to bear, especially with the super minions already knocking onto their tier 3s.
Alright, tier 3 being knocked down, middle turret has already been opened up. The floodgates are not in favor of Echo in game number 2 for this second match. And I'm thinking that members of Echo now played a little bit more defensively here, but there's only so much defense that you can muster against a team that's slowly tightening a death grip on you. So I'm looking at how Echo needs to think about this. Is they need to try to find a way to pick off some of these fights. As you can see, G4 and Valdez right now, they don't ever move on their own, that's one thing. And they always are very, very adamant, or at least very cognizant of the fact that they need to be able to build up some of these priorities on some of these other lanes.
Yeah, well, you see EVOS now gathered up on the bottom here, so they were already thinking about making the push now, as Echo 4 tier still tries to stave off a wave of super minions around the mid lane here. EVOS is already knocking onto the tier 3, pretty much going to be blasting it down there. The charm's going to be sent out onto Alexa as they blast him down with all of the skills to bear, forcing the shield to come out, but even that might just be barely enough to allow Alexa to survive long enough to get into the fountain. Now they've already taken out that tier 3 tower here. Only one more tier 3 is left here for Echo 4 tier, and that's up on the top.
Alright, I don't want to be a bad negative Nancy here, but Echo should valiantly try to go for one more fight and just call it game 2 here and focus on game number 3. But then again, the spirit of just coming from behind, winning your solo queues, never give up, and just stalling as much as you can actually is a benefit all to itself. But it seems that EVOS actually is very well aware of what members of Echo wanted to do, the amount of scaling potential that they have, and they were very handy towards making sure that they don't hit those marks. As you can see here, supporter Valdez.
Valdez tried to jump, but unfortunately got stopped halfway through though. But at least they did manage to interrupt Echo's attempt to take the red buff though, so at least they have that going for them, as VVV now looks poised pretty much to steal the red buff away from Echo 4 tier. So Echo now, looks like they're going to try to set up for a counterattack though. Tries to come back in, takes the red buff away anyway. Tries to find the Valdez, but Sir Dum can't quite find him inside those bushes. So EVOS survives that little attempt there. Another attempt there by Sir Dum didn't quite land on the Valdez yet again. And with that, Echo 4 tier decided, yeah, that's enough time wasted. Let's back out.
Right, Valdez there doing the Dragon Ball thing, charging up to full power for 10 seasons before he did the decision. Looking at how Echo didn't actually bite into the ambush. Oh, wait!
Oh, hang on a second there. What are you doing there, Alexei? Might just get yourself caught out there, and indeed that will be a kill onto the Nasus now, and that's going to leave the Mountain Drake very much open to EVO's Esports for the picking now.
I don't think so. I think it's just going to be Baron here. I don't think they want to be wasting time. They want to end this game as quickly as possible. 12,000 gold advantage here, Victor. I doubt that they are going to be able to do anything. The Renekton now, Tipper is in a huge spot of bother. He is going to be hit with the Exec Ultimatum. Will it be enough time? No, he doesn't. He gets hit over the wall, right into it. A 5-man dive onto it, but they are going to be giving out the Baron. This could spell doom for the side of Echo.
Bit of a consolation prize, sure, in that kill on Tipper, but then even though he's out for the next 40 seconds, the super minion buff is going to be so painful here, especially with very little in terms of defensive structures on Echo 4 tier's base. So yeah, this is going to be quite the last stand here, I think, but I don't know what much of a last stand Echo 4 tier can pull at this stage now that the tier 2 is getting knocked down. G4 pretty much is going to be securing that, but then the Ahri is in a bit of an awkward spot though.
But the thing is, G4 does have his ultimate, so Spirit Rush could be an option. So I'm thinking that if they actually overextend for the side of Echo, for the price of one G4, the entire team gets aced out and they lose out the Nexus. I don't think that's going to be conducive of a winning formula for the side of Echo here, Victor.
Yeah, for sure. As now we can see EVOS now knocking onto that tier 3. It's not going to stand for long though. No more tier 3 turrets are left on the base now. It's completely bald. And Echo Fortier is going to have to stand their ground here to defend this Nexus. As the rest of EVOS moves in now, trying to take them on, tries to blast them all out of the rift here. As they continue to bring the hurt, the super minions are hitting the Nexus, so it's all just a matter of time though before EVOS Esports wins it out in game number 2.
All right, we're going 1-for-1 here, and it seems that if this continues, at least all of the casters at home won't look so silly. Well, all the casters here in attendance at the studio won't look so silly. So I'm looking at how EVOS have been playing. They are notoriously slow starters, I feel. They always often drop game number 1 for some reason in series of best of 3 or best of 5s or best of 7s, mostly because of, I just don't know, it's just an EVOS thing. But then again, we have seen them very dominant in the past as well. I'm thinking back towards the Horizon Cup, where I think towards the group stages, if I'm not mistaken, EVOS was undefeated throughout the entire time. But enough about past stories and histories. We shall see the fight transpire. I think this was where we just saw that EVOS definitely had a better understanding of what they needed to do compared to game number 1. We do see G4 as well as VVV doing quite a bit of greedy plays here. And it actually winned out quite a bit. Look at the amount of damage that VVV is doing out alongside with G4.
Yeah, I mean, again, the amount of damage that comes out for EVO's side is quite remarkable, especially in the later stages of this matchup here. But I think in hindsight, Echo Fortier should have definitely paid a lot more attention to the Ahri, because I felt that G4 was just left pretty much unchecked for a lot of these games, a lot of these fights, and even though he only managed like 5 kills, 13 assists. I mean, he and Valdez has certainly been pulling their weight in a lot of these fights here, even though they weren't necessarily credited with those kills.
Zeros for Trizel, Ulexite, and Ramli throughout that game. However, a zero that EVOS wants to have is Dats, VVV supporter, having a perfect game. 36% damage, mostly from VVV. Goes to show that when you enable VVV do tons of damage, you know for a fact that it's just going to be tons of damage delivered to Echo one by one. As we can see here, it was going to be the Karma that was holding on to us the damage, but looking at the goal graph here, a whole different story from start to finish now, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this just really shows EVO's like so far in the lead, you know, especially by the halfway point there. It was quite clear that EVO's already had all the ingredients they pretty much needed to take the win. It's just that Echo Fortier, to their credit, was still able to hold out, and I think they were holding out mostly to hope that the scaling from the NASA Center will eventually help make the late game a lot easier for them. But then, unfortunately, objective-wise, EVO still managed to beat them either way.
All right, so we're going to be doing a little bit of brand engagement. Why don't you do it for us, yes?
Yeah, so this is the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, and winning matters a lot for Snapdragon here, as evident from the tournaments that we've been bringing to you guys here. Also like to shout out our second sponsor, which is Monster Energy, unleashing the beast over on their website at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you want to join in on the conversation here at SBS, go ahead and join on our Discord server. It's over here at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, and there you can meet up with all the other fans of SPS, and you can discuss with them all the happenings that have been going on with these tournaments. So game number 3 of EVOS Esports versus Echo Fortier will continue, but only after we take in a short break. So don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is the Hound. We'll be right back after this break, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from across the world to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Play Day 4. My name's Hound. Alongside with me is Victor Cax. We've got our first best of 3 for today. Our first, right? Our Biram was 2-0.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our first best of 3 for today. So I'm looking forward to seeing what EVOS is going to bring in store for Echo, and I'm very sure that our predictions are going to ring through. The only difference is the exact prediction of 2-0, right?
Yeah.
So, I guess without that, with all of that out of the way, let's take a look at our key player. Why don't you break it down to us, Victor? Why VVV?
Oh boy, I mean, with a KD of 18 and kill participation 90%, why wouldn't he be the key player here? As Lucian, he was certainly a badass. That's the easiest way to put it here for Evo's Esports. I mean, he participated in pretty much most of the kills here for his team. A damage output of 2,334. That's insane. That's an insane amount of damage here that he's able to pull off.
All right, let's just do the quick math here. It's a total of 1,400 differential here between damage taken and damage given. So what does that mean, right? Even though Lucian is a fairly short-range marksman, and the fact that he does have to dash in sometimes to be able to complete his spell rotations, the fact that he was able to do so without being punished severely just goes to show that the person piloting Lucian is definitely not to be trifled with. EVOS now on the blue side, giving them first pick, first ban initiative, whereas Echo is going to be on the red.
Yeah, so let's see how this is going to turn out here, because remember, it was draft issues that plagued EVOS in that first game, and given the success of the draft for the second game, I'm expecting that they're fully up and all cylinders firing on the EVOS side here, whereas Fortier, they're going to be looking to see if it can try to make make the magic of that first game happen yet again here. But it all has to start from this draft. So far, the Singe and the Kassadin has been the first bans here, and that's following a pattern that we already saw since the second game when EVOS also banned out the Singe and also banned out the Gragas.
All right, so as we're going to be seeing from both these teams, Singe, Gragas, looking at it, I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to be Singe, Jace, Gragas, Yuumi, Kassadin, and maybe Zed for the side of Echo for the bans here.
Yeah, that would pretty much track with what they've been banning out so far in this first phase, unless Echo Fortier might be having some different plans coming for us in this third game.
I doubt there's going to be much changes here across the board. They were able to get the composition that they wanted, and they were handily defeated by EVOS here. So I'm not going to be surprised if Echo actually pulls out something a little bit wilder in terms of their composition. I think it was Echo also that actually played the double songstress in the bot lane, if I remember correctly. But then again, I could be wrong. Karma being banned out, as well as the Lucian. Wise choices across the board, but it does open up the Jace first pickup here for Tipper.
Yeah, Renekton is going to be the first pickup though for Echo Fortier, as they still have another pick to go here before they're going to be handing it over to EVOS for the next 2 picks. So, I mean, we did see the Renekton in the last couple of games. It's so far has been pretty solid for Echo 4 tier. So no surprise they're bringing it out yet again here. They're going to be bringing Senna to pair up with the Renekton though in the picks.
Ooh, I'm actually quite shocked. We might actually see another Senna Nasus pickup here. I'm not entirely keen on that, considering that Echo took a little bit too... I mean, with the fact that EVOS actually knows how to play for speed, right? To stop the scale, this could actually be putting Echo in a bit of a bind here, because their playstyle is going to be relatively similar to game number 1. I think the only exception here is the fact that they've been able to steal away the Renekton. Nautilus now for G4, most likely going to go to the supporter here. I like this. They're going to go for a lot of lockdown. Don't be surprised if Valdez is likely going to go for a Vi. Valdez on the Morgana could actually give it to supporter or maybe even to G4.
Yeah, so last time we did see a Nautilus game for EVOS that worked wonders for them, so let's see if that's going to work out for them as well in this game. Now that we see a Galio being picked up here from Echo, that's a response now to that Nautilus, and we're going to be entering our next phase of bans.
I personally would have liked Hunyega picking up a Shen, giving it to its Ramli, considering that the Nautilus already has been picked up. That means that they could actually do so, but it could be a flex pick. Hunyega's Galio could actually go towards Hunyega, or it could go towards Ramli as well on the support role. So I'm pretty excited to see what the next ban phases are going to be. Ari now being banned out for Echo towards EVOS, looking to see that they don't want G4 to be roaming around the map. And I totally agree. I mean, Ari is one of the best well-rounded champions out there, being able to make picks, being able to do damage, being able to do poke, being able to sustain. And I'm thinking that that's a little bit too much. I mean, it's a Swiss Army knife of a champion, and I don't think Echo wants to be dealing any at all with that Ari.
Yeah, and Camille ban is going to be brought out as well from EVOS Esports in a response to that, and that's certainly targeting Echo 4T's really good Camille plays that last game.
All right. Oh yeah, a Shen. The Shen being banned out there. I actually was talking about a Shen, mostly because that it could actually be picked out, mostly because Galio's ultimate is fairly global. So I'm thinking Stan United could have been a strong utility or ability that could be used by EVOS. They don't want to be dealing with that for Echo. This doesn't want to be dealing with the Shen ultimate here for EVOS. They want to immediately take it out, leaving out those two pickups, the final pickups here. Lee Sin now on top of the Karma being banned out.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Riven picked up here by Echo 4 tier. So what do you make of this lineup so far? I mean, they can... Yeah, I mean, they're just avoiding the Nasus completely, it looks like.
I think maybe this could be an overcorrection. Not to say an overcorrection. I'm thinking that this is a very interesting turnaround here for the side of Ulexite. Picking up the Riven means that he is going to be giving it out towards Trizel. We might actually see Hunyega pilot the Renekton, or maybe it could be a Riven mid as well. A lot of flexes across the board here, but this is something that they need to be worried about here. They do have an Olaf. Olaf with Ragnarok, no CC can stop him. The lower his HP gets, the faster he's going to attack, the faster he's going to be able to lifesteal. And you know for a fact that what Olaf wants to do is just turn off Ragnarok, throw the Undertow, run at you at full speed. So this could be a huge problem for the side of Echo if they don't play this right. They need to be very wary of their peels. They need to be very wary of the fact that Olaf could actually go out of control. The fact that it's going to be supplemented with an Akali here is indicative of EVOS saying, okay, we're going to end Echo right here, right now.
Pretty much. I mean, those are some big guns being brought out from EVOS' side, so no surprise as well, given that this is literally the final game of their matchup now, and it's going to make all the sense in the world to bring your best weapons and your best foot forward here. So a final pick onto the Kazakhs here to round up the lineup for Echo 4 tier, and that's going to be the draft now, coming into our third and final game of this matchup.
All right, so looking at it, it is going to be the final match, the final game of match number 2. No more potentials here, no more other matches after this. Both these teams have one more chance to win over the other. Could it be EVOS, or could it be the members on your screen now from Echo 4 tiers that go up against each other? Now we're looking at EVOS.
looking as confident as ever. I mean, I haven't seen them being like in any sort of panic throughout this matchup so far, and I'm expecting that, you know, whatever the outcome of this match will be, certainly both teams are certainly accepting of the eventualities. So let's go ahead and wish them all the best now as we are coming into the Summoner's Rift to play off our third game of the second matchup of the day. Echo 4-tier versus EVO's Esports.
All right, the logos, the visual logo is going to pop up on the screen soon, which indicates that we are getting ready. Let us look at our players from each respective team. From Echo right now, you're going to be seeing them on the screen. Some of them now getting ready, loading onto the Rift here. It's only going to be a matter of time before they will be able to compete and show their compatriots, not compatriots, sorry, their rivals here from Thailand, EVOS. Beautifully timed right there, thank you production, to be able to just get off and fight against each other. These guys are definitely a strong suit here going up against Echo. Echo has quite a lot to prove here. They did it in game number 1. Potentially game number 3 could be the case here. It's all about a matter of delivery. It's all about a matter of how they're going to execute. It's all about how these two teams are going to be performing in game number 3.
Yeah, your performance in these matches do matter here. The Snapdragon Pro Series, EVO's Esports, and Echo 4-tiers are about to embark on another journey to the Summoner's Rift here to settle this score once and for all. 1-for-1 at the moment. By the end of this, only one of these teams will still stand tall.
One team stands tall, G4, his perspective now going up against Jaeger. We do see now that across the field, across the Rift, players now are going to be getting some of their lines of scrimmage here. Nothing too indicative of any early engages or any early invades. Don't think any of these teams now are going to be able to doing much about it.
Well, Alexa and Ramley certainly would have been absolutely ready should the EVOs decide to go for an invade that time, but nevertheless, that the bait did not result in a nibble, so they're just going to be going back to those laning phases here. So looking at yet another slow start here. This seems to be sort of an EVO's Esports kind of a pattern as far as we're seeing from their matchups so far.
No. You are wrong. I have to stand correct. I have to stand to correct you here. They are not slow in terms of pace. They just dropped the first game entirely. But jokes all aside, we're going to be seeing a little bit of love taps there between Tipper and Trizel over the bottom side. Both these teams that almost gets hit with the dredge line there by Supporter.
Yeah, another wave of minions going to be coming from the red side though, but then both just meeting nicely, neatly in the middle here. So for now though, it seems like Ramley is already getting himself up to level 3 first though. So in terms of that farm, it looks like Echo 4-tier is a little bit ahead, at least as far as this Dragon lane is concerned. In the meantime, for the other lanes, Akali against the Riven in the top lane for now. Both of them not looking too dramatic. Yeah, things looking very much calm and ready all up here. In the meantime, oh, Ramley getting a little bit too low there. It's going to be forced to back off massively there. It's going to leave Alexa a little bit out of cover, and with the Olaf being around the corner there, that could be grounds for EVO's try to press this issue here. Zulexite moves into the river now to try to secure the Skull Crab.
Scuttle Crab, oh wait, G4 gets taken down by Serdam. First blood going over towards the side of Echo. Shades of game number 1 here, but it seems that 5 minutes is not going to be the starting point here. It's going to be 2 minutes.
Well, at least a little bit of a faster start, that's for sure, compared to some of the other games, but nevertheless, still looking very much on the balance here between both of these teams here. Not much of a lead in terms of levels either. I mean, all just pretty much flat across the board here. G4 now is already up to level 5, so has Tipper and Trizel. Tipper is in fact already almost up to level 6 now after that last hit, so we might be seeing Akali coming online a lot earlier than expected. VVV in the meantime already up to level 5, so at least they've been able to keep up those levels despite the pressure that Alexa and Ramley bringing. But then here comes Sir Dum though, looking for the gank. Supporter VV quickly back off there. They're going to try to focus in on Supporter, but without any way to lock them down. They wouldn't be able to get any kills yet.
All right, so looking at how a very, very, very good start here from Echo. The fact that Serdam right now is playing the Kha'Zix to the best of his abilities to just be a constant thorn to the side of EVOS here is definitely going to make them a little bit pensive, at least in terms of them trying to close the distance and trying to engage. But doesn't automatically mean that Echo can actually play recklessly. They're still very much prone to catches, especially with the fact that Supporter and VVV are at the bottom side. So I do have to be at least a little bit concerned for the side of Echo here. The lead is still there in terms of the kill, but in terms of goal, very even across the board.
Yeah, I think in terms of that, like gold and XP, it's just a bit back and forth between these two teams, I feel. Because on the one hand, sometimes EVOS will be a bit ahead. On the other hand, sometimes Echo is a little bit ahead. So I'll say they're both neck to neck, at least in that regard. Until those first fights comes out, I think it's going to be quite hard for us to really tell what power level, so to speak, both of these teams are in. As Zell and Tipper just tripping over each other right now, trying to trade off this health. And it looks like Trizel actually took the brunt of it, actually, compared to Tipper. But we already see the Galio moving into the middle there together with the Kha'Zix, so I think they're already setting up for perhaps a Dragon take on Echo 4-tier side.
Yeah, the preliminary Dragon setup here normally starts around like 20 seconds before, mostly because that they will be able to get at least a reset and try to get whatever items that they get, or at least get back resources, which is HP or mana. So I'm looking at Echo. Echo is actually doing a wise choice here, but it does open up opportunities for Valdez and the rest of EVOS to actually move into position here. They want to catch up Ramli, or at least they want to try to get priority over the mid side here. So it is going to most likely be an objective grab from either side. Most likely EVOS contesting towards the Herald, whereas Echo contesting towards the Drake.
Yeah, I think they're going to be exchanging these objectives one for the other, though, so I don't think there's going to be any fights here unless one of them finishes faster than the other. No, pretty much literally nailed the objectives at pretty much the same time.
Yeah, giving a little bit of sustainability towards Echo is definitely going to work out wonders.
Trizel trying to get the jump there onto Valdez, but still wasn't able to complete that. Now Shelly came out. It's going to be the first turret to fall. It's on the top there for EVOS Esports.
Now, let's talk a little bit about what happens when a turret breaks, right? In this case, what happens when a turret on Baron side wins? Okay, number one, Tipper now has a few options. He will be able to at least hold on to this lane here. And if he's a champion that's really mobile, specifically like Nakali, I'm thinking that he will be able to push out that top side without much issue of being closed out on. The fact remains is that there is going to be quite a bit of resources being given towards Trizel because the lane is consistently going to be pushing towards him. And I'm thinking that the thing that you give up for the most for a little bit of that cash, that goal advantage, is basically the fact that you won't be able to roam, and you will be able to roam, but you're going to lose out a little bit more of the pressure. I mean, the hole is big enough already. It's just going to get bigger and bigger, and more water is going to go in.
Yeah. EVOS right now looking like they want to try to stop Echo in this attempt to roam down the river here to support Serdam and Ulek side. So, yeah, not going to be any fights happening quite yet. So Honeyfruit is being stolen actually by EVOS Esports, trying to deprive or starve out Echo attempts to try to hold out these lanes right now. As turret plating has actually fallen. I think that's on the top side.
Alright, so we do see that the elect side, Serdam, Ramli now may actually move towards the bottom side, and I'm thinking that this could be an indicator of a 5-man fight, most probably at the bottom. I'm not entirely sure here.
Han Jaeger was under a lot of pressure though just now, and he managed to save the tower though. But I think EVOS can certainly try for another push again as the next wave of minions will be coming through, and you already see the Morgana taking position as well by this river, so I think they really want to take down this turret. Han Jaeger is going to have to watch his back though. Supporter is already keeping him completely surrounded, and Han Jaeger is able to peel away though, not really spending any more time than he needed to try to defend the tower.
Right, very nice. Very nice depth charge there, coming out from Supporter to actually try to get Queen Jaeger to stay in position. Unfortunately, Dredgeline as well as the passive couldn't connect. Accordingly, because of the arrival of the Echo reinforcements. But looking at it here, Valdez, G4, looking towards clearing this bottom side. They've got to be careful that they don't get clapped on, because Echo almost hits the Dark Binding VVV, but Flash saved the day for Ramle.
I mean, they already saw them moving down the river, so they already anticipated perhaps a fight was going to happen, but then as soon as VV showed on the scene, I guess Echo was like, nope, we're not going to start the fight now yet.
I don't know whether or not that binding is going to actually result in a death for the side of EVOS, but then looking at how Echo is playing, they are very, very much avoiding each other here. And I think EVOS is actually doing a smart choice here. They know for a fact that if they go out on an all-out fight against members of Echo, then it's going to be quite problematic for them, because they do have to deal with quite a bit of damage here from Serdam, Jaeger, as well as Frieza. So I'm looking at how EVOS is being very, very conservative with their approach, and this could actually bring them a really solid win here if they keep this up.
For the most part, I mean, yeah, this is the last game of the series, so naturally you don't want to be making any hasty sort of decisions that could likely will be liable to allow your opponents to punish you. So for the most part, it's still looking like EVOS is just going to avoid taking these big fights with Echo unless they absolutely have to. But then with these objectives now, they need to then try to make some moves that look like it could almost have been a start of a fight, but EVOS didn't really follow up on that.
Looking at it, I think EVOS may actually want to go for this Herald here, and I'm thinking this could be a very wise choice, because it actually gives them an opportunity to open up into mid, considering that members of Echo now are going to be very... Oh, wait.
Right. Oh, no. Han Jaeger gets himself caught out, though, as well. Serdam attempted to bait them to come out, so that didn't quite work out well for Echo 4 tier, at least in that push now. But they're trying. They're literally trying to see if they can poke holes into this line that EVOS has been setting up for them.
VVV.
Now Serdam gets a jump onto VVV. He's going to be able to burst him down quite quickly, though. Very effective thanks to the armor breaking there. So now with that pickoff done, EVO's going to try to respond with this, attempt to a trade. Look at Supporter is thinking about it. He did manage to try to go for the jump, but didn't manage to land on anyone, though. But then they're still staying around. They know that with that pickoff already done, the VV is still out for another 12 seconds. So Echo still has a window of opportunity here if they want to try to take the Dragon. But that window is slowly but surely closing now that VVV is going to be coming back out any second now.
Seems that members of Echo right now are going to give up. There we go. We're going to be seeing an ultimate there coming in from the side of Rumley. It's going to be very bad there coming in from the side of EVOS. EVOS going to be taken out one by one. And we do see again, Tipper is the only one alive. He has to run away, but will he be able to get away? VVV comes out with the Dark Binding. Will be able to help him get away. But one more surviving member there. G4 is most likely going to be the latest victim. No, it's going to be Valdez. No, it's going to be Valdez first. Then it's going to be G4. G4 now underneath the turret. He tries to go. Will he be able to land that one last hit? There he goes. Perfect execution followed up from the side of Tipper. We do see a 3-for-1. Was it worth it? Whoa. Right to the Dawning Shadow by Ulex side. But we do see amount of damage that coming in from VVV. It's not going to be enough. There goes the Enhanced Shock Blast right into the face. And it's going to be excuse me, it's going to be 3-for-2, I think, if I'm not mistaken here, for favor of Echo.
Kind of felt that last bit was a bit unnecessary from Serdam. He could definitely have peeled off already. They've already made their point now, but certainly will help that they managed to get the majority of kills in that last fight, so that certainly helped their economy somewhat. But for the most part, I think it's still looking like very much back to square one as far as like the game as a whole right now, because even though these are impactful fights here for Echo, in the grand scheme of things, hasn't really changed the position that much. We still have EVOS very squarely in the lead, still having a lot more potential, I think, as far as damage goes. It's just only Echo Fortune is going to have to rely very heavily on Serdam in order to break that armor so that it will at least have a chance to melt down some of EVOS Esports' armor.
Alright, so armor melting is definitely going to be a bit of an issue. Not an issue. A little bit of something that they can rely on here, mostly because of the itemization. We do have Hullbreaker on top of the Black Cleaver on either side of the mid laners here. We do see the Dust Blade that has been very effective on Serdam. We do see the Sunderer on top of the Black Cleaver as well. And looking at it, itemization-wise, very much even across the board here. Even the goal advantages across the board, very, very much telling the same story. But EVOS does have 3 turrets in their favor here, playing a more macro game rather than playing it on a micro level, engaging with members of Echo directly.
Yeah, and more importantly, just focusing on that farm during these downtimes as Tipper might have been thinking about a fight here with Hunjaeger. Is it going to work out well for him though? He's fighting under his mist, but there's no support coming in for Hunjaeger, at least not at this point.
Twilight Shroud, that definitely helps Tipper actually stay in and out of the fight. He does fade away into obscurity underneath that Shroud. Oh wait, but it's got to be careful though. G4
tries to find a catch, didn't find it inside the bush, and that's going to be a cue now for Echo Forts here to get the heck out of Dodge. Unless they're going to be risking another big fight here on the top of the river.
Oh, Tipper now going to go with the Shuriken Toss. Don't know what he's going to be following up. I'm thinking that it is very even between that. Oh, the top side.
Jumping on the top side here. Trizel is going to get focused on here, but then he is able to turn things around, taking out the Jace though. So Echo Forts here thought they might be in a bit of danger, but then at least they were able to turn that bit around.
All right, the bit is definitely going to be turning around as we do see Echo Fortius right now. Holding on to the tempo. Does have a dragon and 2 Drake and 2 towers, but still not that much of a goal advantage or disadvantage on either side of the team. It goes to show that how close these games are.
Yeah, I mean, neither team, you know, doing anything risky here, lest they will upset the balance between the two. And admittedly, it is a lot easier to maintain that balance when you aren't really taking that many fights, to be fair. So at least between both of these teams, yeah, they're more focused on that macro game. I wouldn't be surprised if they will try to farm out until they hit max level before we see any major sort of like movements. But then again, all it really takes though is that for one of these two teams to slip up and offer up an opportunity to the other. So until that point though, it's just they're just going to be doing this sort of like standoff in a sense between the two of them. Neither side really committing to a full-blown fight, but still trying nevertheless to poke holes and to see kind of like what will work in the inevitable team fights.
Alright, so as we're going to be seeing for the side of EVOS as well as Echo, both these teams now moving into the Dragon Pit, and I'm thinking that our Dragon Pit is going to be a site of a massacre. It's just depending on who is going to be carrying out the massacre, whether it's going to be Echo or whether it's going to be EVOS. It's going to be very interesting to see how this fight transpires here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the second most valuable dragon after the Elder Dragon for sure, so be sure that both of these teams will want to contest this objective very much. As you can see, that the posturing that they're doing right now in the mid lane is certainly indicative of like them just searching, looking around, starting to see where can we initiate this fight, but not really finding any weak spots or opening until just now. Supporter getting the jump onto Sir Dum. Now that's going to force them to collapse on each other, but then the shielding comes up really strong for Echo Fortier that's allowing them to sustain this fight. But then for now though, they have themselves forced to fall back here towards the turret as they lose out both Trizel and Ulexai and Ramley as well. So with very little feet on the ground here, they can't really defend a second tier turret, and it looks like they may be in danger of losing a third.
Oh, I don't know about you, Victor, but it seems that this particular match is indicative of just terrible decision making there from Echo. It seems that EVOS was actually maybe able to pull the trigger, opens up the middle turret, tiers 1 and 2, and are also able to get a Drake for themselves. 2 Drakes in their pocket already, 5 turrets compared to 2 turrets for Echo, and it seems that a 400 ringgit gold lead has started to show itself.
Yeah, it's already starting to tip into Echo Esports' favor now, with Valdez continuing to push up the middle. Supporter going to be joining up with him though, as they set themselves up around the Baron Pit.
Okay, now looking at the Baron Pit here, I'm thinking what Supporter is going to be doing is he wants to be getting some deep wards here, but the threat of Sir Dum being able to blow up anybody or solo is definitely going to be a deterrent here. Supporter now doesn't want to be able to be caught in a situation where he is caught alone, and with the lack of utility on his end, if he's not able to make the Baron fight, then the chances of Echo actually coming in and stealing it, or chances of EVOS actually trying to contested could actually be slimmer, mostly because of the lack of utility.
Yeah, for the most part, EVOS doesn't want to be the one starting the Baron. They much rather let Echo start that first, so they will have a much better position to start the fight then. So yeah, it's a bit of a tough one here for EVOS. As much as they would love to have that Baron buff right now, they cannot risk starting it here because Echo can easily punish them should they do so. So right now it's just really yet another standoff at the moment. To Supporter having his eyes on Ramley.
All right, Ramley there. He's got a Justice Punch away.
Yeah.
No surprises there. I mean, if he was caught by any of the members, it could have been a bad day at work for him.
Yeah,
Supporter trying to go for Hunyega. Does try to mobilize towards Dom. The piloting for all these champions here for the side of EVOS and Echo, very well done. Very well thought out of. But it seems that they are having problems pulling the trigger, mostly of the positioning aspect of everything. G4 goes to the sky. Shock blast right into it. Gotta be careful though.
Sir
Here
Dom.
he comes. Sir Dom is in the middle of it all. Right into it. Supporter comes in with the shield. G4 is gonna get taken down.
G4 is out. Supporter and VVV now try to focus in on the Hung Jaeger, but the shielding is going to be able to come out for him. And then now Echo is going to try to turn the fight around with Sir Dom jumping into the front line. They're almost catching out Supporter with the armor break, but then no champions fall from that little engagement there.
With the only exception of G4.
Yeah, but that was much earlier.
Yeah, so luckily enough for... Oh, wait.
Oh, whoa, that's a
Spoke
good
too
shot there.
soon.
Good shot there on the Hun Jaeger, but Tipper couldn't really finish it off though. He does get the kill on the leg side. Could he possibly transition into more kills now? He just came out of his stasis and now it's going to continue to pop around here, getting kills off left and right. 3 people are already down in Echo 4-tier side as a Supporter, VVV, and Valdez continue to stay on the top line.
Tipper comes in, drops down 3, decides to get away, but what's the faster way to the fountain? Getting killed. So, I don't know about you, don't know whether that was all calculated, but it's definitely worth the risk here. Trizal is going to be the only one surviving, one of the 2 surviving members to actually protect the Nexus. We don't see any follow-up coming in from Ra. I'm thinking this is going to be a wise choice because they go for
On this mid lane defense.
I don't know about you, but that Elder Dragon execute animation always gives me a satisfying feel. Every time I'm the one doing it to a person, but not when I'm on the receiving end. Let's see it again.
Sir Dom now trying to get a kill onto G4, hopefully as a trade now. And yeah, they will get the kill onto the Chase. So they will have, will maintain control over this bottom side lane. In the meantime though, Baron has been picked up by Evo, so they have pretty much all they need, I think, in order to try to take on this high ground. So the question is only, which way do they want to strike?
I do like what I'm expecting from the side of EVOS here. They are valiantly pushing towards the top side. Herald is, Baron is in play already, so this is just going to prove so detrimental towards members of Echo. It's 10-9, 4,000 gold advantage in favor of EVOS, and they're just knocking on the door.
Yeah,
and it's only going to be a matter of time before they end it here. I do see members of Echo now being their level best to compete into it, but the damage not enough here, Victor. One by one, brick by brick, Echo gets taken down.
Even a quadra kill at the end of it as a cherry on top. So well done there to Echo. So wow. You can see, well, there's a lot of excitement in the player room for sure after that little matchup. But man, that was quite the match.
Yeah, I'm not entirely... I'm surprised mostly because it went 2-0, 2-1. But other than that, nothing entirely new to me, nothing entirely surprised. I think a lot of us were looking forward to seeing how they were performing, as you can see here. Not characteristic of EVOS playing in game number 3 here. Very cautious, but then again, considering that Echo does have a composition that actually provides quite a bit of follow-up damage, and if you engage wrongly, it's going to be a hard day for you. We do see that Echo is actually trying their level best close up, but just EVOS here. This is Tipper just styling on top of everybody here. This is equivalent to playing Katarina and rolling your face to the keyboard and calling it skill. But then again, this is real skill here. The fact that he was able to time his in and out, use his stasis, use his Twilight Shroud to the best of his abilities actually is the reason why he was able to get a very strong connection here heading into game number 3. And I don't know about you, but looking at the stats, break it down for us.
Well, I mean, looking at it right now, kills are literally more spread out across when it comes to Echo 4 tier. For Evos though, I mean, with supporter playing a supporting role, naturally most of those kills will be going towards VVV and Tipper anyways. But I think for the most part, Evos played a very methodical game throughout here. I mean, you can see that, you know, not only from how cautious they were playing in this third game, but also from the way they were kind of picking apart those fights there. They had to literally be very wary about the sort of interruptions Echo 4 tier could pull onto their combinations, and I think that kind of like set the tone for most of these fights, because it's both of these groups that have their own combos they want to pull off against each other, just constantly fighting to see who can pull off those combinations better first.
Unfortunately for Echo here, it's going to be the 3-minute mark towards the 5-minute mark where they were able to get a lead. Everything is the EVOS story, a whole matter of experience as well. I'm thinking that when some of those turrets opened up towards the 15-minute mark, that was where a lot of the EVOS, for the Echo team was able to get a lot of experience, but then it was only a matter of time, because as you can see, it's only like a margin of 3 to 5 minutes before it just jumps up again. So definitely unfortunate for the side of Echo, despite the fact that they showed a very valiant and strong game number 1. But I'm looking that at the end of the day, I mean, the results don't lie. The team may actually lose out on one draft, but professional teams, you know, they just operate on a different level. They just have an operate mind and understanding. So I'm not entirely surprised by this. The thing that surprises me the most is just Echo being able to go 1 against EVOS, but then again, mistakes happen. We're all only human.
Well, I mean, it's still impressive nevertheless that Echo, for all 3 of these games, actually have been really going toe-to-toe with Evos, and
yeah,
I think it's really the level of detail on Evo's side, at least the way they're playing, that's really making a lot of these differences in these fights. But nevertheless, though, Echo had put up a brilliant display nevertheless, even though they didn't manage to get the win. They, I think, still put up a good performance.
I do think that there was some issues with how some of these players were playing. I felt the piloting of some of these champions and the coordination that revolved around setting the stage to stun, setting the stage to set up fights, so I think were very much lacking from the side of Echo. I felt that EVOS definitely was able to play around that really, really well, because when you saw a semblance of order in the roster of EVOS, in the roster of Echo, in game number 1, you're going to be seeing that they were winning quite high margins here. They were winning in terms of like some really, really strong comings. And I feel that for EVOS, they are already where they are at. I feel like this shouldn't be the case against Echo. You know, Echo is, I think, maybe one of the newer teams from Indonesia. And historically, I think the EVOS is definitely higher than Echo, right? In terms of the standings?
Well, at least in terms of reputation.
In terms of reputation, yeah. Right? So maybe I might think that EVOS may have been taking it easy in game number 1, but then again, I'm not a player. I'm not a player. I'm not a coach. I'm not directly involved with EVOS or Echo, so I wouldn't know. It's mostly based on speculation, right? Yeah. But you know what isn't based on speculation, guys and gals? This is a fact. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Take that down, write it up, because if you crumple it up and throw it away, it's still a fact. Anyway, our next sponsor, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast within. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's where you want to be. And of course, for those of you who think my joke was funny, want to say hi to me, or want to get to know Victor, you can go over to the discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That is our official Discord. Drop us some memes, drop us some banter, drop us some jokes, drop us some knowledge. We will read it and we will give you very minimal credit. Anyway, Cerberus going up against Persis. That's going to be our next upcoming match for today. Is it going to be a story of Vietnam, or will Indonesia rise up like the Garuda? Is it a Garuda? Indonesia Garuda, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, or will they rise up like a Garuda? You guys, take a break. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes after this message. See you in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me.
We're halfway through the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge group stage, at least for the day. 2 more best of 3s are coming up. And my name is Husky alongside Hound. This time, it's about Cerberus Esports taking on Persis Esports, the second seed of the Vietnam region against the ringleader of the Indonesian region. So far, Persis Esports still looking for their first series win in the group stage.
Right, Persis going up against Cerberus. It is Indonesia against Vietnam. Stylistically, it is going to be a bit of a banger here. Vietnam a little bit more well-rounded comparatively against Indonesia. Indonesia, as a region, tend to value quite a bit of early engages and a few skirmishes. But then again, it may be a little bit of unknown quantity until we see what is going on. Here's the leaderboard for you today.
Yeah, and of course, RRQ, they did win their series initially at the start of the day over Buriram United Esports, so that's going to put them in first place just for now. Nigma Galaxy, Team Flash, Cerberus Esports are still tied for second place. Some of these guys have not played their series just yet. Nigma Galaxy will be taking on Team Flash in the final series of the day, so do stay tuned for that. Buriram United Esports got delivered their second loss alongside Evo's Esports, so they will be tied for 5th with Echo Fortius in 7th place. Persis Esports, at least for now, in 8th place, looking for that first win.
Unfortunately, Persis Esports yet to make a win. Will that change today? Standing in front of them, Cerberus, looking at them side by side, 2-1, 2 wins, 1 loss, to no wins and 3 losses. It is going to be quite a big one here for Persis to be able to basically climb the mountain of Cerberus Esports, the 3-headed mountain of Cerberus Esports. But then again, we have seen crazier things happen. Like, for instance, Echo Fortius being able to take away 1 win away from EVOS. But that doesn't matter. Let us go ahead and get to know our team. Cerberus Esports, Y1, Meliodas, BMM, Genza, and Duckby. Anything specific we need to highlight here, Husky?
Well, at least from yesterday when Cerberus Esports went up against BRU, I think there are a couple of key points, but I specifically do want to say that Meliodas and Y1 put up a banger of a performance against BRU, especially in, I believe, this game number 3, where Meliodas became one of the linchpin of the game. Single-handedly, not just saving the game, but also winning the series for Cerberus Esports. But one of the struggles BRU faced yesterday was their side lane management, which is why players like Y1 on that ribbon was able to create a lot of chaos and even winning game 1 off of a backdoor by running it down top. Overall, Cerberus Esports is a hyper-aggressive team, a team that I think fights really well into Persis Esports, especially where Persis are still struggling with controlling tempo from their early to mid game. They're going to have a bit of a struggle against these hyper-aggressive players.
I mean, when we look back at the Buriram United game here, Huskies, the fact remains that Buriram United is one of the best skirmishing teams out there. But the fact remains is that Cerberus were very well aware of the tempo advantages that they had. They were able to handily set up traps really, really well for them. Now, let's take a look. This is our key player, Genza, with a KDA 4.2, kill participation of 63.3, GPM of 696.2, 1350.5 for DPM, and DCPM of 736.1. As you can see, the top 3 champions here, Lucian, Morgana, and Ashe. Any big stray observations for you, Husky?
For Genza, I think Lucian has always been a staple pick of any traditional Dragon lane players at this point of time. Morgana has been making a bit of an appearance, but this Ashe is kind of the standout for me, though I doubt that Genza will be playing that Ashe anytime soon because we do have that Senna and Lucian being at the top of the priority. Ziggs is a pick that I'm looking at for Genza, though knowing from the past history, Genza is more of a traditional ADC player, which kind of brings us to the opponents, right? Persis Esports, a team that I think has a lot of potential, but also went through a big overhaul during the off seasons of WCS. Now they have Tufts, they have Juro, they have Techmaturgy, Dewa, and Tobu, with Dewa being the only remaining member from the original roster a couple months ago.
Very disappointing turn up there for WCS, for Persis Esports, but it seems that their sophomore effort here at the Snapdragon Pro Series is definitely yielding them a bit of fruit. They were able to bring some really, really good fights here against Nigma Galaxy, and I do believe that quite a bit of it, as you have said, the linchpin for a lot of these teams is Dewa. I do like the fact that a lot of the strengths actually revolve around Dewa, but at the end of the day, maybe there might be some changes that need to be made, because in some of those games, we did see Dewa actually be counted most without the ability to basically come back into play.
I think one unique draft decisions that I have noticed from both the Indonesian teams, Echo and PSO, is that they do like to pick that Galio. The Senna Galio on paper is very standard, but the way that they play around the Galio is very unique because they build him full damage instead of tank. Though the matchup that is worth looking at is definitely going to be that Baron lane though. I do enjoy watching Y1 play that Baron lane yesterday on both Riven and Camille, but I also think that Tufts has his moments as well, particularly the Akali, which did give him some moment of brilliance. I think against Y1, he will face his biggest challenge just yet, especially in that laning phase, where Y1 has exerted complete control yesterday against Buriram.
I mean, we did see yesterday that Y1 was very, very handily in terms of shooting down Buriram's Noel, if I'm not mistaken, on the Renekton. And when looking at it, sometimes it's not entirely about the counter pickup as well. Sometimes it's just about the skill matchup and the jungle intervention that came. Although my memory may be a little bit fuzzy on particular points of Buriram United going up against Cerberus, it seems that Persis does have quite a lot to actually consider. Now I want to talk a little bit about that Senna Galio pickup here. I do think on paper, I agree, yes, there is a lot of potential for that Galio to come pick up because of the damage potential that it has. But at the same time, you're giving up a lot of utility, you're giving up a lot of tankiness, a lot of stats that you're able to prolong some of the fights. Don't you think that's conducive to counterproductive towards what Persis wants to do, engage those fights?
I think for Persis, what they did, Persis and Echo Forius, what they did yesterday with that Galio is not really taking those long fights, right? It's all about going in and being able to do the damage. They shift that burden over to, I believe, to the Baron laner, but that is with a Senna or Karma in play. So in this case, I think you do bring out a decent point where the Galio, generally you just want him to be that frontliner. That's what we saw from Exosen, one of his favorite picks on RRQ. But for you guys, I want to hear your predictions. Drop in a Twitch chat down below. Let us know if you think PSO stand a chance against Cerberus Esports, because I think the general consensus is that CES is just a better team through and throughout. Second seed from the Vietnam region, and so far that region alone has proven to be way too powerful for the ID region to do.
I mean, it's the MLB going up against high school T-ball here, and I don't know about you, but the discrepancy of skill and the discrepancy.
Well, I feel like you're disrespecting Indonesian region.
No, don't put me on the spot. Don't put me on the spot.
I'm not putting
here.
you on the spot. I'm saying if you want to compare MLB and high school is actually MY region, because I can't say the word, but we didn't even make it, okay? Indonesia has two teams.
All right.
But you know,
Malaysians everywhere are sweating. But anyway, all jokes aside, that is going to be our predictions here across the board, Cerberus. And that means that this game is going to go 2-1 for sure. No,
Cerberus,
I love how he says it. It's just like, no,
there
it's
is
not gonna
no
happen.
way. I firmly believe that CES will not drop a single game, because I think that if the only way for Persis Esports to win a game is if Cerberus starts trolling. I don't think they will. I think Cerberus overall is just a team that wants to end the game in a very fast manner, and that's what we saw yesterday against BRU. I still am curious to see if that solo lane is going to bear fruits just like yesterday though. If Y1 can show us that performance that he did from yesterday, again, that head-to-head matchup in that Baron lane is going to be a disaster for Tufts.
All right, so blue side's going to be Cerberus going up against PSO. In the red side, we do see immediately the Jace being banned out here. No surprises there. Jace has been a very, very consistent ban across the board alongside with Kassadin. We do see sometimes Lucian and Senna being banned out alongside with the Nasus, but normally most teams actually opt out for the Senna ban as well as the Karma ban. Yuumi also another staple here. We may see some changes across the board specifically for some teams here. Maybe they might actually target some bans towards maybe like a Morgana or maybe even the Renekton or Olaf. But for now, it is going to be relatively similar across the board here in terms of bans.
I think for CES, they're probably just focusing on what's going to enable PSO in that bottom lane, in that Dragon lane. So Senna, again, is going to be the priority. The Lucian ban, I think there is a bit of that burden on Perseus Esports side, though. You are kind of compelled to ban that Lucian if CES decides to not do so. But at the same time, we also have that Kassadin on the board, and a lot of these teams have pivoted away from getting that Kassadin out in the first ban and letting that Red side team do it. And now PSO have a big decision to make. Which champion is worth banning? Kassadin, Lucian, Camille. These three are prior picks for CES. And none of them are good choices at this point. You're giving up a lot over to Cerberus. PSO knows that Lucian is going to be very important. You want to take that away from Genza, which means that CS now has a free-for-all in this first pick.
I'm not entirely surprised here, mostly because when we see a Senna being banned out, immediately a team will respond with the Karma. Why? Because these two champions not only are really great with the Nasus, but they also synergize with a lot of other champions. Immediately, Kassadin gets picked out. I was going to just say that there was no Kassadin ban here, and you know for a fact that Kassadin is going to go to BMM. Level 5 roaming is going to be a huge, huge problem for the side of PSO. They need to match it.
Well, just to make the fans of PSO a bit more comfortable with this first pick, Kassadin is not going to roam at level 5. In fact, I do foresee BMM to just sit in lane and bide time. And there's no rush when you are playing a Kassadin, and I think that is what BMM is comfortable with. We saw that with Helios as well when he played that Kassadin against against Buriram United early on, where it doesn't really matter if Helios is around. As time passes, he's gonna scale, same as BMM. PSO though, they do take that Riven and Lux, and I do like this Riven pick. Not only does it benefit Tufts as he is very comfortable in that Baron lane, it also takes away one of Y1's most comfortable champion, relegating him over to the Camille, which I feel like it's perfectly fine because it allows CES to make those active moves with this Nautilus support.
I mean, with the fact that Jill is going to be picking up the Lux here, most likely going to go to his Dewa, I'm not entirely surprised here. And I do have to touch on a little bit about that BMM roam there. I do agree, there has to be a little bit of enabling here if BMM wants to roam and do a substantial amount of damages here. But we do see that for the side of PSO as well, they themselves like to send out Tobu to actually try to affect some of these other lanes outside of jungler intervention. So we could actually see that happen if, for example, BMM is just going to sit in lane and farm up and try to hit those power spikes.
They do have that Lux Galio bot, and this probably will see Tobu kind of go pivot away from the full damage Galio, and I hope that is one of the options that they go for though. But this Fiora, very, very classic pick for PSO in that jungle. I think Joe probably would take it there, though there is still a chance that this Riven gets flexed into that role, but PSO are very, very familiar with this kind of drafts. Right up that alley, Jill wants to be aggressive. He wants to have the capacity to carry the game, and Fiora is one of those picks that PSO will always go back to when it's open. But CS, not even phased at all. They pick up both the Xin Zhao and the Jin, and I think the Xin Zhao is perfect against PSO draft. Huge disengage potential with that Crescent Sweep. Keeps the Fiora and the Riven away from your team and allow your members such as that Jin and that Kassadin to really ramp up that damage.
Alright, so as we can see here, as we finalize the lockdown, if we finalize the compositions here, there are two things that Cerberus does really, really well, right? BMM will be able to close the distance very well with the Rift Walk. We do see that with the Nautilus as well as the Xin Zhao, you have a permanent amount of lockdown and CC with the Dredge line, with the passive as well as the depth charge that comes out from the Nautilus. You have Hextech Ultimatum that comes out from the Camille, and you also have the ultimate as well as the knockup that comes from the Xin Zhao on Meliodas. I do think that members of PSO do have their work cut out for them, but what they have also is quite a bit of disengage with the Galio, and most importantly, range with the Final Spark as well as the spell slinging capabilities of Lux. I do like both of these teams, but I'm looking at Cerberus here. If they're able to get a spot on, jump on towards members of PSO and keep Genza safe in that aspect, maybe with Y1 acting as a peel for him, then we could see a huge problem for Persis here.
And I'm looking at Persis' draft. What gets me worried is that they don't really have they don't really have a copious amount of lockdown to really keep players like Y1 and BMM in place, and that could pose an issue as the game progresses, right? And sure, you want to be able to jump onto the members of CES, but it's not going to be easy with that Sinjao right in your face. Again, the Crescent Sweep is a good disengage that really breaks the momentum of a champion like a River and a Fiora who just wants to go in, get the spell rotation out, and start ramping out those kills. And that will not be the case for PSO, though they do have Tobu on that Galio who can join that fight with that hero's entrance. Overall, I personally think that CES's draft is a bit more robust, and it does fit CES's style. Give them the momentum, allow them to really snowball the game from that first objective onwards. And it's a draft that can easily get out of control if not dealt with properly. And that's where the concern for PSO comes with. Can those solo lanes hang on?
Now, we have sung the praises of Cerberus very, very well here. But let's take a look at the picks for PSO here. They do have the Riven, the Lux, the Galio, the Fiora, and the Darius. In what perfect world will PSO be able to bring the fight over towards Cerberus? Because they have a lot of engage. They have a lot of capability to bring the fight towards members of PSO. Do you think PSO will be able to fight on the back foot here?
Fighting on the back foot, I think it's going to be a bit of a problem. PSO are playing on a timer for sure, simply because we're looking at a Kassadin on the side of BMM. But PSO, they do have some catch. If you can get the binding, if you can get some sort of a apprehend with Tufts, then maybe PSO can get something going. But even then, we're talking about the lack of lockdown. If you are not following up with those pixel-perfect chain CCs, you're not keeping BMM in place. You're not keeping Y1 in place. If you get onto Meliodas, he's going to go for the Crescent Sweep. And I think at the end of the day, it's just PSO needing to realize that these individual lanes have to go well, and they need to start death balling before CES hits that critical mass.
Yeah, and I think critical mass is going to be on the agenda here for Cerberus. They are going to be playing very, very conservatively across the board. And I'm looking at how some of these players actually interact with one another in lanes. We do see, oh, the binding!
Binding onto Genza, satellite by the Ignite. They do turn around with the exhaust, Deadly Flourish. Barely missing Tobu. Genza thinking about it, and he actually misses the auto attack. Doesn't matter though. Tobu still goes down, and Deva almost follows suit. A 1-for-1 trade down bot.
Alright, that was a very wise choice for Genza there. Genza almost putting himself into a bit of trouble here over the mid-side Techmaturgy. Gets hit up with a gank by Meliodas as well as BMM, hanging out with each other, trying to get as priority as they can. So now, let's talk a little bit about BMM specifically and the Kassadin here. Mostly because of the amount of... As a Kassadin, sometimes it's going to be quite tough for you to get some laning priority, mostly because of depending on your matchup here. But against Techmaturgy operating the Riven, do you feel like BMM as well as Techmaturgy are fairly even across the board here?
Kassadin generally before level 5 doesn't enjoy the laning phase at all. It doesn't have the best of base stats, so you get bullied out for almost every matchup, right? So in this case, we saw Techmaturgy, the only reason he is kind of losing in terms of health was because BMM got some assistance with Meliodas. But Techmaturgy, he's just going to continue doing this, but he got to watch out with that health battle. That early gank did put him on the back foot. But for Kassadin, all you have to worry about is biding your time and just waiting for the right moment. CES recognizing that is why they bring Meliodas to the mid lane this early on, and they also understood that Joe on that Fiora is not going to be able to provide the same amount of value at this point of the game. PSO just trying to just delay BMM a bit, and with that recall cancel, Techmaturgy is not going to have a good time.
I think that's a very wise choice there from BMM. He wants to be stopping Techmaturgy. He does have the level advantage here. Not too long before he is able to get it. And we do see already an early roam here as soon as he hits level 5. We do see that priority is going to be building up. Here we see it.
Temp onto Tufts. Early ignite into an ultimatum. Tufts not going to get out of this though. BMM will show up. And Duck B unfortunately does not have the depth charge. And Tufts escaping with the skin of his teeth.
Limping away is going to be tough, not too far behind. It's going to be Jill to push off a little bit of the priority here, making sure that Meliodas as well, but goes for the ultimate.
Not really sure if he can get it though. It's a very bold attempt unless Techmaturgy can show up in time. Of course, the Crescent Sweep will allow Meliodas to disengage. That's the tool that we talked about. CES gets out.
We talked a lot about engage, but we didn't talk about disengage here. There is quite a level of appeal here on Meliodas if he uses the Crescent Sweep, like you mentioned beforehand. But, oh wait.
Spark doesn't get cancelled by the depth charge regardless, Dugby. Going in for a couple of love taps. Again, setting Tobu ablaze with that ignite, but forced to flash away, and Genza unfortunately does not have any follow-up.
Very unfortunate there. Genza, again, with the Deadly Flourish, misses everything, hits everything but the intended target. So unfortunate for him. Could have converted that into a big win. Could have snowballed pretty hard on that. Unfortunately for him, PSO will be able to get away from that exchange. Dewa and Tobu live to fight another day. Over to top side, though. Tecmaturgy and Y1.
Bit of a lane swap from PSO. Tufts doesn't think he can stay in that lane against Y1, so the burden shifts over to Tecmaturgy. I am fine with this, as Tufts can still hold that middle lane. Do allow this Riven a big responsibility to handle Y1 in this state. PSO kind of finding a room for them to wriggle around, but I don't think they're finding much avenue. Y1 gladly taking this challenge, gets knocked out by the keepers, and the ignite actually kills him off. Good solo kill for the Riven.
Tecmaturgy there using his shield to make sure that he's able to sustain quite a bit of that damage. Was a very, very wise try there for Y1 to be able to go in. It was just a matter of timing, and it seems that Tecmaturgy got off on the better side of the bed here. Woke up on the better side of the bed compared to Y1.
They actually caught Genza. I believe Dewa got a binding and Genza went down, but Meliodas will initiate a gank down bot. A good cancel with the upper hand. Tufts walks away. It's going to be assistance though. Hero's entrance in to knock out Meliodas. The grand challenge on the BMM. Procs by Jiro. Taking down the Kassadin and also finishing off Meliodas. PSO with a great response to open up the Mountain Drake for themselves.
Okay, not entirely surprised here by PSO. PSO were able to handily come back into this game, be able to get 3 kills out of that. Mostly Meliodas, BMM, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the support, the Nautilus as well, that was caught out. So I do think that for the side of PSO, they do have a running bit of chance here, but they have to be very, very wary on how members of Cerberus are actually trying to instigate control over members of PSO. We do see that if they keep playing like this and they play for picks, then PSO may actually be in a very strong spot. But if they play the outright fight, direct 5-on-5 fight, then we may see Cerberus actually be the one ahead here.
Loving this look from PSO, getting the stun onto BMM, and he's gonna start bleeding. And another kill goes over to PSO. That is the aggression that we want to see. Duck B holding this Galio back, but Toby just re-engages a depth charge on the two. Meliodas now goes in with a charge. Shelly doesn't really get the turret though, but PSO gets away with their lives.
Another Deadly Flourish not on point here, but it seems that it did create the space needed for Cerberus to get away. We do see Y1 right now very immediately in terms of his damage, trying to build up an objective win here. It's going to be 1-for-1 across the board in terms of turrets here for both Cerberus and PSO. In terms of kills though, a whole different story. But gold advantages here, almost negligible.
Y1 will start becoming a problem as the game progresses with this side laning. I am getting a bit worried for PSO. The only person that can kind of match Y1 at this point of time is going to be Tecmaturgy. But as the game goes on, you will need Tufts to also shoulder a bit of that weight, and he didn't really get off to the good start, so Tufts will need a bit more time to come online. That's going to allow CS to kind of work the map a bit. You see Y1 just comfortably taking that top tier 1 and doesn't really feel challenged by Tufts. In fact, winning that trade without losing a drop of blood. I'm not sure if Tufts want to stay there though. Ignited into an ultimatum. The hero's entrance used preemptively, but Dugby got the death charge off just in time, forcing the flash out from Tufts, and Tobu was able to get away with the Justice Punch.
I think that was a really good one there from Tobu coming in with the hero's entrance, enabling Tufts a little bit of space there. But we do see that there's only so much that he could do. They are losing out quite a bit on the priority over the top side. We do see Tecmaturgy actually acknowledge this and urge his team to actually reset that priority over the top side, and I'm thinking that it is going to be a tough one here. It is 1-for-1 across the board. For PSO, they need to be very wary of the Herald take for Cerberus, considering that the top turret is going to be taken out, then we might actually see a swap.
And Y1 having the best game so far. In fact, aside from Jiro, I think Y1 is the strongest member on the map right now. But Jiro is also having a fantastic time two core items, the Sundra and Blade of the Rune King. Now he's going to be the one that is leading his team, getting to get those advantages. Starting with the top tier 1, BMM will buy some time as Cerberus brings the rest of the cavalry to this lane.
4-man here, apparently looking for an opportunity to invade. Looking at the looking at the positioning here, they are in a good spot. They will be able to try to instigate maybe a dive here, but they've got to be careful. They immediately go again.
They engage with the death charge. Tengoturgy has gone down. Tobu putting his body in front. Grand challenge issued. Jiro couldn't proc the vitals. So no sustain for PSO, and it is time to run. Genza doesn't get the deadly flourish, but Duckby follows up a good binding from Dewa, who also flashes away, but he is exhausted now. The curtain call is drawn by CS. The line in the sand as the snipes come through. A riposte from Jill to buy some time, but Duckby wants the confirmation, and he will find it. A smash with the anchor to the face. 3 kills for CS.
I love how the curtain call can be used as like a cowboy flipping the table and shooting from the hip. Even the threat itself can be very detrimental towards PSO because they got so many things to worry about. The fact that Duckby was there to follow up with the dredge line, the fact that he was there to follow up with the ultimate, the depth charge as well. I felt that was a huge opportunity for Cerberus to actually pull the trigger, and they did. PSO were just left running in the midst. And this is the huge problem that we were talking about for PSO. A lot of concern for them is the fact that there is a lot of lockdown. If the lockdown starts to begin, the fight starts to begin. Oh, wait.
They're going to try it onto Duckby, but he's not an easy target to take down. They finally get the kill, but it didn't take them a while. CS not ready to respond. PSO turn their attention over to the Herald.
Herald now is going to be the main object of contest here for the side of Cerberus as well as members of PSO. PSO more concerned with the Herald, positioning themselves in such a way. We're going to be seeing curtain call now being picked up. Nothing entirely too dangerous here. No threat of death to any members of PSO.
CS still waiting for that dragon to spawn. It's an Inferno Drake. I think PSO might be interested to contest. All things considered, despite PSO being able to take that Herald for themselves and cracking that top tier 1, CS still has a bit of that gold lead. And PSO are kind of itching to go for that contest on the Inferno Drake. Tobu doesn't have his ultimate, so a bit of caution needs to be exercised for Persis.
Alright, so as we see it for the side of PSO, they may actually have, if I'm not mistaken, they do have the Herald in play. And if they actually open it up on one of the side lanes, it could actually prove very strong for them to actually force members of Cerberus to either continue to commit to the Dragon Dance or commit to the amount of priority that they're going to lose. But it seems that either teams right now are going to be doing the Dragon Dance. Not entirely a good way to start here for PSO.
PSO tugging at the Dragon Pit a bit, just poking the dragon with a stick. CS not really falling for that. They are comfortable falling back to what they are used to. Why went in the side lane. Genza taking that full brunt of the final spark, but still surviving with a slither of health. And PSO takes that window to start off the dragon. CS though, hovering around the corner. Y1 and Duckby, they're thinking about it. There's no more binding, but CS are not going to commit to any contest, giving it away to PSO.
I really like the fact that Cerberus were very wise. The fact that, yeah, our main damage dealer Genza is already back for 20% HP. I doubt that's going to be wise for him, only because that Dewa can actually snipe him when he goes on curtain call. So I think it's a very wise choice for the side of Cerberus to say, all right, let's just minimize our damage. Let's just make sure that the members for the side of PSO doesn't actually get too many objectives over us, and then we'll play the long game. In terms of what we see already, 2 Drakes in the pocket of Cerberus, and these are important ones. The Mountain Drake as well as the Infernal, giving them more damage as well as more defense. I don't know about you, Husky, but I'm looking that Cerberus is playing, not to say a dangerous game. They do have their plan all clear cut, but PSO, to their credit, is trying their best to negate them at every turn.
Now say PSO has been handling this pressure pretty well from both the Camille and Meliodas. Duckby has been super active so far. Another attempt onto Tobu's life. Gets a taunt out. Has to buy a bit of time. Present sweep. Early disengage. But the flash, knock up, key burst, gives PSO their first. But Jiro once more. A double for this Fiora. The third one on the chopping block will be Duckby. PSO bulldozers CS in the middle lane. And CS finds nothing. BMM has an attempt on his board, but doesn't find any return.
Or BMM playing it very, very dangerously though. Decides to rift walk very nearby. We do see 5 members for the side of PSO go for the Baron. And this could be a very, very good choice for them. But they have to be very careful though. The steal could be very real. Look at that. BMM on the side there. Immediately tries to go for a tactical sweep right into Hextech Ultimatum.
Tobu misses it a bit. BMM, he needs to buy a bit of time. Stack up the Rift Walk. Zonya, bit of a delay. There is a smite from Joe. He's gonna get it. BMM not able to delay for long enough. And CES's efforts futile. No members go down on PSO side.
Y1 goes colorless here as he is going to be going into the... going to be responding in the fountain in 20 seconds. Unfortunate for him, BMM as well is going to be the secondary member there to be taken down in that exchange, despite trying his level best to contest the Baron. Now this actually gives Cerberus quite a bit of a spot of bother here, mostly because PSO right now 12-6 with about a 7,000 goal advantage in their favor, 7.4 to be exact. And it seems that we're in a strange world today.
I mean, the Indonesian teams are really stepping up their game.
Definitely.
I mean, even yesterday when Echo Fortius went up against Team Flash, despite losing 0-2, they did make Team Flash work for it. But CES's Game 1 is not done just yet. PSO Baron power play will be crucial to really stopping BMM from hitting a critical mass. They have delayed it well enough. BMM is 1-3. Not the best castle in the game so far as PSO starts to work on those turrets and BMM he's forced to recall. No more side laning for this Kassadin as PSO. They're gonna try to split the attention to CS and CS. They are gonna jump on Dewa who misses that binding. Tobu is also low. Curtain Call committed. But that will be blocked by Tufts. He's willingly gonna tank up all of the damage as PSO continues this assault.
Rather unfortunate there. And apprehend from the side of Duckbeat not being able to get it. We do see an engage there coming up. Tofu right now getting into it, going for the Decimate apprehend.
Oh, the Y1 pull back. He's gonna delay his dab with the ultimatum, but it's a bit too late. It's a bit of a misplay with that pathing. And PSO now will have that man advantage. Baron buff still online. Tobu tries to go for a hit, gets swiped away by the Crescent Sweep, but they've caught Genza. And PSO slowly thinning the numbers of CES. The game is not at the end of the road just yet, but PSO have found 2 inhibitor turrets and CES are now on the back foot.
One thing I want to highlight here, and this is a micro observation on towards the side of Tufts for PSO. He was already gearing up in the middle of his animation for his Noxin Guillotine, but I think there was a knock-up or maybe a stun from Duck B or something that pushed him back. And man, that was just beautifully timed. If it wasn't for that, he would have been able to get some crazy resets here from Tufts. Definitely going to be something that they need to consider here for the side of PSO. The fact that his cleanup potential for Tufts is going to be interrupted. But they are really far ahead. The only way that they can drop this right now is if it's a major drop of tempo for the side of PSO. And Cerberus will be able to capitalize on that.
And Cerberus, they need way more time than what they have right now. This should be the moment where Cerberus starts showing a bit of that promise to start dishing out enough damage to really contest PSO. But we wanted that death blow from PSO. We talked about how Jur wants to be active, he wants to be able to carry alongside Tagmaturgy, and they've ticked all the boxes on that list. And this puts CES in a very awkward position because this should be the critical mass that CES are looking for, but they're not there just yet. Y1 is 0-3, BMM is 1-3. They need to get pickoffs, but Tagmaturgy is very confident to stay alive on his own in the side lanes.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about itemization here. It is going to be Tagmaturgy with the Black Cleaver. We do see Divine Thunderer as well as Death Dance, going to give him quite a bit of survivor capabilities. Does mitigate quite a bit of that big damage that comes in terms of bleed damage instead. And with the fact that healing is going to be a major factor in Death Dance, I do like how members, or I do specifically like how Tagmaturgy is itemizing and how he's approaching some of these fights. But he's also got to be careful that members of Cerberus actually don't decide to just dump everything onto him. But even then, the follow-up that could come from PSO as well, not entirely too disadvantageous.
Juro is going to be a big problem. Strongest player on the map at this current point in time. BMM looking for a one-shot and almost takes that GA of Juro out of the equation. But it's not enough. They need a bit more damage. Does had that rabbit on death cap. Tufts.
Damage is definitely going to be the case. The apprehend right into the Cryptic Strike.
BMM needs to find a way out. Flash still gets knocked up. The Riftwalk is there. He gets the slow with the Void Pulse. A flash binding from Dewa. So well done. The Zhonya's will only prevent his death just for a bit longer. But Turtles will execute him, cuts him in half. Dugby now, the second target, and it's Joe in the forefront, the grand duelist of Persis Esports, getting a killing spree for himself, and CES have lost complete control of the game.
I'm very surprised Cerberus Esports is actually dropping quite a bit here. Curtain Call is going to come up, he's got to be careful though. We just see Audacious charge right into it.
Can Meliodas save the game again for his team? It doesn't feel like PSO are going to give him that room. They have learned from Buram's mistake, and in fact, they don't need the Baron. They just need to kill the members of CES. 2 more down, and PSO lands an ace. 18 minutes and 40 seconds. PSO draws blood from the second seed of the Vietnam region.
I don't know about you, but this is indicative of Indonesian resurgence here. And it seems that for those of you in the Indonesian region, rejoice because Indo Pride is here. Game number 1 goes over to Persis Esports. And though we on the casters table have given quite a bit of doubts on PSO, it is because of you guys at home supporting them, they have been able to come out on top. Congratulations to Persis, but 2 more games lie in wait. Potentially 2 more games lie in wait, and Cerberus is awaiting.
So much better compared to yesterday against NGX. When they played Ningma Galaxy, one of the problems that they faced was that tempo control. They did win game 1 against NGX, but game 2 and 3 was a complete wash. And now I want to see the adjustment from CES. They've seen PSO's best pick. It has been the Riven or Tagmaturgy and that Fiora for Jiro. But what Ningma Galaxy did yesterday to remedy it is not only play a fast tempo game with picks like Lee Sin and Renekton to have a strong laner, but they also make sure that Joe doesn't get to enjoy the same luxury. No Fiora or Riven for him. If CS goes for that adjustment, maybe they can find a solution. But nonetheless, PSO drawing 1 game from CES itself is a good start.
I mean, it is a definite indicator for PSO that hey, they can do it. You know, they're able to basically bring Cerberus and put them up against the put them up against the ring ropes and just body them. And I do feel that for Cerberus, I think a better draft could actually work wonders for them. We do see that for the Baron fight in particular here. There were some really good ideas across the board, but this was the beginning of the end here, Husky. We did see 1 by 1 from Genza to Y1 to Meliodas, all being taken down. The ace for the race to the base, and it means that PSO won big, 6-19. And it seems that the scoreline itself, from the specific champions to how they performed against their counterparts, just an indicator of a very good match for PSO.
Yeah. And it's a lovely start for PSO in terms of how they managed it early to mid-game. That was their biggest issue yesterday. But today, at least for that first game, they were able to really get Jiro ahead, really allow Turfs to recover from a slow early game. And I would say Dewa and Tobu did a fantastic job in handling their own side of the map as well. CS weren't really given the time and space to do much. We see Y1 being incredibly active to split push those side lanes to really draw PSO's attention, but every time PSO shows up, it's a team fight win, it's a pick-off, and CS had no answer for what PSO had in store. So I'd say that PSO has already given me a bit of a surprise, but I want to see PSO close it out. I think that will really cement PSO as a contender, not only in this league, but also giving them that first series win.
I agree, and here at the Challenge Play Day 4, we are all about competition. Really excited to say that. And of course, we would like to shout out to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, PSO definitely knows how important winning is. And last but not least, our official energy drink, a Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast. monsterenergy.com/gaming. That's where you want to be. For those of you who love interacting with me, Husky, or any of our production crew, go over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for more. Drop us your comments, drop us a little bit of banter, drop us a little bit of your knowledge, and we will go through it. Promise.
Just really excited to see what Game 2 has in store for both teams, because I think PSO has proven something, but it's the same thing from yesterday. And if I want deja vu, I would say CES will win the next 2 games.
Yes.
But PSO, I hope that they can bring much. They have shown me some glimmer of hope. I'm now on the PSO hype train. I want to see them close this out. We'll head for a short break and we will be back for game number 2 between PSO and CES.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoot first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I'm torn. Tolerate wasted time. You take us down. Keep fighting.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, families from across the world. My name is Han. Alongside with me is Husky. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Best of Threes. And man, oh man, it has been a crazy one indeed, hasn't it, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, PSO put on a show. I don't want to say that Cerberus kind of slipped up, but I would say that PSO had an amazing draft. We did discuss a bit on how Cerberus can kind of circumvent those disengages with that Sinjao. We talked about how there's a bit of a lack of lockdown on PSO's side, but it's not going to matter as much if they can get rolling early on, right? If you don't really have enough lockdown, you just got to make sure that BMM can't really be in the fight and Y1 can't really make those engages happen. And a lot of it is actually, you know, in the hands of Dewa. Sure, this Lux, not the flashiest, he's not landing some sick bindings, but the amount of damage that he did put out and the amount of utility that he gave his team in these drawn-out fights has been instrumental in allowing PSO to win Game 1.
I mean, it's very instrumental indeed. As you can see, 14 KDA with a total percentage of 73 for the kill participation, GPM of 741, DPM of 1241, and most importantly, DTPM of 565. A 700 value difference between DPM and DTPM just means that Dewa was just so far away, was able to just throw out so many of the spells, and most probably keep members of Cerberus on the backhand. So I do believe that this Lux is going to be grounds for bans here, because if he's given like a cannon, for example, like he has played in the past beforehand for Dewa, isn't as effective as it is like him using the Lux.
Yeah, and if he picks a cannon, I'm not going to care if he wins the game or not. I would just be happy. Though I highly doubt the cannon will be picked up. Dewa so far, I think, has been showing so much more promises on these kind of mage dragon laners, right? The Lux being one of that signature. I was thinking of a Ziggs as well, but I do recall that the Ziggs was taken out in game number 1. Though for game 2, I want to see CS switch up the pace in that drafting phase, and also at the same time, don't be afraid to play that fast game. We've seen them pick the Vi yesterday. That's how they were able to really keep BRU in check and make sure that BRU never really gets breathing room when they want to make moves around the map. We didn't see that in game 1, and that's why PSO can get away with such a greedy draft.
And I think it's relevant to say that on the side of PSO, the bans were Yuumi, Karma, Lucian, Ziggs, and Morgana. So Vi could have been a viable option here, considering that it was Kassadin, Nautilus, Camille, Xin and I can't remember what was the last one. The Jhin. Yeah, the Jhin was picked up here for the side of Cerberus. Right now, the biggest change is PSO is going to be on the blue side for the draft here for match 3, game 2 of today. Could this be the potential last game here? It's all dependent on whether or not Persis will persistently end this game or Cerberus will come from behind.
Very standard Jace ban from PSO. But I'm looking at CS, what the plan is going to be, because in game number 1, they actually forced PSO to make those tough choices. In picking between the Kassadin, the Lucian, the Camille, and CS got 2 of the most sought after champions, which were the Kassadin and the Camille, and PSO were able to convincingly shut that down. So PSO kind of proving to CS that it really doesn't matter if you get the Kassadin, and we have a way to run you down before you come online. And that's going to be a worrying point for CES. And PSO, once more, giving Genza respect, banning out the Lucian.
Alright, so looking at the Lucian being banned out here, I mean, it's really standard here. We do see Jace and Lucian and Senna being banned out very, almost diligently and religiously across different teams. But Yuumi as well being banned out. I'm looking at what PSO is going to be responding here for their first pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to let the Kassadin through, but it is going to be the Gragas.
Just very standard ban from PSO. The Gragas is actually very smart one. Smart choice as well, as Duckby does like to play the Gragas if available, but you kind of still are leaving some of those picks on the board, and once more, the Kassadin is let through by CES. And the Karma being taken out. In fact, I think PSO, they still have the Camille and the Riven in mind. A lot of important first choices to make. PSO opting for a strong laner like Renekton, benefiting Tufts and Tecmaturgy. But in this case, I do feel like this is more of a Tufts champion.
I do like the fact that Renekton is picked out here on first rotation. A very safe pickup. I think, in my opinion at least, a pretty strong champion to pick blind into, I feel. And the fact remains is that we did see Camille actually be very strong for the side of Cerberus in game number 1. However, the follow-up wasn't exactly on point here. But we do see Morgana here being picked out. It was banned from the side of PSO towards Cerberus here. So I think it's going to be very interesting to note that Cerberus will be the one that pick it out first.
And there we go, the Lee Sin and the Lux. That's what I was waiting for from the side of PSO. When I see CS pick the Morgana, I was thinking maybe PSO would grab the Lux again just for that binding. And indeed, that will be the case, but this is the CS I want to see. A CS that wants to play at a high tempo. BMMZ, one of his most revered champions in the middle lane. And now with the protection of that black shoe and the support of this Morgana, it will be infinitely harder to isolate this Z when he jumps that backline. Sure, there are some crowd controls, but we have seen the power of that black shoe in crucial moments. I think yesterday game number 1, I believe, between RRQ and was it RRQ and Cerberus? I don't really remember. I think it's RRQ and Team Flash. I'll recall that in a bit. But there was this one moment where Morgana Black Shield blocked a Lee Sin kick and led to a loss for the Lee Sin user. I want to see if PSO will be able to circumvent that though, because they picked this Lee Sin into the Morgana.
Alright, so Rakan being banned out as well as Riven for the second ban cadence, for the second ban phase here. Olaf, the final ban here for the side of PSO. They don't want to be dealing with an Olaf running up to them. Dewa and Tobu now will be, it's going to be Genza that picks up. It's going to be the set here. Facebreaker right into Showstopper is going to be a very, very strong connector here for the side of Cerberus. There is a lot of tools for them for long-range engage with Meliodas and the Dark Binding. They do have the Black Shield as well as the Soul Shackles that could prove very detrimental if Meliodas gets in the middle of a fight. We do see Y1 will be able to follow up with the hook shot right into the position, right into Hextech Ultimatum, which I feel in and of itself is so much value here for the side of Cerberus. But I'm beating up the horse until it's dead, basically. It's fairly similar across the board here for Cerberus in terms of game number 1 and game number 2 in terms of draft. But I guess the difference is that I would say the damage potential here is a little bit more spread out.
Yeah. For PSO, there is a bit of that concern at this juncture. So the Garen will be that final choice, but a big part of the damage will be coming out from both the Lux and the Renekton. Not really sure if PSO will be able to keep that numbers out though. The output is a bit worrying as CS ramps it up again with the Shyvana.
I mean,
So
we have seen before, right?
Yeah.
Games like this where damage is actually a huge issue. I mean, the drafts are so very well close behind, but damage is just not enough. In cases like that, how do you feel that's going to be addressed here for both PSO and Cerberus?
I mean, on PSO side, if you're running on with a comp that you feel like it's gonna run out of damage as the game progresses, do what you did in game number 1, right? Just go for that death ball and make sure that CS doesn't really get to that stage where you have when you start having troubles killing them. That's what PSO did in game number 1. But it will be a bit harder though, because there's lesser rooms for error. Joe Lee Sin has to absolutely pop off and set the tempo for the rest of his team. And if CS can kind of quell that proactiveness for the first 5 minutes and really not let PSO get away with free objectives, I do think that CS has a super good chance of running away with game 2.
I think that's going to be the case here for PSO and Cerberus. Could be an opportunity for PSO to close out 2-0 here against the Vietnamese team, but I don't think that with the current draft, Camille, Morgana, Zed, Set, and Shyvana here on the side of Cerberus, this is going to be a tough one indeed here. But on the other side as well, we do have quite juicy champions here. Renekton, very juicy indeed. Lots of health values. Lee Sin, a lot of opportunities for him to deliver high quality, high value targets such as Zed, or maybe even the Morgana, maybe even the Set towards, not the Set, excuse me, maybe even the Morgana or the Zed into the hands of his team. And I do feel that with Nautilus Garen, with Nautilus and Lux combining themselves in the bot side, in the Dragon lane, I do feel that the catch potential is there. There's a lot of lockdown with the Dredge line, with the depth charge, as well as the light binding that comes in from the Lux and the final spark. So all a matter of damage here as we head into match number 3, our third match of the day, game number 2, here in featuring PSO and Cerberus.
Minions have spawned.
Very excited to see what PSO has to bring. Especially with Jur on this Lee Sin though, it's kind of the same properties as the Fiora, where you can be proactive, but the drawback is that you don't really get the skill into the late game. It's not a luxury that Lee Sin get to enjoy, so it demands a lot of that attention to detail for the first few minutes up to you contest that objective. But for CES, there are a lot of neutralizing factors. Morgana being one of it, you have Duckby on the set. Just so much more insurance to control these fights compared to game number 1.
All right, Duckby gets hit there. Immediately hit pops off the face breaker.
And Drew like Tobu just constantly putting in that pressure onto CES. Game 1 was playing on that Galio, but now we have the Nautilus concept still the same. That dredge line into a binding is going to spell a lot of problem. He just hit level 2 just in time
Right there.
to go for that full combo onto Genza. First blood comes right through for Dewa. Easily done. Duckby wants something in return. He has to ignite, flashes with that haymaker for the second kill. But Tobu would trade back PSO with 2 kills down bot.
2 for 1. Duckby is the casualty here in this turnaround. Cerberus losing out on that early engage, but it seems that PSO followed up very, very well with the combo of Dewa binding, with the combo of Tobu dredge line into Dewa's binding.
And CS needs to start respecting that PSO crowd control in that Dragon lane. It was the same issue in game number 1, where PSO knew the exact excitement, hit that level 2 early on, used that power spike to punish CS, and it happened again in this game. And even though CS got a trade, it doesn't really matter too much, right? Because Tobu was able to get an exchange back, do run forward, face breaker into a binding, and Dewa most likely is gonna go down, but able to walk away with 0 of health. And Tobu, oh boy, has to ignite. He brings his whole family with him. And Duckby gets punished once more.
Is it just me, Husky, or is the fact that PSO right now is operating like how they should have? They just know that they are able to get some of the tempo advantages over Cerberus, and if they're able to get these tempos early, it's going to be the end.
Uh-oh. Death charge. Just to force BMM away. There's never going to be an opportunity to finish off Juro. And I do agree. I think PSO are doing the exact modus operandi, right? They understand that they need to play fast. CS has a neutralizer, but that also means that this lane is not going to be active unless you make a misstep. PSO has a draft that allows them to make those active moves. We saw how Juro, how Tecmo 30, they're just actively supporting the Dragon lane because they understand that if Deva gets a hit, it's going to be so hard for CS to play into him. Final Spark barely misses, and Genza, he will gladly exchange his life.
Oh, nicely done there, Genza and Dewa, both of them now getting some trades off. We're going to be seeing a beautiful Dragon's Rage right into a Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. Well, we don't see a follow-up here. Tobu could be in a bit of trouble there. There goes Dragon's Breath onto him by Meliodas.
Tobu most likely will be able to get away with that dredge line. And Tubbs right on time. Y1 flashes with a hook shot and actually connects. And Tubbs now finds himself in a horrible spot. Pops the dominance, locked down with the ultimatum, set ablaze. 2 kills for CES.
Cerberus now coming back in. Oh, but here comes PSO, Joel, right now.
So
I
well
don't
done.
know about you, Husky, but it seems that the Indonesians have been eating their vegetables over the weekend.
Yeah, do not start with the aggression. PSO knows exactly how to respond. It's a bit of a scrappy one though, and PSO can only keep it up for so long. You can't keep continuing to go for these exchanges, as a CS will benefit in the long run. But we talk about short-term investment. PSO are the winners at this point. But watch out though, Duckby, he has that ultimate, good lockdown and good binding. Follow up with a Denmark, they bring Dewa back, but the Denmark will not be finishing him off. Tobu doing a great job protecting his buddy.
Very nicely done by Dewa as well as Tobu. Tobu body blocking, making sure that BMM wasn't able to do the specific amount of damage that he was supposed to do. Deathmark already used up. Not a very good spot here for them. Binding comes out.
And CS feel compelled to bring a third member. It's going to be Meliodas, but Nautilus isn't the target that you want to go for. Just easily dredge lines away. Unless Genza can hit this binding, there will be no chance.
Very nicely done from the side of Cerberus. PSO right now playing to every response, responding to everything that Cerberus is putting in front of them. And I'm thinking that this is definitely an indicator of how strong members of PSO are compared to Cerberus. But Cerberus as well, they are very well aware of what they need to do. They're biding their time, supposedly. And I do think that it's all a matter of objectives here.
And Deo is having an incredibly good game. It's a couple of love tests between Tough and Y1, but as Duck B shows up, the jig is up. No fair fight for these two teams. PSO hovering around that Rift Herald area, but I don't think Tufts wants to be a part of this though, even though with the dominance, unless Joe can get some magic happen. Y1 tanking up with the adaptive shield as CS slowly whittles down the Rift Herald. Depth charge used onto BMM. Final spot comes right to BMM. He actually depth marks onto Dewa to try and find a kill, but the depth mark does not have enough damage. BMM goes down.
Alright, seems that Shelly's gonna make an appearance over the mid side, over to the bottom side though. It is going to be the Garrett spin technology spinning to win right into the Dragon Dive.
And they will finish off Tobu, just drop all the spells on him,
Champion slain.
allowing Shelly to get the charge off mid tier 1 down for PSO. But Techmaturgy was able to trade the bot tier 1 back. So a decent exchange. PSO, despite not being the one in the lead in terms of net worth, they definitely are keeping up with CES. However, CES now can start working on that Dragon Flash Ball by Techmaturgy. He has the execution chance, but the Gargoyle Stone Plate protects Duck B, and it opens up the Dragon for PSO to steal it away.
Very nicely done there for the side of PSO, being able to push out Duck B from that situation, forcing him to use the Gargoyle Stone Plate. It was definitely a very big brain move from the side of PSO to actually be wary of the fact that Cerberus is going to at least contest the Dragon. So we do see Genza right now over to the mid side here, trying to get as much clear as he can. He's got to be careful that it doesn't get taken out, despite the fact that we do see it is going to be 1-for-1 in terms of turrets. It isn't going to be entirely too dangerous for either of these teams. Either of these teams don't want to commit to anything just yet.
And PSO slowly opening up that side lane. And I do like what Tufts is also doing right now. And this is the same thing that we said about Y1 in that previous game, where first 10 minutes he's gonna have a good time, it's getting that split push going. But PSO's side lane management has significantly improved from yesterday. It was an element that was lacking when they went up against Nigma Galaxy, but right now they are dealing with CS aggression accordingly and adequately as well. They're allocating the right members, they're having Jiro being incredibly active, they're having Tobu running around the map and making sure that no one gets left on an island. And that is severely impeding BMM's ability to go for those solo pickups.
Impeding is going to be the case here for the solo lane pickups, and I do agree. PSO right now going in for the beautiful depth charge.
Depth charge on the Duck B, pulls 2 back, Dragon flying in, Meliodas turns huge. The Duck B tries to stay alive, and he will. With the Haymaker, BMM wants to find a kill, gets exhausted, locked down, binded, and kill. Y1 though will show up with the ultimatum, and Joe will be the exchange. Tobu also goes down. Techmaturgy is third on the board, but you gotta watch out for Dewa though. They turn around with the ult, the Damashian Justice for the kill, but the Soul Shackle and the Flash from Genza will secure one exchange as Genza drops to the turret. Both teams trade blows.
Whoa, both teams trade blows. Who came out the worst of it all? Dewa and Tufts will be able to walk away from that, but it seems that 3-for-2 if I'm not mistaken, in favor of PSO. Not exactly the very best way for PSO, excuse me, not the very best way for CS to actually try to fight that way. But we do see Tobu as well as other members of PSO were very wise to actually try to fight that out as much as they could. Members of Cerberus right now, they were very effective in pulling the trigger, but I guess the biggest determining factor was the fact that BMM got exhausted and was in the middle of it without much follow-up here, and that was the hugest issue moving forward for the side of Cerberus, but we're going to see more fights here.
CS, they need to get these guys out, but Y1, he can't even move. Duck B trying his best to protect him, and you're with the Triumph. Stays alive for a bit longer. CS, they really want to get some revenge. Duck B putting himself forward. He is a bait. Black Shield buying some time. The binding connects again, and Dewa can do no wrong. You do not defy the god, and PSO walks away with 2.
I just really love how Dewa is just immediately responding to a lot of this, coming in with the coming in with the binding, following up with the final spark. Wherever he may be, he always throws out that final spark. So it's definitely going to be a strong case here for Dewa, basically being the linchpin for the side of PSO. And this might actually be an indicator of the lack of a need for game number 3 here if this keeps up.
Honestly, I think that's the case.
I think that's the case too.
Predictions be damned. I don't really care if I get it right. I just want to see some good games.
Yeah.
And no, getting it wrong means that some teams are really stepping up the game, and this PSO is the one that I put my faith in. Yesterday, they did steal my heart a bit. I really thought they would take down NGX. They came close, fell short of the finishing line, but this really feels like it would be the final blow. With that being said though, PSO, same net worth as CES, we're back in an even game.
Now, I just want to say this, right? PSO as a team, Indonesia as a region in general, right, have been known to be very scrappy. But PSO right now, very, very calculated in their approach here. Tecmaturgy now, not very calculated indeed with the chase coming up, but it's not going to result in a death.
No chance of killing that Garen. Had barrier, had flash. For the next 2 minutes, he will not have access to those resources. And PSO, it is kind of a tiring game when you're playing a draft that requires you to be constantly active. And PSO, they're still keeping it up. As long as they don't run out of gas, was able to keep pressuring CS, we will see PSO find that end of the tunnel.
But I think the major concern here, Husky, is the fact remains, right? You keep playing like this. It's only a matter of time before you slip up. You gotta manage, you gotta mitigate those losses here accordingly with some really, really good pathing. And we do see that PSO very, very quick to respond to a lot of the pathing issues that Cerberus is providing towards them. Like a couple of times we did see Jurl come up immediately with Dewa to respond to a counter-attack with the counter-attack of their own. And I feel that PSO are actually winning this out. But I want to see PSO a little bit more proactive for these objectives here, because the objectives are what wins the long-term game.
What they need is towers for sure. And Meliodas is caught out in the open. No man's land for you, my friend. Tobu brought back into a binding, but where's the follow-up? Again, when the god is alive, you do not mess around, and PSO have found 2 kills. Rift Herald dropped down mid, PSO turns to the dragon.
Alright, so looking at it here, we do see that it is going to be the Dragon contest here for the side of PSO. Cerberus right now comes back up. This could be an opportunity for them.
And they want BMM, they want Dewa. BMM goes for the kill. Flash Soak Shackle, Genza. He's buying good space. Dewa is the target, and BMM, he's determined to get him out of the fight, and he will do so, but the Dragon's still in danger. Y1 gets the ultimatum, no steal! And he sacrifices his life, dropped by the staggering blow, and Tusk will follow him to the ends of the world. Double for the Renekton, and PSO comes out on top.
I don't know about you, but heck yeah, was that one fight for PSO. That was just amazing. The fact that Genza was in the middle of everybody, hit the Soul Shackles onto 5, immediately made PSO. Like, it was just like a flower blooming. You saw everybody scatter, but immediately once they were out of that ring of control, they immediately collapsed back in. PSO is just operating very differently from how they were yesterday, and Cerberus right now is on the receiving end of a schooling here by PSO.
Meliodas can't even farm in his own jungle at this point. But like you said, PSO needs some objective, and it's not the Dragon, it's not the Baron. They need turrets, they need the map control. BMM won't be able to stay there any longer.
This plan actually falls apart here, Husky, if members of PSO actually slow down. And they have not slowed down in the matter of 12 minutes. Yes, maybe the objective takes maybe a little bit slower, but in terms of the action across the rift, it just goes to show that PSO right now just operating on 5th gear, whereas Cerberus is responding towards the speed that's being given by PSO.
Another attempt onto Dewa, fruitless, as Dewa did have to use the exhaust, but this Lux being able to stay alive is crucial for PSO. But they still have to be careful of these bindings though. One good binding and Cerberus can easily turn things around. Y1 don't really want to be there though. Does have the hook shot, gets away just in time! Oh, the Max Sonic Wave! Y1 in danger, knocked out with a death shot, a kick into a follow-up! Oh, Juro, you are so good! A gymnast and an acrobat at heart. PSO looking for another fight. Tusk separating BMM. Look at him, he's looking for a target, but that's the Garen. There's not the target. Another binding. And the final spark from downtown. Dewa doing so much work, but Kenza, he finds the triple. The Soul Shackle of the game. Kenza wants to be the savior. Can Dewa get away? No, he cannot. CES finds a quad for Genza and an ace.
Wow. Wow, oh wow, oh wow. 20 seconds to actually digest all of that. Now, what just happened for PSO was very unfortunate. They took the fight, and I felt that Genza was in the middle of everybody being able to get the Soul Shackles here. The damage that was done, the fact that they were able to negate BMM, that's definitely going to be something that they need to be proud of. The fact that they chased Y1 into the fight is the reason why Cerberus is ahead right now in terms of tempo, and PSO is starting to lose out. If they are not able to stay alive in these next few minutes, then it's going to be a huge problem for PSO here. If they lose out on any of these team fights, Cerberus will end the game, forcing us to a game 3.
Baron power play now for Cerberus. And despite all the stylish points from PSO, this is the true test. In Genza having the fight of his life. You gotta always keep in mind as PSO, the Morgana is around when he does have the Leandries, the Ludens. You can't really stay in that pool for too long. This extended fight is only gonna benefit CES. Technoturgy knows that he is gone. He's gonna try and cut one more wave, or at least buy a bit of time. Stone Play also used. And as long as they can wait out this Baron buff and minimize the losses, PSO will be happy with the results.
Oh, the chase to end all chases here. Meliodas being chased out. The Camille coming up very closely. Y1 is going to be intercepting here. Right into the technical sweep. Gets the assist.
PSO, they would love to get something done. But Cerberus knows that PSO are looking for an opening and they're not giving any of it. 40 seconds without the Garen. This is going to be crunch time for CS. Can they find something? Zero tries to go for Duck B, gets brought right back into a face breaker. They want to finish off Duck B, but he does have the Stone Play and BMM. Oh, he's looking for blood. The binding doesn't land until it's gone. CES looking for game number 3. And PSO put up heck of a fight, but Cerberus are going for the jugular. PSO needs to hang for 15 more seconds. Y1 doesn't want to give them the time. BMN goes in with the death bar. Pulled right back, not close enough into the fountain. And Cerberus, they are split in terms of focus, but the minions will do the work. And Cerberus are not down, not out. We're hitting the distance to game 3.
We're going the distance in game 3, and I think a very, very good way to describe this game here, Husky, is PSO wanted to end the game by a death of 1,000 cuts, whereas Cerberus just needed a puncher's chance. And that final few fights, those last 2 fights, was where Persis, unfortunately for them, dropped the ball, despite the fact that they were applying 1,000 cuts towards members of Cerberus. Cerberus just needed that puncher's chance. They swung for the fences, they took the risk, and I guess because of Genza and the follow-up that came up from other members of Cerberus, they were able to win it big. Here it is.
Yeah, and Genza was 100% the savior of Cerberus in that game. If they lost that fight, I definitely think that PSO would have went for that, would have gotten a 2-0 sweep. And this was the fight that really got some of the CS fans worrying, right? PSO handling everything so well. But I want to see the turning moment, the turning point, the chase onto Y1. You gotta keep your eyes on the Genza. He was the one that really saved the game, and all things considered, with everything happening off screen, when all the focus was on Y1 getting taken off, Genza was single-handedly shredding the rest of PSO. This window that Genza found for himself, when everyone was distracted, Genza flashed Soul Shackle, Zhonya's onto 4 members of PSO.
Alright,
subsequently just winning the game, in fact.
I mean, Genza just literally carried the hopes of his entire teams on his back with that one particular play. As we can see here, we can see 8-4-8, Genza, the biggest MVP here. And it is a very close game indeed here. It was PSO that did ride the storm, ride the wave up until maybe the last few fights, and it was Cerberus all the way. Care to elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I think, again, right, we talked about how PSO needs to play fast. They are going to eventually run out of damage, and playing fast benefits them in the short term, right? You can go for the death ball and you want to run down CES as fast as you can, but if the game progresses, if the game drags out, CES will start to gain benefits from all these scrappy fights, and that was exactly what happened. CES got just enough time, they got just the right fight, and all it takes is one slip up from PSO to completely lose momentum with this draft, and Genza's miraculous 4-man Soul Shackle was what broke PSO in this game too.
My goodness, as you can see, that sharp drop at the last few minutes was just hilarious. I mean, if you see that in your business meetings and you just see that happen, you're just, oh man, just end me right here. But all of that digression aside though, I felt that PSO does have the formula to bring it to a third game, and I felt that Cerberus, despite the fact that they did have a very, very iffy start from Persis, they were able to turn it around and shove it back onto PSO. What are some of the biggest changes that you feel need to be done moving forward for PSO facing against Cerberus?
I think I feel like draft-wise they are doing fine. I do like the tempo that they're playing at, but one of the weaknesses that we saw was the kind of lack of the late game scaling damage, right? So I think that Lux is a good pick, but if the Ziggs is open, maybe that's something that PSO can consider. Something that allows them to not only play that fast early to mid, but have an insurance policy just like Cerberus for that late game. And it's kind of a weird spot to be in, because in game 1 Cerberus has a lot of late game potential but have no insurance for early to mid. We'll keep that conversation for game 3 because there's a lot to unpack. But all of this is made possible by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they've been with us for a long time, and this is part of that voyage. We're glad to have them, giving everyone a platform to demonstrate what they're made of. But also, we gotta thank Monster Energy for allowing all of us to unleash the beast within us. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys have not joined our Discord community, do join using the link down below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can find out about all the games involved in this endeavor, or maybe be a part of the Snapdragon Pro Series yourself. Game 3 between Persis Esports and Cerberus Esports coming up. PSO still looking for the first win, and one deciding game will give us that result. We head for a short break, and we will come back for that one final bout.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we ain't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift Challenge Group Stage. We're at the halfway point of this group stage. It's going to be week 2, day 2, and game 3 between Persis Esports and Cerberus Esports coming up. We'll be your commentators. I'm Husky, alongside with Pound. And Cerberus Esports have struck back pretty hard off of the miraculous, heroic play of Genza on that Morgana to send Persis for another 30 minutes on the Rift. And that means that Persis have not yet secured their first series win yet.
Alright, just to make things clear, all it takes is just one really sweet play from either teams and then it's game over. For some games, it's closer than most. For other games, it's a valley, but for all players here, they definitely want to be a key player. Genza, our key player for game number 2 here. KDA of 4, kill participation of 80, goal per minute of 916, a DPM of 1781, and a DTPM of 677, almost 1100 differential here.
And I think Genza just did. And we saw a lot of aggressive maneuvers from Genza to try to match both Deva and Tobu in the Dragon Lane. You know, he was throwing his life just to get those kills, but those value add up in a very small increment. And at the very end, when they needed Genza the most, that Tormented Shadow was what really put PSO in a very dire spot, because PSO, they want to stack up and fight, and as long as Genza is alive, he does the same thing as Dewa, just throwing out spells, making sure that the members of PSO are whittled down. And this is where we find ourselves. PSO staring down a potential 4th series loss if they get taken up by Cerberus Esports. We're heading into the draft for game number 3 with Cerberus back on their blue side.
But let us not take away from the fact that Persis is actually winning a lot of hearts here. They were able to bring very scrappy fights towards members of Cerberus, and I think the only issue here is the fact that they dropped the ball only a few times. Yeah. And I think they just need to work on specifics here. It's a little bit too late for them to work on specifics now because the match is underway. However, I do believe that with a little bit of tempering, PSO could actually be a very strong Indonesian regional standout.
We'll see if the bans do reflect anything. I am curious on where PSO will want to head towards. CS going for the usual takeouts. No Jace and Senna. PSO commits to the Yumi Karma ban again, but this time CS, they show some respect to the Dewa Lux. And this is going to be a small test for PSO. What can Dewa go on to that's going to give him the same impact? They will trade back with the Lucian. That again opens up the Camille, the Kassadin, the Renekton, and the Ziggs. CES have a lot of options to pick from.
Lucian being banned out on 2 of these games thus far, both by PSO. None of them being banned out. I think only, 3 games in total for PSO. Don't want to be dealing with that. Morgana now going out towards Genza, most likely, or maybe even Meliodas. And I do like this. We have seen Morgana actually be very detrimental towards enemy teams, especially when the Soul Shackles come into play. And the fact that Genza was just so effective at being in the middle of everybody going golden and pushing out the tendrils of the Soul Shackles on towards all those involved, you definitely know that PSO were definitely very, very panicky when Genza's in the middle of everything. Now that Meliodas is going to be handling the Vi as well, I think it's going to be lockdown city here. One time you get stunned, you're never leaving for 10 years.
And that is a lot of single target crowd control from CS. To bump it up with that Y1 Camille for the 3rd game in a row. And that's going to put PSO in a very precarious position. You want to make those big plays, you need to have someone more than a Lee Sin, and I think the Rakan does exactly that. You get to stall out the fight, you get to kind of re-engage onto CS if they jump in with the Camille and the Vi, which was what we saw from Meliodas yesterday on that Vi. Complete and utter aggression, and that's how they beat Buriram United. The PSO have watched that game. If they have learned anything, is that you need a countermeasure to CES, because CES have laid kind of a perfect pipeline of starting those fights without suffering much consequences from crowd controls on the PSO side.
I totally agree on laying down that pipeline here. The fact that the Galio is going to be banned out here from the side of PSO, I'm pretty curious here because we haven't seen actually a Galio being picked out for the side of Cerberus. Maybe that might be an option here considering the amount of crowd control. I do think that a Shen could actually fit quite well into Cerberus or maybe even PSO. But like I said, it's all dependent on how they are going to be rounding off their bans. Corki and Ziggs and Corki now being banned out finally for the side of Cerberus to his PSO. PSO responds with the set Galio as well.
Smart bans from CES. They know that with the Lux ban out and the Morgana taken, it's gonna be no Ziggs, but the Dewa Cannon, potentially the Dewa Cannon actually comes out. And like I told you, Hound, I don't really care if PSO wins at this point. I'm just happy to see the cannon in play. But if there's anything that PSO is confident in, it's definitely this pocket pick. But is it enough though against CES? I think that is a big question mark. BMMZ on the Rift once more. Most of the draft is the same as Game 2, barring that Vi and the Gragas, but everything else has the same properties.
I think the biggest issue here is the fact that when I was casting a game where Dewa played the cannon, right? There was a lot of uses for that cannon, but there was an obvious drop-off here. I mean, if he's not able to get those shuriken tosses as well, the slicing maelstroms off, right? It's going to be a huge problem because when we talk about AD damage, yeah, we do have Tufts, we do have Jill, we do have Tobu, right? Where we don't have consistent AD damage as well. Comparatively, Cerberus does have consistent AP damage with Genza that is going to be playing on the Morgana. So there's going to be a bit of a huge issue here for the side of PSO in terms of damage variety. But then again, we should have to wait and see how that's going to work out because we did see BMM and Techmaturgy in game number 1 go up against each other to varying degrees of success for BMM, whereas Techmaturgy was walking away 4-1-4 at the end of 6 minutes.
Honestly, I think Techmaturgy has been doing better than I expected against BMM, one of the more renowned mid laners in this region. So big props to him, but you gotta do it one more time. And on the back of their most popular, or at least one of the most comfortable pocket picks, the surprise rabbit out of the hat for Dewa is do or die. If you bring out that cannon at this stage, you know that PSO are going straight for the throat of CES.
Yeah, will it be a death by 1,000 cuts or will it be one big hit that's gonna come here in the form of Cerberus delivering the knockout blow? Or will it be PSO that comes from behind, gets those 1,000 cuts and slowly wait for the bleed out of Cerberus? We shall have to wait to see here as we do, as we are remaining very aware of both these teams' composition. It's all a matter of who executes it better. Both teams now on standby. On your screen right now is going to be the Vietnamese standout team of Cerberus Esports. On the other hand, it is going to be PSO here getting ready. Dewa there, as you can see from his key player portrait. Very, very big smiles, very expressive, but definitely is going to be ready to lead his team to victory. But I've said this time and time again, right? You're only as strong as your weakest link, and the fact that a lot of members of PSO do play quite a bit around the agency that Dewa has, could it be that that particular strong link is a double-edged knife for them?
I think that is kind of an interesting way to look at it, right? Because I do feel like Persis Esports have that individual playmaking potential. Game 2 does kind of magnify Deva's contribution in those team fights, but overall, Joe also has provided a lot. I think it's all about the setup. Being able to enable Dewa is something that PSO has really been able to kind of fix compared to the times that we've seen them in week 1 up to yesterday. But obviously you're giving Tobu kind of a slightly different role on this Rakan. You are not kind of walking forward to get those passive, to get those pull-ins. You don't have those instant lockdown that Dewa can throw in to follow up to get those early first bloods. So this bottom lane will be a bit more bearable for CES.
I think the bearability of the bottom lane is definitely going to come into play here. Tobu now getting hit a little bit too hard here. Dewa as well. Got to be a bit careful. There goes the Shuriken toss onto one. No follow-up here from members of Cerberus onto PSO. PSO right now very aggressive with the approach onto BMM.
Instant ignite from BMM. They also land the binding down, but Duck B looking for a kill. Exhaust thrown onto Dewa, and Tobu not be able to protect him as well as he did this time. I just realized Tobu actually went for Electrocute on this Rakan, so it's pretty interesting.
I think that's an indicator of the bot lane duo here going for more of a burst-oriented duo.
It's going to be a route of ages for Khan, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see that Tobu may actually not entirely focus on utility, give a little bit more of tank stats as well as AP stats. That's going to scale really well with some of his abilities, but will the extra damage actually be worth it over sustainability and tankiness, which I have to wait and see. Meliodas, Jill, Tufts, and Y1 now. A 3-way battle for the Scuttle.
Joe just doesn't want to be there. CES early to the party, and they get to take the first bite out of the dishes first. The PSO, they will help out Jur in that bottom lane. It seems like Genza doesn't want Jur to get it for free. Not able to harass it though. Just place this down the ward to keep track of this Lee Sin. Early management from CES, pretty neat.
Yeah, I think the early management from CES here is starting to show some bits of goal advantages here. About 800. Oh, we're going to be seeing a first fight right into the technical suite, right into the Hexa ultimatum. We're going to be seeing first blood there, going over to 1. We do see that Cerberus right now opens up very, very well. On top here, could be the next target for Cerberus.
PSO still wanting to go for a couple of fights. Duckby actually body slams onto the Krugs, but they do have to follow up with Meliodas. A Vault Breaker to send Tobu away. Tries to re-engage with Grand Entrance, but Meliodas has a flash. He does have the potential to come back in for more. Y1 flashes away after the hook shot. PSO ends up getting nothing out of it.
I really like how Cerberus is actually moving together here on towards the top side, getting a little bit of priority, working with the priority that they already have. But PSO right now, shades of game number 2 here coming into play. They've got to be careful. Meliodas may actually go commit to this fight as Sekmaturgy gets hit with the tactical sweep. We might see a dive here, Husky.
And PSO have to make this work. Duckby knows it. BMM shows up with the death mark onto Tobu, bursted down by the Riven. PSO doing a great job in handling the Zed.
I really don't know what BMM was doing there. I mean, yes, the opportunity to get the kill was definitely there, but the amount of CC that comes in with Tekma, with Tufts. Oh wait, the follow-up.
There's a kick from Jur, but I don't think PSO can follow up with this. Meliodas, he still has the shield from the blast shield. Tobu re-engaged and follow up. Sonic Wave, Castrona as well. Jill flashes to safety. PSO walking away with Daylight Murder.
Alright, it seems that Daylight Murder is on the menu here for the side of PSO. The perpetrator, Jill, with some fancy flash moves here. And I don't know about you, but it seems that PSO right now is slowly taking away the tempo with some really, really committed fights here. But Jill maybe in a bit of bother here. It's got to be careful. Oh my days! Look at that, Husky.
No flash. Safeguard predicted by BMM. Free red buff. Just good vision control by CES. They see that happening right under a microscope, but Meliodas will also take away that blue buff. And CES ramping up the macro just by a bit. They make contact with Tekmaturgy in the river. Backup coming in. Dewa though can't find kind of the direct entrance in. PSO kind of relying on those big wombo combos. They need to get Dewa into the middle of the fight. But that is where the bulk of CES's bursts are. So PSO needs to be incredibly careful on where Dewa is in these fights for him to be effective. And I'm not really sure if they can achieve that.
I think the level of cognizance that Cerberus is showing here in terms of avoiding some of the more dangerous fights is actually showing that their experience is running through. Whereas PSO is a little bit more trigger happy in terms of taking some of these fights. We do see an element of measuredness here being established from the side of Cerberus, just in how the way that they move, just in how the way that they engage in some of these fights. We do see Duckby now. There might be an engage here, and Duckby could be the potential target, but it seems that it is going to be the Drake here as priority.
BMM just gonna split push the top tier 1, the PSO. They have thoughts of contesting this one though. Jill with security for sure. PSO spring the trap, jumps on Genza, and gets a kill.
Alright, Dominus right into that. Genza immediately gets blown up. We do see that Shelly is going to come underway here. And looking at how members of PSO are moving could be an indicator of Shelly pickup.
Meliodas will start working on it, and BMM demands attention from the rest of PSO. The turret still getting gone on, and Jiro was whittled down by the death mark. So PSO's chances of contesting this going right down the drain. CES secures it. A Rift Herald in the pockets. That's going to allow them to put those pressure on these turrets.
Alright, looking at this last game here. Nice knock-up there coming in. Oh, the binding misses by an inch there for Genza.
PSO kind of biding the time a bit, but they need to defend this turret.
Uh-oh.
And a good cast through a body slam. Complete crowd control on the Dewa. the triple threat from CES, getting them a kill and a charge on that tier 1.
Right into the belly flop, right into the follow-up of Assault and Battery. You know there's going to be a hard time. Hextech Ultimatum.
And Joe will be finished off by Genza. A binding connects just to keep Techmaturgy in place. Turret will be safe, but CES are making PSO bleed a bit. Tough split pushing that bot tier 1. Good try though onto Genza. Black on top of him, instantly broken and sliced through by the Wind Slash.
Nicely done there from the side of Techmaturgy as well as Turbo. Wind Splash definitely showing its effectiveness. BMM right now can't do much here aside from throwing out his Living Shadow to try to get a little bit of wave clearance here, but other than that, no follow-up.
First turret destroyed.
And the first turret will be confirmed by CES.
And that's going to be the Baron turret here. We do see that for Y1 and Duck B. You gotta be careful that they don't spring a trap here. It's gonna be 4 for 4 with a slight lead for Cerberus Esports.
And I'm struggling to figure out what is going to be PSO's next move. So again, we are not... The idea to have Dewa get that full big combo with Slicing Maelstrom is definitely attractive, but to really execute it against CES is not an easy feat. We saw how Duck B facilitate that. You always have this explosive cast, even if Dewa gets in. As long as Duck B has his ultimate, he will be able to displace this cannon and kind of negate all of that effectiveness. And Dewa, he was fishing for something, but there was nothing there for him.
Very nicely done there. Genza was able to steal that blue buff away due to an untimed, a poorly timed smite by Joe.
Yeah, so actually looking for some openings down bot, but CES is mirroring that perfectly. So PSO will not be able to pull any ganks off. You also have BMM keeping Techmaturgy in check. So this time, CES is winning in that chess game. Flash again! Quick fingers from Genza. Blocks the kick and no kills on the BMM.
Very nicely done. Auto waste of the flash for Jill. Was ready to flash behind him and go for the Dragon's Rage. It was a very unfortunate event. Oh, right into the 3-point stack into Y1 here.
Yep, flash from Turf, knocked right back, engage from Tobu, very well executed, and the Slicing Maelstrom clipping Genza on the edge as he goes down to Jero. CS wants an exchange, but they will not get it, at least for now. But Meliodas, he's been saving his ultimate for this very moment. A punch to Jiro's face, he safeguards away. A knockout from Tobu to buy some time, and PSO walks away with 2 kills.
Very unfortunate here for PSO, for Cerberus here. They were trying their level best to come into the fight, but it seems that PSO was able to get them on the back foot, and I think that was a really wise choice for them. Oh, there goes the bonk onto the turret. Tobu now goes into the middle of everything, gets hit with the belly flop or the body slam for his troubles, will give a kill over to BMM.
And Cerberus at least gets a consolation prize. But if you are PSO, you're fine with it. It is just a support. And I think BMM almost got tagged by the Sonic Wave as well. Cerberus and keeping tabs with PSO. All things considered, Cerberus are once more the team that is in the lead in terms of net worth. And it has been a recurring trend. Cerberus are just getting a bit more value on the map.
Right, looking at how Meliodas as well as Duck B are moving very much ahead here, I do believe that the urgency... Oh wait, before that though,
Jero spotted out, trying to sneak a Herald. And the CS, they're super willing to contest this. That means Tobu gotta do something. Dewa actually gets hit by the binding. Half of that Slicing Maelstrom goes to waste. Rip Pharaoh secured by Jero. Denmark used by BMM as Y1 disengaged completely. To get the lockdown to Techmaturgy, and he has nowhere to go. A binding again from Genza, securing the kill. BMM goes for the second one and finds a double. A linking from Joe will not do anything good as Meliodas picks up kill number 3 on the Tufts.
triple kill there going over to his BMM. Definitely going to be enjoying quite a big one indeed here. Quite a big spike of goal potential here for BMM. Was able to go in and out of that fight really, really well. It's got to be careful to mitigate this hard push here. We're going to be seeing the Soul Shackles right into it. Will there be an opportunity? Yes, they will. I don't know about you. It is going to be worth for the Herald to get that tower, but doubt it's going to be worth for Joe to get taken down so easily.
Things are starting to go downhill a bit for PSO. Losing objectives, they're starting to realize that these skirmishes aren't really easy for them to take, and they have no way to deliver Dewa into the fight. We saw how Genza is so sharp. he will constantly be looking for Dewa, and if Dewa wants to run in with the Slicing Maelstrom, he's just gonna throw a Binding out and waste that duration. So we're not only looking at the explosive cast on B, we're also looking at Genza with the Binding to keep Dewa in place.
I do believe that a lot of it really revolves around the fact that Genza, as well as some of the members here, BMM especially, enable each other to actually move from one spot to another, get some of those utility shots off, those bindings, those black shields to ensure. Oh wait, Joel.
Save got into a kick. This kill has to go through, but Y1 just plays it too clean. No kills for PSO. CS continues to spread that pressure left, right, and center. Y1 back to an uncontested state. Can't really say the same for Tufts though. He was gone up by the death mark and BMM blows him up.
BMM now basically showing them how to Zed. There goes Explosive Cask.
Slicing Maelstrom finally barely finishes off the Zed. But at what cost? They've lost Tobu. CS, they want a bit more, but it's under the tier 2, so they won't get it.
Alright, so looking at it here, we did lose BMM in that exchange, so I do see that he is going to buy his Zonya's Hourglass. In terms of the itemization, Cyril does grudge right to Yomu's Ghostblade. Oh wait, but before that though, he goes golden.
Fall Breaker to force out the Zonyas.
Whoa!
The flash kick. Not getting the knockout connected though, as Duckby was able to body slam away, flash away in fact. PSO throwing everything kitchen sink at CS and still getting nothing.
Alright, I want to touch on a little bit more. Yomu's Ghostblade, Black Cleaver, a lot of damage there on top of the cleave. On top of the cleave damage, he will be ignoring a lot of damage, as well as his offensive spells will cause slows. So for BMM, all he needs to do is just hit his spell combos, and you know for a fact that he will be able to follow up. Tufts as well as Y1 now exchanging love taps in the Baron lane, in the Dragon lane, excuse me.
Kind of same situation as game 1, but with the difference being CS having a lot more go in the bank. 8,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge advantage here compared to the previous game, Husky, and I feel that it is indicative of members of Cerberus being very well aware and cognizant of PSO's ability to get these skirmishes up and running. If Cerberus right now plays it in such a way where they don't entirely engage with PSO directly, PSO doesn't entirely engage with Cerberus directly, and Joel is able to deliver some of those high-value targets into the hands of PSO, then we could actually see a turnaround here. Still very close, but it seems that for Cerberus, they kind of have everything figured out already.
They need to get Genza out of the fight. So much utility provided by this Morgana alone has been causing pain for PSO. And BMM is getting more and more confident. 3 core items and BMM goes straight for the death mark. And Tobu has to use that quickness just to scare BMM away. And at the end of the day, it is a win for TS.
I think it's very a wise choice there, using that follow-up to actually deter BMM from going full commitment towards his... Oh wait, right into Assault and Battery. No, let's go back to the middle.
And yeah. It's too graphic to show the audience.
Yeah, I mean there was a war crime right there.
It is. I mean, it's blasphemy, right? Because they just took down God, so...
Alright.
Can't show it to those who believe in it.
Yeah, you can, you know.
Graphic scene.
A very graphic scene indeed here. So,
all
jokes aside.
Oh, Y1 probably gonna win this one. The flash. No chance. Stone Plate and the Adaptive Shield way too strong. And PSO falling apart at the seams. What a save from Duckby. This 3 points that explosive cast and Tag 130. If you think about it, Y1 is really teasing the members of PSO, but he has to pass it back up, and look at that. Precision protocol. BMM shows up. They're bought enough time for BMM to join the fight. Genza also wants a piece of the Dewa. Looking for the Slicing Maelstrom. Was able to pick up Y1, but can he get out of this? Can they punish CES for that overextension? They find 2 kills, but BMM, oh, he's not done just yet. Dewa gets away, but burns to the Ignite, and BMM slips in and out of the shadow for 3.
4, actually. 4 members get taken down. Tufts, Jill, Techmaturgy, and Dewa. And I think they only lost 1, I think, in that whole exchange. Cerberus right now just showing that their level of communication on top of how structured they are in terms of approaching some of these fights is just, what's the word for it? It's just an indicator of just how good they are on a macro and micro level. and their ability to just shine in some of these fights. We do see Joel as well as other members of PSO actually playing catch up with members of Cerberus here. And I mean, it's no disrespect to PSO and the Indonesian region. It just goes to show that Cerberus is just operating on a different level.
And this is the Cerberus that we are very familiar with, and of course, a minor step up from game number 2, specifically
Definitely.
for BMM, who has not been having the best of time, but you know, PSO giving him that kind of a big boost in that confidence. And we see PSO really putting a ton of emphasis onto tough and technology, kind of what we talked about at the start of the series. But right now, I feel like Dewa would be the weakest link just because of the champion itself. So hard to pull off. You really need a dream team fight to see that slicing maelstrom bear fruits. And CES are not giving them that.
I feel like PSO is just not giving opportunity for Dewa to actually operate with the Slicing Maelstrom. And even then also, there is a lot of missed opportunities for the side of PSO because Cerberus were very handy in terms of them following up 2 members of PSO. Bottom
And
side.
might get solo kill. The Tobu saves him just in the nick of time.
Just in the nick of time indeed here. PSO definitely going to be enjoying that Y1 kill there. But we're going to be seeing 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes on the clock there. Deathmark goes over. Going to be seeing that jump rare. Immediately gets out of the way, switches back to his original Deathmark.
Can PSO get something done? The binding lands onto Joe, mid-resonating strike, I believe. Genza, he's trying to buy a bit of that Tagma30. Yeah, threatening and engaged, forcing a flash from Genza. PSO temporarily forcing, just getting Cerberus out of their side of the map. But we're seeing that problem with this Morgana is so annoying, especially when you try to chase into her. And BMM is constantly on the prowl. And this time the target is going to be Tagma30. Cease and desist is started up. Meliodas keeping him in place. He just needs to buy a bit of time. The Vault Breaker is there. Tagma30 has his sums. He's going to start out with the Zhonya's first. Tries to dash away with the Valor, but CES stick onto him like glue. And that means without this Riven for 45 seconds, CES are more than confident to force the fight.
Alright, so this could be an opportunity for PSO to actually turn this around. Elder is in play, but they are going to be opting for the Baron dance. They have to be very, very careful with this. BMM is close by.
Not sure how PSO is going to get in though, but Dewa can always be a factor. CES, they want to go for the turn. Straight onto Dewa, who has the slicing maelstrom. Can he finish off the cannon in time though? As the G8 from Meliodas pops. Dewa is still alive, throwing out those electric shurikens as Tough puts his body in front to try and defend Dewa, but Dewa is isolated, and even with the exhaust, Meliodas will blow right through him. Y1 flashes, they get the follow-up, they get the kills, they get the ace. CES will not give PSO any more chance to breathe. They put them in a chokehold and they drain PSO of their life force. CES will find another win, and as Tagma30 becomes the last bastion, he falls just as quick. PSO will not find their first series win this week. CES continues forward with a 2-1 victory.
Unfortunately for Persis, they will not be able to score a single win today thus far. But it just goes to show winning 1 against Cerberus in game number 1 is definitely something PSO should be proud about here. Although disappointment is going to be on the faces of PSO, there's still good luck, have fun, on to the next game.
Yeah. PSO not in the best spot because they don't have much more games left to play. In fact, just 3 more. You got to make it the top 5 to even qualify for playoffs. So they're put in a very tough predicament, but all things considered, PSO had probably one of the better series compared to yesterday against Denmark Galaxy. Today, they put up a decent fight, more polished early to mid game. Just that against CES, you sometimes get outclassed by these macro decisions, and CES put up a masterclass on how to deal with PSO's draft. And I would honestly say that BMM stepped up big time in game 3.
Look at that, some really good one there. BMM doesn't have to be in the middle of it all. Immediately goes up it, gets kicked away from Jill there, but still be able to get the double and gets the other one there for a triple.
PSO, all in all, I think still faces a bit of that problem. The cannon definitely is something that does make PSO fans screaming like excitement, right? It's an icon for Dewa, but just no effectiveness, honestly, in some of these fights. When you run out of the slicing maelstrom, there is nothing left in the tank for this champion. And you can see that PSO, they don't get to play the Actican like they had in game number 2. You don't really have the lux for those long-range pokes, and it just doesn't feel the same. So CS, with a very convincing closure to this game number 3. And once more, Meliodas played a perfect Vi game, 6-0-4.
I believe that Meliodas was definitely a strong contributing factor towards Cerberus getting the win. But let us not forget that BMM was the 28% total damage provided there with a total value of 29,367. Not too far behind him, Genza also was very supportive as well, creating a lot of those opportunities. But look at that. I mean, it was PSO for a while, for the first 2 minutes, 1 minute, but from that moment onwards, it was just PSO being driven to the ground and Cerberus climbing steadily.
Yeah, the whole game, just like the rest of the series, PSO never really got that gold lead as Cerberus kind of getting this gold injection every now and then. Starting with the objectives, always about the hero. Cerberus Esports knew that as the game progresses, they are going to gain the advantage because PSO needs to keep up that aggressive play, those proactive moves from Jero. But contrary to game number 2, again, the draft from PSO doesn't allow Jero to kind of activate them. If you're running a cannon who doesn't really have the setup, right? You compare Rakan to a Galio or a Nautilus, it just doesn't feel the same. You don't have this. You don't have the identical tools to kind of make that initial move. And I think that really stopped Jero from being effective.
I think that was the biggest issue here. Because of the comfort that was being shown by Dewa playing the cannon, I felt that maybe there might be a few arrangements or maybe a few changes that should be made by Persist Esports in terms of how those compositions are going to run through. Because I do see the benefit of the Lux on paper as well as in practice, but then again the cannon, not so much. But enough about benefits and of course enough about pros and cons. This broadcast is brought to you by the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters. Unfortunately for PSO, when it mattered the most, they lost. And of course, moving ahead is going to be our official energy drink, Monster Energy Drink. Unleash the beast here at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for those of you guys who would like to interact with me, Husky, or any of the casting crew or production team, head on over to our official Discord, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for more information and to add a little bit of your thoughts.
Coming up, Team Flash will take on Nigma Galaxy, the highlight of the day. If you guys have not had a main dish just yet, this is the series that you do not want to miss. Team Flash did show that they have weaknesses. RRQ, the first seed of the Philippines, have taken them down in week 1 in a 2-0 fashion. Now it's time for Nigma Galaxy to step up to the plate and undertake the same test. Can they give Team Flash a fight in this best of 3? We're gonna find out after this break, so do not go anywhere because you gotta cancel your plans for a great Wild Rift best of 3.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and we're going to be your casters as we bring to you the final matchup for today. So, after having gone through 3 different matchups, now we're finally at our last one here. This is going to be Team Flash versus Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, this is the grand finale of week number 2. Two of the best teams that we have in this region going head-to-head. You know, we have Team Flash, the undisputed titans of the Vietnam region, against the up and rising star of the Philippines, Nigma Galaxy. I think we're in for a ride. 3-game series, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of topsy-turvy all around, but the leaderboard at least keep us nice and straight on the narrow here. So, of course, first place is currently being shared by both RRQ, Rex Rigum Kion, and Cerebus Esports, currently with a scoreline of 3-1. Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash are both also tied for third, having a scoreline of 2-1. So whoever is going to be winning this is going to automatically be above the other in the leaderboard.
And this is going to kind of break either Team Flash or Nigma Galaxy away from the pack, right? At the end of the day, we will have 3 teams tied for first and 3 teams tied for fourth. Yeah, right. 3 teams tied for fourth. So the 2 Indonesian squads not really having a good time, especially versus Esports. Still trying to find that first series win, but we will have to wait until next week. All these teams, by the end of today, will only have 3 more best of 3s to play for the rest of the group stage. So you gotta get into that top 5, and it's not looking all that good for some of these teams. For Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash though, I think we're in for a treat because Team Flash have shown that they can be beaten. And for Nigma Galaxy, they've shown that they can beat some of the toughest opponents that we have.
Yeah, that is for sure. So that is how it stands for now. So let's go ahead and see how these 2 teams will fight it out when we get to that Summoner's Rift. So let's go ahead and have a look at the roster for Team Flash. Hailing all the way from Vietnam, they are comprised of Shai, Zaisu, Coyote, Ellie, and Empty.
Yeah, and I think in you know, if we go back history, Ellie, this is definitely not his first rodeo. He has played He has played a different title before this, and he has won a world championship at some point as well. So he's bringing the experience from a different game of the same genre into Wild Rift, and just tearing up the Rift. But one of the highlights when we look at Team Flash is always the jungler Jisoo. Even though he's not the guy that is stealing objectives, is not the the acrobat like Chaz is from RRQ, but Jisoo is a very, very solid jungler, and he is always willing to get in your face and be that hyper carry that the team needs. And one thing that separates Team Flash from the rest of the teams that we have in this league though isn't the flashiness, but the discipline that they have as a squad.
Yeah, it's certainly the discipline has helped them a lot. especially those longer kind of matchups here. So here's hoping that Team Flash is going to be able to continue on this journey here, hopefully with more success moving forward here. So nevertheless, for the Vietnamese squad, it's going to be quite the opponents that they're going to be facing off here in this matchup now, in the form of Enigma Galaxy. And one hopes that they will be well prepared for this one.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy is a team that does a lot of preparation, but we gotta give a bit of that spotlight over to Ellie on the side of Team Flash. Don't let that numbers fool you though. Ellie is one of the most solid Dragon laners that we have seen in the entire Southeast Asia region. And Team Flash was the team that made it to top 4 in the Icons Global Championship. Ellie was part of that roster. He didn't play yesterday. I believe it was Tabby that stepped in, one of the subs for Team Flash. But today, we're gonna see Ali. I can't wait to see him tear up the rift.
Yeah, that's going to be something interesting to see for sure. So let's go ahead and introduce you guys once more. Enigma Galaxy. Hailing from the Philippines, they are comprised of Chami, Jushi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw.
And in this series, I want to see the jungle matchup. I want to see Jisoo, I want to see Joshi go head-to-head because they do have the similar properties as a jungler. Joshi incredibly active, and it kind of coincides with the rest of Enigma Galaxy's playstyle. They like to be in your face, and most importantly, they don't hesitate to take these fights. In these high-tempo games, all you will see is Enigma Galaxy running around the map and getting kills again and again and again until the nexus of the enemies blow up. That was what happened against PSO yesterday. So if you play against Enigma Galaxy, expect unorthodox picks, but most importantly, expect unrelenting aggression.
Yeah, they are certainly unrelenting in that regard. As you can see, the decisiveness that they would use throughout these fights here are also something that's formidable for their opponents for sure. So Enigma Galaxy, I really was looking forward to a lot from them in this challenge group stage, and so far they haven't really disappointed. Right now, sitting tied for that third place right now, it goes to show that Enigma Galaxy already has lived up to some of that promise. Let's just hope that can continue to live on to that promise some more. Here's the head-to-head between both the junglers of Ellie and Demon Kite.
Vastly different champion pools, but just a fun fact, Demon Kite also played that vein. He did flex it, I believe, in the grand finals of our open finals against RRQ. So when we look at the comparison, it felt like Demon Kite does have a bit of the numbers racked up, but Ellie, he didn't play in yesterday's matches, and it was Tabby who stepped in. So today, we're going to see a different side of Team Flash. We're going to see the full squad that was able to make top 4 at the Icons Global Championship and even taking down, I believe, the 3rd seed of the WR region, the China region, one of the Chinese team. So this is going to be a banger in the Dragon lane. Demon Kite, though, had a rocky series overall yesterday. Let's see if today's going to be any different. He does like to flex some of those picks. The Vayne, the Jhin, even the Draven was one of the options that he has picked for himself.
Yeah, so we're going to be moving into our draft for this final series very, very soon. So make sure you guys go ahead and give us your predictions in the Twitch chat right now. The voting should be up and online now. So go ahead and let us know who do you think is going to be taking this series between Enigma Galaxy as well as Team Flash. So this is our predictions here, 2-1 for both of us.
Yeah, it could go to Team Flash, and I wouldn't be surprised at all, but I have faith in Enigma Galaxy. I think they have a very incredible support staff. We've been talking to a lot of them. At least I've been able to talk to the coaches themselves, both Vansu and TG. And, they have a very insightful person. Of course, everyone else goes for Team Flash, and I don't blame them. These guys go for the basic bandwagon, but I'm a believer of the Dark Horse, I'm a believer of miracles, and I'm a believer of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, it's same for me as well. I mean, I've been consistently voting for Enigma a lot of times. Haven't really worked out well for me though, but certainly for Enigma Galaxy, they certainly will be appreciating that, I hope. Well, in any case, we're going to be jumping into our draft very soon now. So what are going to be your expectations though? I mean, you already saw what Enigma kind of did yesterday, so do you think they'll be able to carry that form today?
I honestly hope so, because I think Enigma Galaxy is a team that I wouldn't say entirely fresh. They have incredible playmaker, and while Team Flash, they're playing with Taddy again today, so it's gonna be pretty. And we're gonna see the same Team Flash that we saw from yesterday, but it's not to take anything away from Taddy though. I think he also was able to fill in some of that void that you know we were kind of wondering if he would be able to do so. When Ellie isn't in the roster, but overall Team Flash is just a solid squad. But to answer your questions, I think NGX, as a team that only got signed, I think 3-4 months ago, they have made a lot of headway. And this is one of their debuts competitively as a squad, and they have made it this far. They took RRQ to 7 games in the Open Final Grand Finals, and that itself is a big statement. Now, RRQ took down Team Flash 2-0.
Yeah.
Nigma Galaxy almost took down RRQ. Does that mean Nigma Galaxy is better than Team Flash? It's food for thought.
It's a rock, paper, scissors strategy for sure. But of course, it's I digress though. It's always so dependent on that day's performance, isn't it? And with Team Flash now having to play without Ellie, hopefully.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
So Ellie is actually playing. So I take back what I say. I think Team Flash is gonna win this because we have an Icons team right here.
Yeah.
We see the Jace and the Karma ban out. Very standard. Senna is probably gonna be on the list as Team Flash takes that out. Yuumi also removed by NGX. Looking for probably a Morgana ban though. If you're on Team Flash, it's either the Kassadin or the Morgana, because NGX loves the Morgana a lot. As NGX, they do respect the Lucian, a very strong pick for Shy. And Team Flash opting to go for the Gragas instead. This opens up a lot of choice for NGX.
Yeah, I mean, at least we still have Kassadin in the pool, Camille still in the pool. And, well, I mean, naturally with the Senna being banned out. Okay, there it goes.
Of course,
straight away for the Kassadin pick.
Yeah. And if anyone just tuned into the broadcast and they were like, well, why do you let Kassadin through? Well, just now, Cerberus Esports got one Kassadin game and they actually lost the President's Esports. So Kassadin is an immortal, and Nigma Galaxy, at least for the region of MSPB, is the only team, or is the first team that has figured out how to stop a Kassadin, so they do know the limitations. And another fun fact, they actually flexed the Kassadin. It's either Aaron or Chami, so it's still up in the air where that's going to go, but Team Flash, they're going to answer with not just the Renekton, but the Vice. So no matter where the Kassadin goes towards, he will be oppressed.
Yeah, and they will need to keep him oppressed as much as possible during this early game phases, because once he reaches level 13, it's nigh on unstoppable that Kassadin will be. So Teemo's going to be picked up here by NGX. That's interesting.
I dare them to pick Teemo.
Oh, no.
They do not have the guts to pick Teemo. But this is one of the picks that NGX debuted with. It is the Morgana. They love to play the Morgana Jax, so Joshi Morgana and Chami Jax. I doubt we will see the Jax in its current climate. They will go for the set instead. It's going to be probably a draw champion in that Dragon Lane, setting them out for a very stable bottom lane to deal with Team Flash. We still have that Ziggs on the table if we're talking about APCs, but at the same time, NGX can still flex their Morgana into the Dragon Lane. And Team Flash, they actually take the Jax away just to make sure that NGX doesn't get their hands on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was... that was interesting from Team Flash's side. They could have opted to use their ban instead, but decided that you're going to be fielding the Jax. The Fiora is going to be banned out here from Team Flash, and now it's going to be NGX's turn to ban.
I think Team Flash are going to start targeting Chami's champion pool right now, because if Joshi ends up playing that Morgana jungle, he will frequently pay visit to the Baron lane just to enable Chami. So I'm expecting a Fiora ban. A Camille ban could also be on the table, because that is one of the more prevalent choices. The Riven as well. So I think it's either of those two. We'll see what Team Flash goes for. And I feel like you probably want to ban a Camille simply because you have that Jax matchup. So if you can give the Jax an easier time, and see what Team Flash decision is going to be. Actually, just kind of segue over to the Shyvana. That means that they understand that NGS can still put this Morgana on Demon Kite. You put this Morgana set, can be an equally strong lane.
Yeah, well, NGS is going to have that last ban for them now, so let's see what is their response. It's going to be a ban on Rakan, and then now Team Flash will have the next pick. Let's
see, probably still looking for that. Probably still looking for a Dragon laner because they only have Ellie and MT's champion pool left, right? You already pick the Jax, Fire, and Renekton. That pretty much shows that your jungler mid at top. We see the Alistar, a pick that we don't normally get to see, but I can kind of see where this is coming from. You have that unbreakable will, so a lot of incredible crowd control, a lot of resistance in those team fights. You basically just break free from those annoying CCs from the set. This Morgana, it's gonna be very hard to stop this Mad Cow. And GX picking that front line. It's gonna be the Garen, and that does feel like we get a Joshi jungle. It's probably a Garen top, a Garen Baron lane. And the last pick still.
Yeah, one last pick, and
Okay.
that will be Lee Sin.
Yeah, Morgana said bottom lane. There is still a potential to flex that, right? We did touch on it for a little bit. So it's a Joshi Lee Sin. I love this. One of his most comfortable picks.
And certainly one that will pair out well with the Morgana, and especially if you consider that the Lee Sin can pretty much hold or rather carry for that mid phase of the game until Kassadin can come with his full stack of levels.
There it is, an oppressive Dragon lane from Team Flash, the Ellie Avaris, and just now in the lounge, I suppose, is where we take our break. We're kind of talking about Dewa from PSO on that cannon pick, and we kind of had this conversation where I think Varus does an amazing job. It is a champion that was prioritized a couple months ago during the WCS regionals and even up to Icons, but felt like he fell into obscurity. But I still think Varus overall as a champion is a very, very stable pick. It's a very, very stable Dragon laner because it provides everything you want: poke, range, crowd control, damage, and just a general safety net. And now Team Flash picking it up and pair with an Alistar. It's going to make it a bit hard for NGX to deal with in that bottom lane. I don't think NGX can be as proactive as they intend to with this Morgana set.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pickup here from Team Flash. Let's see if they're going to be able to make full use of it when we come into our first game of this matchup. We can already see the players get themselves psyched up and ready to join each other in the field of battle. That is going to be the Summoner's Rift here in this Snapdragon Pro Series. So, well, we'll wait for them to load in. Let's see how this will go.
Yeah. I do expect NGX to kind of be a bit more proactive like they always do. And this Team Flash suggesting a bit of the air conditioner. I always believe that if the temperature is too cold, your fingers won't function the best capacity. That's how you kind of lose games.
Yeah.
Mobile gamer tips. I'm just making an assumption. I assume that's the case.
Well, I mean, sometimes when the room is a little bit cold, I also find it a bit hard to text, so you might be onto something.
I think I am on the sun. As someone who has showered with cold water for past few months, I can confirm that cold does not bode well. Anything.
Your heater is broken or something?
It is.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the power trips whenever I turn on the water pump, I assume.
Huh.
They say that's the problem, so I will find out tonight. Because yesterday they say it was fixed. I went back, the same thing happened, and I felt like I was in the Arctic. So hopefully today it's gonna be some good omen.
Well, hopefully things will heat up now that we're finally in the Rift here. This is going to be our first game between Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash, Philippines versus Vietnam. Let's go.
Yeah, and Team Flash again, giving us a bit of a pause. The air conditioner is a bit too cold, guys. Do not worry. We'll get that figured out in a bit. But we will have Coyote on that Renekton mid. And generally, when we see Renekton getting picked, it does give you a lot of agency to work with as well because it is a very good flex. And you can see that Renekton nowadays goes for the very aggressive lane booty build. So you have the Kraken Slayer. And it also benefits Team Flash whenever their opponents pick something like a Garen, a brick wall to just neutralize the lane. The Renekton can at least put a bit of pressure, and that is why they put Coyote on the Renekton and have that Jax in top lane. Though, with that being said, they did select these two champions in the first phase, so it was clear-cut from the beginning. And I think if NGS cannot shut down the Jax, we might have a bit of a problem in that mid to late game.
I mean, what a kind of things that the Jacks need to worry about really in this game?
I think the Jax generally is a champion that, when we look at Jax, we always think about those 1 versus 1. You don't really beat Jax in a 1v1 because he is designed for that. But a Jax that is from behind is going to have an incredibly tough time. So I think what NGX will probably look to do is to have that pressure move towards the Baron side and to really shut down Shy before he comes online, because not only is he good in that 1 versus 1, a Jax that is able to side lane and have no one stop him can be a threat to your structures as well. Though this is probably one of the first few times I see Shy play that Jax Baron lane, so I'm really excited to see what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, okay. And I think also another champion to kind of highlight here. So Kassadin. So we know that in this current meta right now, Kassadin is way overpowered. But then what have you seen as kind of approaches these teams have taken to beat these Kassadin games?
Do not give the Kassadin space. I know it's easier said than done, but what teams have kind of proven to us, at least if I take a page out of NGX's playbook, is that they don't directly pressure the Kassadin, but they directly pressure the side lanes, right? So they make sure that the side lanes are crumbling. So no matter how much time the Kassadin has, they're never going to be able to recover. We're gonna take a bit of a highlight, I believe, from the game tree between CES and PSO, just to give you guys a bit of a refreshment on how that series went down. Of course, the CES completely demolishing PSO in game 3.
Yeah, I mean that was quite messy to watch actually. When I was watching it from the lounge, it felt like at times PSO could have made some better decisions, but then certainly the cannon pick certainly was very questionable, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would say that it really came down to the cannon. I felt like it was a pretty questionable pick. The cannon just doesn't provide what PSO are looking for, though it's kind of one of their signature. But at the end of the day, this is one of those moments, right, where you're on the cannon, you want to be in your enemy's face. But CS have so many tools to mitigate that. And you only are really effective if you have someone to follow up, if you have a setup that you can connect with. PS were never really able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, CS pretty much mopped the floor with them after that point, and one wonders that, if he had just picked something a little bit different, or do you think that like, no, actually, now thinking of it, I don't think that's the case, but certainly if Dewa had not been forced to, or rather have been able to pick anything other than Cannon, perhaps this game could have gone a lot better for PSO.
That's why I think the Varus is a good choice. And it makes me happy that Ali picked the Varus for himself. Though, all that being said, I think PSO definitely deserves a pat on the back. They did an incredible job in the series. Way better than yesterday when they went up against NGX. Just that their opponent, unfortunately, was CS. One of the second seeds from Vietnam region.
Yeah, I mean, and certainly Cerebus had been on a roll, really, during this group stage here. I mean, initially, things didn't look good for them on that first day, but then they seem to have picked things up massively since then.
And they really have. I think PSO, in general, has been a team that, perceived to be from one of the weaker regions overall. The Indonesia region has been struggling for a bit, but these kind of performance does give us hope. If you are a fan of either PSO or Echo Fortius, CES, it was a team that was able to join their counterparts, Team Flash, on the WCSC finals, right? So there is some international experience right there. With that being said, though, Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash is still going to be the highlight of the evening, regardless of what anyone says. I want to see Nigma Galaxy draw some blood.
For sure. I mean, we're all here for that, aren't we, here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, yeah, unfortunately, we are currently in a bit of a delay right now in starting this first game due to some technical issues which are being resolved right now by our hardworking admins over at ESL. So, hopefully you guys will bear with us while we await the start of the game. But for now, we're just going to hang back and chill a little bit.
Yeah, just have some time to breathe. These 2 days have been incredibly long. Tiring but fulfilling though. Like we generally have witnessed some pretty impressive performances from teams that I personally expected to step up. Personally want to see them improve, and they have delivered to a certain degree, right? Regardless of whether the series was a win or loss, I would say PSO and Echo were two great examples. BRU also showed us. I would say that BRU showed us a side that I have expected them to show from the very beginning, but they were able to kind of solidify that in their series against CES. Bank being one of the main players. And NGX overall, even though they had a slow start to yesterday against PSO, dropping game number 1, they were able to close it out in a convincing 2-1 afterwards. And I think coming into Team Flash, that mental resilience will be a key factor whether they can recover from a deficit.
Yeah, for sure. Again, teams that are, that know how to handle these kind of pressure, these kind of stresses, often come out on top. So I do wonder though that I think we can also kind of like discuss a little bit about Wild Rift in general, how the scene has developed and evolved over the year. So I mean, right now, what do you see? Where do you see Wild Rift being at the moment?
I would say that there's development. Right, albeit a bit slow. I think I feel like I shouldn't sugarcoat it. I don't think it is growing super fast, but we are seeing that growth. The community support we're seeing, has been incredibly great. Giving everyone a platform to work with, and again, all these amazing players, right? Whether this is their first game or whether this is, the game from the same genre and they've had experience with other titles before. They're all coming together under the same roof. And we're looking at Ellie. That's a good example. He has won a world championship on a different mobile title. Yeah. Now he's here. Maybe he's looking for a second one. I don't know. He's gonna feel like a trophy case in it.
Gotta collect all the championships, right?
And collect all the championships of all mobile titles in the world.
Oh my goodness, that was like next level champion right there.
He made it pretty close though. He made it to top 4. So I think given like 1 or 2 more years, maybe we'll get there. Yeah. Our biggest opponents is WRL team, so that is going to be a tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, regardless, that is going to be very difficult. Nevertheless, though, we are currently 1 minute into our start of Game 1, and things are relatively calm at the moment. No big fights yet, no incursions, nothing strange going on here in the Summoner's Rift other than some actual game of Wild Rift.
Yeah, it's one of those very standard starts. I do think Aaron would, again, the Aaron just acts as kind of a neutralizer. It's more of how Chammy plays up against Shy. And remember what we talked about early on with the Kassadin being a flex.
Yep.
Chammy's playing the Kassadin Baron lane.
There he goes. So something a little bit unexpected maybe for some Kassadin players out there, but you can certainly do that. And Chammy does play a mean Baron lane role, so I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty comfortable using that Kassadin anyway. So Zaisu at the moment still roaming around the mid, and the bottom here it looks like Demon Kite is a little bit alone now as a Morgana, as this mate has just moved on to the mid. Juicy right now on that Lee Sin picking up those blue buffs, ever so important as Aaron spins the sword around, attempting to try to bring Coyote down. Down a notch or 2.
Demon Kai gotta be really careful though. This bottom lane just going the way that we expected. A bait top though.
Yeah, Juicy joining in the fight here with Shy, and it looks like Shy is being forced to flash towards the turret there to stay alive. But Juicy and Cammy are not getting out of the way. Picking up the honey fruit, they catches on Shy.
Oh,
the Chariot comes out just in time to save him though, but one last shot still comes true from Chammy, and first blood goes to Nigma Galaxy.
And that's what we talked about. Joshi is gonna be there with Chammy, and they will try to put the pressure onto Shy. Everything coming together, but the bad news is that 1 kill isn't enough. You gotta do more in the execution. Woohoo!
That was a close one, and I think the Ignite is still through there for Zaisu.
What the flash Ignite?
Oh, is he? No!
Oh my goodness!
I thought he was going to be able to survive, but no, he did not.
Took a lot out of that though. Aaron ignited Jisoo, he used the blast shield for the shield, and Draw was like, I have another Ignite, and he flash ignites him again. I mean, you can't be mad dying to that, it's too much.
Yeah, I guess like he probably should be getting rid of that tinder and firewood from his body, because it seems like a little spark seems to set him ablaze now. So let's see, level 5 right now for Shy as he recalls back to base. We already see level 6s for the Vi and a Renekton on Team Flash's side. Aaron still looking pretty sharp there, already level 6 on that Garen now. But objectives still yet to show themselves here. Neither side haven't gone for any towers yet, although we do see certainly some damage done on the top. But otherwise, for the most part, both of these teams still sticking to their positions, not really going aggressively quite yet. Though Aaron and Draw are certainly keeping the pressure going in this middle lane.
Team Flash's draft has a big advantage in big team fights, not only because they have those AoE spells, but it's also because Nigma Galaxy wants to fight in your face. Chammy wants to dip in and out, but most of the time when he does damage, it's with that Rift Wall, right? He will be on top of you, same as the rest of the team. Team Flash has a really good tool to make sure that NGX don't stick together. The Chain of Corruptions from Ellie. He's gonna, if he lands it on one person, that ultimate's gonna start spreading to the rest of NGX and they will have to disperse. And that will give Team Flash a lot of time to reset. And even if NGX commits to a re-engage, you have Empty there to cover for the rest of his team. So what worries me is that even though NGX have the late game scaling champions, even though they are making proactive move, it's very hard for them to fight head-on.
Empty getting the bell stacks, but unfortunately with the rest of NGX in the corner, he's not going to be able to continue bossing him around.
Yeah, I mean, the Unbreakable Will just makes him close to unkillable early on.
True.
He just has too much damage reduction percentage, in fact. So that's an indicator that you're not supposed to take him out.
Yeah.
And he has a stone plate.
Oh yeah, that certainly, yeah.
They're gonna try again onto Shido.
Maybe.
Or they were thinking about it.
They're definitely thinking about it, putting himself in position there, Draw, while Jushi is going to be starting that Rift Herald. In the meantime, I think the Infernal Dragon still looking safe, though Coyote now is going to be starting it. Though Aaron and Demon Kite are around the corner, so I don't think Coyote will be able to continue this Dragon here. I think Lee Sin should be about done, and yes, he is done with that Rift Herald, so that's already one in the bag now for Nigma Galaxy.
Lovely start from NGX. Cool, calm, collected. Team Flash, despite that, it's doing a pretty decent job of keeping it together with that net worth. But NGX, they have the timer on their side. Time is their best friend right now. And even though we say this very often when it comes to talking about Kassadin, he's not invincible, but he sure is a guarantee, an insurance policy when we progress into the game.
Yep. Certainly for that late game stage, you definitely want to have the Kassadin on your side of the Rift, not the other, that's for sure. And for NGX, they know that as long as they can, as long as Chammy is able to keep rolling in with that farm, that he will certainly be able to scale up in time. Now the Infernal Drake should be taken by Team Flash now. NGX not really making a move to counteract it. Instead, they're sending the Rift Herald all the way up to top, and they've already taken down one of those tier 1 turrets. So, at least objectives-wise, NGX is maybe just that little bit ahead, but I digress though. No major team fights yet. They're certainly saving that for the end.
Yeah, I love that move from NGX. Again, the pressure is all funneled into Shy.
Yeah.
An attempted gank bot.
Yeah, onto Coyote. A lot of pressure, and Aaron just jumps in with the execute, finishes off the Renekton, but is very, very low. Could have been very risky, but fortunately for him, no one from Team Flash was around there to clean up at that moment, so I think Aaron should be able to continue this push.
I mean, Draw was so quick on the trigger. Coyote flash and Draw instantly follows up with his flash and showstopper. That would have never happened if Draw didn't, keep tabs on Coyote. See NGX being able to open up both side lanes. But Chammy has to be really careful though. That third hit from Shy's ultimate is always gonna allow him to win these short trades. And that's why NGX are putting so much attention on that Baron lane, constantly having someone there. It's either Jushi or Draw. But as Chammy goes for the reset, at least it's gonna give NGX some breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, at all times, you just need to at least keep one pair of eyes on the Kassadin throughout this match, right? So, hence, Shy, for the most part, has been staying on that top lane, not really getting involved in many other lanes here. So, in the meantime, though, Chammy's already up to level 10, and That's already putting a lot of pressure now to Team Flash as they attempt now to try to get a gank onto Aaron. That's 4 stacks, lots of damage done, but the stun, unfortunately, not long enough to allow MT or Coyote to finish him off. Now Demon Kite joins into the fray. Aaron still not quite out of the woods, but unfortunately, attempting to drag those minions away was MT.
Yeah, forcing out the dominance from Coyote for nothing. Top lane though.
Yeah, Shy getting caught up now. Draw and Chammy has him pretty much dead to rights. The silence comes through, but the flash saves him just in the nick of time. Didn't really save Coyote though, because unfortunately he got executed upon. But then now here comes the cavalry. MT and Ellie now coming in, trying to get a trade here. But Ellie might just lost her life because of it. But no, she managed to get Honeyford just in time. And now they turn the tables onto the Garen, who is forced to bring out the barrier. But that will not save him from this Alistair.
Yeah, no ultimate from Aaron, unfortunately. And Ellie just getting away by the skin of his teeth, all thanks to Empty. Able to keep him safe. Actually eats the binding from Demon Kite as well. But they were able to force Jisoo away and secure the Scuttle Crab. NGX still in the game, but TF are finding a bit of those trades that can keep them within touching distance of NGX.
Most important thing for Team Flash is to just not allow NGX to run amok with the net worths pretty much. So, you know, by not really taking taking risky fights all around the map here certainly does prevent that, but consequently it also does somewhat slow Team Flash's own progress as well. So really, it's really only just see whether or not they can keep this balance between the two of them. But then it's all going to be about that big 5v5, right? It's going to be about when the whole team has a collapse on each other, and that's when you really hope that all the preparation work that this has been done to get us this point actually has done its work.
And then NGX actually see Aaron. Black Cleaver coming up, but he does have the Hullbreaker first item. So NGX's plan, pull Team Flash apart, play that side lanes, take those structures.
Yeah, you see.
It's gonna kind of force Team Flash to constantly pay attention to where the Garen is. NGX will have a bit more, even more room for Chammy to start ramping up. His third item is on the way. Probably the Rabadon's Death Cap. And Demon Kai is also getting his. It's a ton of magic damage from NGX.
I think we're going to need every last bit of it, especially especially once Team Flash comes fully online, doesn't it? So, nevertheless, Chammy continuing these endless back and forths with Shy. Though without the tier 1 turret, Shy definitely cannot afford to stay that confident within the lane. Another dragon is going to be coming up in a few seconds, as we already see Ellie and Empty starting to make some setups here over on the river. Draw and Demon Kite keeping close tabs on that, as well as Team Flash appears to be starting the dragon, but I think they're really trying to bait NGX into a fight.
It's not going to be easy for NGX to start this fight. Team Flash slowly whittling it down, and NGX, they are forced to walk into Team Flash.
Yeah.
There's Justy on the wings though. Coyote, oh, he's ready.
Yeah, he's ready. Okay, Coyote jumps out straight. That's a good stun. A good set of silence being brought all around onto Team Flash. Zayu is still alive. Chain of Corruption is brought out, and looks like they already managed to get the kill into Coyote done. But then they've already lost 3 members on the NGX's side, so they can't really sustain this fight. And then now the Dragon is still alive. Team Flash still has 4 members. They only lost Coyote, but NGX, they lost 3 members in that one encounter.
And that is the agency that I talked about. Ellie's Chain of Corruptions. So much value in these fights. NGX forced to run into Team Flash. They want to be on top of the Team Flash members. One Chain of Corruption is spread to the entirety of NGX, stopping them in their tracks and not allowing them to follow up with those spells. Chammy couldn't reset the Riftwalk enough. Joshi wasn't able to hit the backline, and Team Flash just cleaned them up one by one. And NGX should feel really lucky that they only lost 3 and it wasn't an ace, because it really felt like Team Flash would have wiped them out in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, Ellie is right now the most high-value target, I think, because easily just that one chains of corruption, it's already puts such a huge mess into NGX now. So right now they're going to have to figure out if they can continue to take more objectives. This is going to be sending Shelly the long way around towards the bottom lane here, while I guess the rest of NGX are going to be focusing their attention to the center of the map here, because they've just taken down that turret. So now, Draw looks like he managed to catch Empty out on the side here. Can they follow this up here and hopefully bring this to a kill? Thing is, Team Flash is bringing in Coyote as well on the top side, and unfortunately they couldn't quite save Empty that time.
Yeah.
But at least they managed to cut their losses.
Great silence from Aaron, I believe. Empty wasn't able to press the stone plate to buy some extra time. A very much needed pickoff, but no conversion, so that's why Joshi is looking for more. So to keep that mid lane safe. That is one of the silver linings for NGX in this game. That mid lane tier 1 still standing.
Yeah, and this is going to be still super important, especially with the Baron still in play. So Jushi right now needs to try to get his items up quickly though, because Aizu is already on level 13. I'm expecting the rest of Team Flash will be coming in soon rather than later, as Aizu now tries to steal a blue buff here. I think Tron and Champion are going to try to contest him for that.
Oh, didn't get it.
Oh, they didn't get it? Ah, no.
Wait, did he get it? Oh, I think he did. I think he did. Yeah, I think Chami secured it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jisoo got his own blue buff. Either way, he has the second item GA, so it's very clear what the plan is. He's just going to be the CC bot, buy as much time as possible and attempt it.
Yeah, good jump there. Lee Sin, unfortunately, is going to get countered upon. The stasis is going to put on him. He's going to be out for the counter for a while. Draw attempts to try to continue to fight. Now, that's good execute there. They will take out the Alistar, and they also manage to find Draw at the same time. The set is already down. Another stasis is going to be put out onto Demon Kite, and one last shot by the Baron will be able to take out the Morgana. Now, Team Flash, they are winning this fight now. They just have Cammy all alone now, completely isolated. Cammy's like, what? What? Cammy kicks a kill instead. What the heck, man?
Never chase into a Kassadin like that. He will jump at you. And then Ellie feeling a bit of that bloodlust, but kicked into overdrive a bit too soon. Yeah, Chami, good punish right there. Yeah. Honestly, if Chami was not in that fight, if Chami got taken out, Ellie would have mopped the floor with NGX. Because this Varus is hitting like an absolute truck. 3 core items available. And once more, we see the Chain of Corruptions doing mad work. No one can get to Ellie. He was just pumping out piercing arrows after piercing arrows after piercing arrows. And all those blight stacks proc are shredding the health bars of NGX. Demon Kaido made a pretty daredevil play where he flashed in with the Soul Shackles and he did a good job. But Ellie, man, he really made NGX work for that.
Draw attempted to try to chase Empty all the way up the mid lane. Now blue buff is going to be picked up by Chami here, and they're continuing their presence in this lane right now. So far, Team Flash are just constantly hounding off whatever attacks that NGX has been doing onto them. But we're now sitting at an impasse here. We still have the Baron up and alive. I think the Mountain Drake, yeah, I believe it's the Mountain Drake is going to be coming up next. That's still up in the air. And at this point, Flash and Enigma are still just both poking holes in each other's armor, but not really committing for a full fight yet. So, as it stands right now, both of these teams still very much neck to neck, though NGX does have a slim lead. But they're still keeping their distance from Team Flash, not really looking forward, especially with Ellie still up and still having the chains of corruption.
Oh my goodness. Oh. That's one spell rotation from Chami. And that's without the Rift Walk. Empty lost 60% of his health. Thankfully he has the Warmark, so he's going to top himself back up very quickly. But man, Chami is doing so much damage. One binding and any target caught will die. Team Flash has to be really careful contesting this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to take this out very methodically and always keep an eye out for what Chami is going to be doing here. That Kassadin is already on max level, and Enigma Galaxy will pick up the Mountain Drake. So finally, they pick up their first dragon of this game here, and they've never looked any stronger.
Team Flash trying to force an occasion up top.
Yeah, they're trying to. Oh, actually, they managed to get the stasis onto Chammy. Now they're trying to bring the chase, but they can't really bring the follow-up here because now Aaron's in the mix. Now he's going to focus strongly onto Coyote. Gets the execute on, but doesn't quite get the kill done. So now Aaron's going to be forced to back off here, while Shai Zaisu managed to put some good damage. In the meantime, look at the split push. Lee Sin is already up in the tier 3, and he should be able to take down that turret now. So that's forcing the Baron to just fall all the way back.
And NGX is playing diversion. Jisoo needs to start running. Was able to buy some time, but just like you said, Victor, Joshi was in the side. I've never seen a split pushing Lee Sin in all my life.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures, maybe, but I don't think NGX is that desperate, though, to be doing that. But nevertheless, it's certainly opened up the space now for them because it's an entire lane now where Team Flash is vulnerable, and NGX knows that they still are powerful enough in these lanes that this is going to be a problem for Team Flash.
It's a pretty interesting move though that Team Flash really wanted to commit it on the Chammy. I think they are trying to get resources out of him, eliminate the flash, the summon the spells, and the stasis. But it is so much effort. It felt like it wasn't really worth it because Chammy right now, he has a crystalline reflector, so even more resistant against all of this physical damage coming out from Team Flash. NGX, they have so much room to work with. Look at Chammy, he's going to try and solo kill Coyote.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead, jump straight onto Coyote there, but no, it looks like it will turn the tables onto him though, because he didn't expect to see Zaizu around the side there, and they pretty much handily take out that Cassidy. So that's going to be a bit of a reprieve now, but not so much of a reprieve though for Jushi, because he almost got himself caught out thanks to that stasis, but a flash managed to save him just in the nick of time.
Jushi's flash and still got hit by the Vault Breaker because it was max range. Draw re-engages.
Yeah, Aaron Malcolm on the back with the execute onto one. Soul Shackles is out. Decides to try to find an opening here, but he brings out the barriers, trying to force NGX back. But NGX are still holding station at the moment, though. It's still under the cover of the turret. It's still attempting to try to dive it now, to try to get the kills done. Got one, got two, got three. Can they find some more? They find not another one, but just a turret, and that should probably be enough here for Team Flash to get the next Drake.
And Elder Dragon is up as well. A crucial moment for Team Flash. I'm not sure if Aaron can do this though.
He's going to be completely distracted now because he's completely taken out there, and now Team Flash has completed the wipe, it looked like. Yeah, he's completely dead. There's no way for him to get out of that, for sure. Now the Elder Dragon falls to the hands of Team Flash. And you look at that, just in one fell swoop, it looks like Enigma Galaxy just lost all of their legs.
Yeah, it's just the great descent from the top of the mountain. NGX, they didn't just trip, they came tumbling down. And we say it, right? Chammy is at Kassadin, sure, late game insurance, but it doesn't make him invincible. NGX, they really wanted to get something going, but Team Flash once more demonstrates why they are so revered in these team fights, in these heated moments, because they are so good at the team fights. Everyone on Team Flash was at one point in the red zone, but none of them was finished off. And now with this Baron power play, I think Team Flash will get game one.
Yeah, they certainly will try, for sure. Coyote already getting the minions up into the high ground here, so that's already done half the work now for Team Flash, as the rest of them now roll in with their own super minions and are starting to pound down onto these tier 3 turrets. So what can Enigma Galaxy do to try to stem the tide right now? They've lost 1, 2, now 3 of those tier 3 turrets.
They gotta force something right now. Something has to happen. Those minions will end the game.
Yeah, pretty much, and now they're going to be forced to collapse in onto it. Look at the double stuns. Look at the damage that's coming out from Team Flash's side. It's impossible for Nigma to hold out under all of that pressure, and that's going to be the victory going to Team Flash.
And it really come down to that one moment when Enigma Galaxy kind of got a bit too overzealous. Chammy, he is strong, but he's not unkillable. And I think he got surprised when Coyote turned around and just spit him in his face. And Chammy realizes that he actually can't 1v1 the Renekton. But that was where the butterfly effect started, right? Chammy dies to Jisoo and Coyote, and then GX, they try to force a fight mid. But Team Flash, for whatever miraculous reason, did not lose a single member, and in those drawn-out fights, were able to outlast NGX in a world of attrition. And at that point, there was no more hope for NGX. But put those individual pop-up moments, put those team fights aside. It is the draft of Team Flash that enabled them to play such a controlled game. Jisoo, as a crowd control bot, being able to keep throwing vault breakers, disrupting the tempo of NGX, empty in the middle of the fight as the unkillable cow. Great A5 Wagyu steak walking around with those crowd controls, but it's Ali Shannon Corruption. He is the key to Team Flash draft, and that is why NGX can never really fight into Team Flash effectively.
Yeah, I mean, the various pickup there was certainly a masterstroke here for Team Flash, because the Ellie alone was just able to shut down so many attempts here from Nigma Galaxy. As we have a look at the scores here, it can really tell who was having a good time here, or rather who was also having a relatively bad time. Aaron only managed to do like a 3-4-4, whereas Coyote managed to pull off a 5-4-6, and Ellie, in fact, 3-1-9, only sustained a single death throughout this series. Throughout this game.
I mean, Ellie is. If PSO is watching this, if you have learned anything from this game, it's that Varus is a super good pick. Do not sleep on this guy. That's it. I think Varus is just generally a great pick.
Yeah, and Team Flash really played against his Kassadin well, keeping Chami suppressed, but also at the same time meeting the fights that Jushi and Aaron attempted to bring onto them. So even though Chami was holding a lot of damage on their side, but without without support from his other teammates, it's not much a solo Kassadin could do. And it can look, even from this graph here, it just really underscores how well Team Flash actually handled this game here, because it could look very easily that it could have easily gone Nigma Galaxy's way. It could have easily been a landslide from their end, and we wouldn't been none the wiser.
Yeah, and Team Flash is just another day in the office. It's Team Flash, no surprise. NGH put up a pretty good fight, but it's not good enough, unfortunately. All of this, though, made possible by our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And NGX, their journey hasn't ended just yet. And just like us, our journey hasn't ended here at SPS, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming gave us this platform to demonstrate the best quality gameplay. But aside from them, we also have to thank Monster Energy for unleashing the beast within everyone. Us, the admins behind the scenes, the players themselves. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you are on Discord and you are not in our Discord channel, do not wait any longer. Join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. You can talk about the games in there, talk about the teams, the players, interact with each other, and even find out more about upcoming Snapdragon Pro Series endeavors and maybe be a part of it. But coming up, Game 2 between Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash. I expect Nigma Galaxy to kind of go down the same route, but I also do think that Team Flash is going to throw a wrench with that ban phase and put Nigma Galaxy on the clock instead.
Yeah, well, that's going to be something to look forward to, but that will all come after this break. So, my name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Husky. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you gotta cry with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where I, Victor Cax, and he, Husky, will be commentating the second game of our final matchup for today. And after having seen that first game, what an incredible pick that was, the Varus pick there. It completely negated everything that NGX was going for in that game plan.
Yeah. And also, one small detail, as we harp on this Varus pick for a bit longer, was that he actually took Ghost. So if you think catching Varus is already hard, wait till you see him run at the speed of light. But you know, in all seriousness, I think Varus is a great pick. I'm advocating for it. Play it in your ranked games. If you lose with Varus, I think that's a personal problem because Varus is a great champion. But Coyote also put up a masterful performance. Please do not get fooled by the graphics. This is actually Team Flash, not Cerberus. Cerberus' mid laner is BMM, and this is definitely not BMM. It's Renekton though, and it's pretty ironic the fact that this Renekton was also the cause of Team Flash's victory, where you know, Chami tried to challenge this crocodile, but unfortunately not only lost an arm and a leg, but they also lost the game.
Yeah, I mean that's the worst kind of loss to have, isn't it? But then again, Coyote was been really low-key, I think, throughout that last game there. So I think Cammy was in for a nasty surprise when he realized that this crocodile was actually a lot more tankier than he looked.
Yeah, it's, that's how you know that you're actually not Steve Irwin.
Oh man, crikey.
May he rest in peace though.
Yeah.
With that being said, game number 2, we see NGX back on that blue side again. So no side switch, no side swaps. I do think that NGX would be looking for that Kassadin again. And I do feel like you want to put Aaron in that role of the Kassadin and have Chami play something that he is a bit, that allows him to be a bit more proactive, right? And that means that you might have to scrap that Garen and put Chami on something like a Camille or Riven, but that's only if they go through. Team Flash with the Karma ban and NGX with the Jace. I'm looking at a Yuumi 100% ban. Senna probably will be taken out as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash could still obviously change up the game plan here through their bans, but so far things are looking pretty standard so far. That's going to be a Senna ban to accompany the Karma. So okay, looking like very similar bans to the last one.
It's going to be a Lucian ban from NGX most likely, just to take it away from Shy. This guy played Lucian yesterday and had wonderful game against, I believe, Echo Fortius. This guy just single-handedly carried the team. I believe he ended the game 10-2, 12-2 or something. But here we go. I say we expect the TF to really start kind of nipping it in the drafting phase and giving and putting NGX on the clock. They banned the Kassadin. They were like, yo, we've seen your Kassadin. We've beaten it. Let's see how you do without the Kassadin.
Yeah, we're not impressed, is what Team Flash is saying right now to NGX. NGX said, okay, all right, sure. We'll bring out a Morgana again. Let's see how you like that.
I wonder if this is going to be a Joshi Morgana though, because we just saw the Demon Kai Morgana. I would say that it wasn't able to provide as much as I anticipated, but that's due to the nature of Team Flash's draft. So in this case, if we want to see NGX pivot towards just a Chami-centric playstyle, then this is going to be a jungle Morgana, because NGX, they do play the Lux as well. And if you want to go for a cheesy, disgusting draft, well, imagine having 2 bindings on your team.
Oof, yeah, that's going to be very, very annoying to deal with. So in the meantime though, Team Flash are going to be bringing back their trusty Renekton to join up with their Gragas, and now it's going to be NGX's turn to make their pick. So yeah, now with that Kassadin out of the way, they're certainly going to have to go for a different, slightly different game plan, or maybe they might go for something similar to the last, because they just picked up a Jax again.
No, this is it. This is it. Morgana, Jax, 100%. That's what I've been waiting for. This was the debut draft. It's the debut duo of NGX when they when they started playing in the group stage. Joshi, Morgana, Chami, Jax, and Aaron Zed. Just how I like it. This is NGX kind of showing that, it's kind of showing us, if you want us to be a bit more aggressive, we're going to give each and every one of our players the comfort picks. And this is probably them at their peak, them at with the best champions against Team Flash.
Which kind of brings me to a bit of a worrying thought. If NGX is already bringing out their biggest, or rather their best picks right now in this second game, does this not bode well if this does go to third game then?
I do think that it is possible, but I want to see this Fiora into Jax matchup. It is always a treat to watch Fiora versus Jax. It is a incredibly skilled matchup. It's all about patience and precision. Right? Fiora has a good counter to Jax with the riposte to block the counter strike, but if you can hold on to the counter strike and wait out the riposte, then you kind of win those short trades. So it's all about this small incremental moments in that lane itself. Team Flash banning out the Shyvana again. Still thinking that Demon Kai would go on their Morgana, but I kind of feel like they will put Joshi on their Morgana instead and give Demon Kai maybe the Ziggs or the Lux. But if they want to go ham, they would pick the Vayne for him. Though I don't think that's going to be the decision for this game itself. And NGX banning out the Lee Sin, huge respect for Jisoo.
Yeah, that definitely is respect ban there. Team Flash now having the last ban, and they're certainly taking the sweet time deciding this one here. Of course, that's of course going to hand things over now to NGX with that last ban. That's going to be set. That will be banned out by Team Flash.
That does leave Rakan on the board for draw, one of his best champions as well. But if they are worried and they want an extra layer of a shield and safety net for the Jax and the Zed, I think the Galio would be a good choice as well. Though I don't think I've seen draw play much Galio, so I am leaning more towards that Rakan pick.
Well, they'll still have another 15 seconds to make that choice. Oh, actually, it's going to be Team Flash to be making that choice there, my bad. So they will be choosing to go with the Kazakhs.
It's probably going to be a Kraken support if that's the case. Who do we pair it up with? I still think the Varus is a good pick for Team Flash. You still achieve the same result, right? If Chami wants to jump in with the Jax, just throw Chain Corruption at him, and your support also has a way to kind of create distance between you and NGX with the explosive cast. Nautilus will be the choice for draw.
And yeah, yet one more pick to go here for Enigma Galaxy. And oh, it's going to be the Varius.
Oh, they actually stole the Varus away from NGX, and there it is. The Joshi Morgana and the Chami Jax. Love this team so much. But yeah, and there's the Lux for Team Flash. I feel like it's gonna be either or, right? NGX, they also play the Lux. You take our Varus, we take your Lux. So the even trade for both teams. And this is setting up to be a very interesting game too. Though I do prefer Team Flash's strategy just a bit more. There's a lot of skill checks on the line, but because Team Flash are such a disciplined team with so much control in those team fights, I'm a bit worried for NGX when the game goes late, like just now.
Yeah, the thing is that Team Flash is showing good form here today, so I'm pretty sure that the coordination required to make this Kha'Zix Lux Gragas kind of combo work, I think they pretty much should be able to handle that. So that's now that this is the first major battle of Game 2 has already been done and dusted here with this draft now completed. It's now going to be up these players now and their performances in the Rift to seal the fate of this game here. This is still our final matchup of the day. Team Flash going up against Nigma Galaxy. You can see them already laughing and having a joyous old time over in their gaming houses here.
I'm telling you, it's the air conditioner gap. If NGX just did a little bit, we have a better time, you know, just hitting those buttons. In all seriousness, I think Team Flash they're a team that is unfazed, you know, even when they play from behind. We've seen multiple times, not just the game one just now, but across the months, across the tournaments that the matches that they play. You put them behind, it takes one good fight and they are back in the game. But NGX, they have kind of talked about how, you know, it is not easy to recover from these positions, right, when you're under pressure. And it really comes down to the leadership in the team. Can they bring themselves out of that game number one? Can they just brush it off? Because I think game one was a crushing defeat.
Yeah, I mean, certainly wouldn't be a good feeling, you know, especially having a Kassadin in your draft and yet still not able to close out the game. Yeah, it's certainly going to be something tough, a real tough pill to swallow here for Nigma. But certainly, they will have to put all of those kind of thoughts aside that for now, because game number 2 is going to start here. Nigma Galaxy going to be starting on the blue side. Team Flash going to be starting on the red side. Let's go. This is game number 2.
Team Flash looking for a win, just to close out the series. And for NGX, if we want a game 3, NGX will have to pull this back from the brim. But a bit of a love tap already happening in the Dragon lane, as Demon Kai and Ellie kind of bump into each other. But this mid lane matchup, incredibly crucial for Aaron to not drop the ball early on. Coyote should have a decent time taking this Zed hit on.
Yeah, I mean, laning against Renekton may not necessarily be the easiest of things to do, but I'm sure that Aaron will be up to the task. Oh, I say that. He's already very heavy. Oh, he's going deep. He tried to go straight for the dive, but didn't make it pay off. Oh, my God.
The bone plating from Coyote saved his life. My goodness. And he got the stun off just in time. Coyote hit, I believe he hit level 2 as well. It's a milliseconds of difference that costed Aaron his life. The idea was good. Flash in, get the ignite, auto attack, easy first blood. But Coyote survived for 0.5 seconds longer, got his stun back up, and killed him on his own turret. That is a sign that the universe doesn't want you to get that first blood. And yeah, I mean, you can't be mad at that, you know? It was a pretty good attempt, but that was heartbreaking.
I mean, this is one of those cases where the gods of the Summer's Rift just not smiling on him that day. So, well, he's just going to have to take that in stride, though, as he comes back into the lane. Jamie and Shy have just been exchanging so much health between each other there, and Shy is just mulling over which minion he wants the last hit there. So, yeah, here comes a replay again. Look at that. I mean, again, he was in a situation where it's like, do it or don't, right? So he decided to commit fully to it. But then it was just, Coyote just had enough armor to just survive that.
And he actually tried to go for the fadeaway, so he ignite. Oh boy, Shy.
Oh, Shy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Living life on the edge. But yeah, I mean, Aaron, he flashed ignite auto attack. He tried to use the fadeaway so that the ignite will kill Coyote, but Coyote got his stun back up, stuns him, and gets the triumph prop for the heal. And now he's level 5. We say that Coyote should have a decent time against Aaron, and with that first blood, things just got infinitely worse for Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be quite a hole to climb out of, but certainly not an impossible one, as Jushi now gets jumped on by Saizu.
He might...
Empty. Okay, I think Saizu was thinking about it, but he just decided not to in the end, though.
Yeah, still has Joshi still has the flash as well, so he won't be able to get anything out of that, but all things considered, NGX still able to keep it together. It is just the first blood. Aaron will have kind of tanked the punishment just a little bit. Draw is coming in though.
Yeah, draws coming in, and Aaron flashes around
Oh.
here. Oh, Coyote though is gonna try to turn it around, gets a stun onto Aaron and gets the kill.
Draw!
Oh my goodness, not again.
Catastrophic mistake from this Nautilus. Second time.
Oh, Shy might actually get caught out here if he's not too careful, but then I think it might be Chammy actually who might get caught as the final spark comes out there, hoping to catch out this Jax, but then we always see Zaitu is empty setting up here, so I don't think Chammy is going to be able to get out of this scot-free though. He's going to attempt to get a kill, but unfortunately falls before he could finally land the blow against Empty.
Yeah, they will try to kill off an Ellie and should be able to get it.
Should be able to? Okay, yeah, one last shot
Yeah, you
will
better
do
land
it.
that one draw.
Yeah.
Costed Aaron his life. That is where you pull out the scoreboard and you start reporting your support, because that was... There's no excuse for that, right? I'm not sure what draw was trying to go for. Like, I assume it's a slip of the finger. But yeah, that was incredibly costly. Like, if you're a believer in any supernatural forces, you know that it's time for a lane swap. Like, God just does not want you to get the kill in the mid lane.
Yeah. Well, not for lack of trying, that's for sure. But Chammy should know when exactly would be the right time to give up.
Coyote's out of control. He is so strong right now. There's no one on the side of NGX that can stand up to him. That is a big problem with objectives spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And Shy just got his Sunder. So, I mean, if RNGs aren't in hot water, they certainly are.
Well, let's just hope that Draw is actually going to be able to land his skills this time around.
Look at this one.
Yeah.
So he just...
Yeah, but where? That was going nowhere.
I honestly think it was a slip of the finger from Draw. Oh, he was predicting the flash from Coyote. I have no idea. But he probably overthought it at this point, right? You could just walk up, get the staggering blow, and when he flashes, you dredge line. But either way, it's a bit of a mistake, and yeah, Aaron almost kills some Coyote, but not close enough. Not sure if Aaron wants to go for this though. PTSD kicking in.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, because a lot of these like fights rely on these split second sort of like decisions, right? You need to be super fast in order to try to figure out what exactly we want to target for. Exactly, Shy did manage to find his target in the form of Jushi, but then Chammy does come in with the kill in order to get that trade. And when all is said and done, that was one kill for the very heavy price, actually, of 3 deaths.
Good retribution from NGX, honestly. Oh, Aaron. Oh, he sees it!
Oh, he sees it! Yo, Coyote, now you're not gonna get away this time, hopefully. His armor is broken, he gets himself within range of the turret.
Still
and now
gets out.
still gets that recall out. Aaron's gonna have to still keep searching for that kill on that crocodile.
Yeah, NGX looking for a contest at this dragon, though. They actually might be thinking about it. The binding does land. The dragon! Oh, Demon Kai stole it with long range! He didn't give his life up for this. Team Flash not happy about that one. But it's Grand Theft Auto in broad daylight. Demon Kai, a hero in his own regard.
A hero, perhaps even a martyr, one might say, but he is respawning though in another 7 seconds, so hold your horses, guys. Nevertheless though, NGX now having to stave off this Rift Herald, who will finish off that tower anyway, so a little bit of a waste.
Yeah, Joshi wasn't there. If he was there, he would have been able to destroy the Rift Herald and not let it get a charge, so unfortunate for NGX.
Yeah, they didn't need a Rift Herald for this one on top.
Look at this
though.
one, just...
So yeah, this is a replay again.
This is... That happened so fast. The dragon probably had like 10 HP before the arrow connects, but well, NGX get another pickup, and finally they've tamed the beast. Take down Coyote.
Finally, they have done so here, and it couldn't come any sooner now. They've already taken that tower down in the top lane here, while Aaron now attempting to size up Shy a little bit on the bottom here, but the Fiora still will be able to slip by. But at least now, it seems to be a lot of progress for NGX here, and they certainly need to, need to try to convert this into more objective takes now, now that they have the power in their hands. Whereas for Team Flash, though, they cannot afford to concede the next objectives, most importantly the Drakes. But yeah, that's still quite a ways out.
NGX able to recover from kind of a catastrophic early game.
Yeah.
But all that did was to even the scoreline. Empty spots them though.
Yeah, empty spots them, and now they're going to be able to get the stun onto him. 3 versus
Oh,
1.
so played.
He does still slip by though with the barrier keeping him alive. Now Shy is going to be tanking all of that damage, but then NJ decides, yeah, it's probably better to just peel off while we can now because we don't want the rest of Team Flash, especially Coyote, to be able to come in here and mess up this attempt on the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, I honestly think that you need to increase the cost of the Stoneplate because Stoneplate is so strong. Stoneplate is so strong that everyone and their grandmas is buying that item.
Pretty much, it's all you can buy kind of deal over here on the top lane as Aaron finally gets the kill done onto that annoying crocodile of Coyote.
They
and in the
need a
meantime,
turret?
they needed the turret. They found the turret. Can they get away with it with their lives though? They're looking very low. That's a good root, and unfortunately, that's a death right straight out of bat there for Jushi. Another death there onto the Jax, and last but not least, Draw is going to draw some stones on the ground.
Ellie with the max range light binding. Incredible play. But even if he didn't land it, I don't think NGX would have made it out of that situation with Shy running down the river to kind of pincer them. And NGS getting a bit too angsty down bot, a bit too much greed. Team Flash punishing them for those minute mistakes.
Yeah, Shy, armor broken, Aaron continuing on.
The repulse!
The repulse didn't quite land, but still, the death does come true from Aaron anyway as Shy slips away,
Good
and Chammy
God.
couldn't even do a thing about it.
And things are starting to go downhill for Team Flash.
Yeah, Saisu is going to get caught out here. The root and the stun pretty much taking him out of the game for the next 30 seconds, while Ellie, all they could do is just stand by and watch. And Jake's now collecting up the buffs on their side of the jungle here. And, you know, with the Baron and the Dragon takes going to be coming up very soon, I think NGX is probably in the best possible position they've been all game long.
And Ellie just stole the blue buff as well. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
Empty and Shy now trying to get another chance here at Chammy. Though Chammy is quite a bit tanky, it's still not enough to stave off all of that damage. Now Aaron's going to get caught out. The final spark does a huge chunk of damage, and that enables Coyote to get that kill done. So despite the fact that NGX had a bit of resurgence there, it seems like Team Flash is just as quickly was able to shut it down.
Yeah, NGS getting surgically picked apart by Team Flash, and Team Flash can now work the map as they please. 25 seconds until the Infernal Drake spawn. Baron also coming up in around 2 minutes. And with all of these chain of events happening, it definitely solidifies the fact that I don't think NGS can go for these solo kills anymore. The window has closed, and Team Flash are just way too strong for them. You look at the Baron lane comparison, right? Shy 3-1, Chammy 0-3. There's no way that Chammy can deal with Shy. No way anyone can deal with Shy at this point. Team Flash is taking full control of the Dragon Pit, and NGX knows they cannot do anything. They have their one vision ward, but the rest of the map is dark.
Yeah.
They just not gonna even bother.
And then knowing how strong Shy is, the amount of damage that Fiora is able to put out there is so scary. Empty now, it's going to be caught out, so that's going to be the Gragas taken out from the game for a while. Final spot comes out, only brings Aaron down to about half health. Now the rest of NGS is going to be collapsing onto Ellie here, and will take out the Lux. Now Zaisu still is around here. Coyote is going to be coming out the other side, but I think he's a little bit late. He's still going to try anyway. Gets a jump onto Draw. It's going to force him to get his barrier out. Does get the kill onto the barriers. Now, Shy unfortunately tried to get onto Aaron, but gets himself picked off though. And now it's Coyote is now all alone in his 1v2. Falls all the way back. Armor unfortunately broken. He's not going to be able to stay alive for long.
And NGX kind of turning that around. 4 kills for the big ones as well, including a big shutdown onto Shy, and also shut down Ellie. All those goals funnel over to their own cores. And Team Flash, as much as we praise them, have to keep in mind these single target chain CCs. You have the Nautilus, you have the Binding. You cannot let your guard down. I know Team Flash always revered as the godsends of the Vietnam region, but NGX, they still have some fight in them. You do not want to let them get these kind of windows, and because NGX were able to break that mid-tier 1, now they get to assume control back on some parts of the map.
Yeah. So that's going to help them a lot more now in this phase of the game. And Team Flash slowly but surely maybe losing the plot a little bit as Baron Nashor now spawns in his pit. NGX and Team Flash still holding station. And then finally, the shield is popped out there thanks to Draw getting the drag out onto empty. Still not engaged into a full-on fight. Rift Herald is going to be brought up. That's pretty much going to guarantee them a tier 2 turret. But can they transition that into a Baron take? It all depends on whether or not they can get the jump though. But look at the amount of damage those arrows are doing. Just basically cutting down Shelly before she's even able to bring out a charge. And they really should catch the Kai'Sa, the Chesix at the same time. Now moving on, they're going to continue on with this rampage here by taking out the Lux. And with that said and done, that defense actually worked out a lot better for NGX than I was giving them credit for. And now they're going to be taking another target here in the form of the Crocodile, of Renekton, of Coyote.
Coyote has the Hullbreaker, so he's gonna send this whole wave crashing into the turret, get as much chip damage as possible, and maybe even try to take it down. He knows that he's not getting out of this, he's just trying to do what he can. Almost bringing Aaron to the grave with him.
Yeah.
NGX again, individual pickoffs onto Team Flash. And we can see Team Flash's idea. Shy has a Hullbreaker, Coyote has a Hullbreaker. They want to play those side lanes, they want to be able to split push and really just whittle down those structures one by one. But NGX have their numbers at least for now. But with Baron being the next objective on the board, you can be sure that Team Flash will keep rinse and repeating, having Shy and Coyote shove individual waves out and forcing NGX to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, things have been going so well for Team Flash up until this point now. And you know, I think a little bit of like misplays in the beginning of this game may have given Team Flash a false sense of confidence, but then Nigma is very assuredly online now. So this is going to be a very tough nut to crack here for Team Flash. It's not going to be the easy walk in the park that they were expecting. And then now they're going to have to contest very, very hard for this next set of objectives here. So one wonders what Team Flash could try to do in the meanwhile to mess up the plan. As you see Alistair already sending the minions all the way around the bottom here.
Team Flash is taking control of the bot side. It's going to give Shy some space as well. This Baron dance is going to take a while. Fortunately for NGX, it's all about those individual picks, and I think Team Flash learned a lesson or two.
Yeah.
Banshee's Veil onto Ellie just in case some crowd control comes out from the shadows. You have that spell shield, but Jisoo, oh boy, he's done scouting duty.
Yeah, he spotted out Cammy, but the Cammy actually is very painful to deal with here, so he had to fall back, but then now Draw has actually caught up to him, keeps it in stasis. Now it's going to try to get executed.
Oh,
no! Cass didn't quite get through it. Empty stuns them just in time, so now Saizu is alive. Now the final spark comes out, doesn't quite do enough damage there, but it does allow Team Flash now to disengage a little.
And what a save from Empty. If Jisoo went down, NGX are going straight for Baron. But again, Team Flash, you cannot disrespect NGX like that. Like Chami, sure, didn't have a good start, but Jax, he is known to be those 1v1 kings. You let him get a couple of procs on you, you are going to melt. And I'm surprised that Jisoo even attempted to try and challenge the Chami in those 1v1 duels.
Yeah.
It's a champion, isn't made for a prolonged fight. Chami also has a Hullbreaker, in fact, to match with a Team Flash's side laners.
Yeah,
bottom lane though.
Yeah, they're both very much afraid as Shy is going to try one more time onto Chami. That's going to be forcing the rest of NGX now to respond. Unfortunately, the Jax will still fall regardless as the rest of NGX now tries to get some trace. They manage to take down the Fiora. And that's about it they will get, because now Team Flash is focused on trying to take this dragon here. Zaizu is going to be starting it as Draw rolls out from the bottom side. Coyote on top, better watch out for him because he's going to get a jump on the Demon Kite first. That's going to be the stun now, and NGX not able to contest it while Draw jumps into the middle of the dragon pit. He's attempting to steal it. He doesn't quite get it though. Team Flash still gets the dragon anyway, and NGX now going to be forced to peel back, but it might be a lose. Oh, good dodge there by Aaron, and now they will be able to get a kill done onto Coyote, but Draw will be traded out in the meanwhile there, so it's pretty much 3-4-2.
What a bloodbath at the dragon pit, but I want to quickly talk about Aaron. He used that death mark to dodge the stun from Coyote. He should have died, but that death mark not only saved Aaron, but also secured a kill onto Coyote. And now Nigma Galaxy with the TP in from Chammy. They are on to Baron. But Team Flash though, they're not letting this go. Shy is here. NGS cannot do this.
Yeah, they cannot afford to be cooped up in the pit while the rest of Team Flash rolls in because they know how painful they can be. And especially now that you see minions pushing up the tower, they needed to try to deal with that, the top lane first before anything else. So yeah, I mean, the Baron still can rest easy in his pit for now. But then for NGX, they got a lot of work cut out for them because both side lanes now are just facing immense pressure.
Yeah, 2 Howlbreaker versus 1. Of course, Team Flash will have that advantage. Elder Dragon will be spawning at minute 20, and that's where the backbreaker will just kind of start to really affect these two teams. NGX so far have been holding on incredibly well. I mean, Draw himself has been instrumental in keeping NGX in these fights, the disruption that he provides on the Team Flash. And of course, punishing Team Flashes with an overextension is a bait. Shy. Is he gonna fall for this? No, he's just gonna play on safe distance. Yeah. Aaron is lurking in the shadows. They are thinking about it. If they take down Shy, I think NGX will gain so much control on the map.
Yeah, I mean, because that Fiora has just been a nuisance, you know, in these side lanes here, and it's really shown given how much, how far these minions have been pushed for the majority of these games. So, yeah, right now NGX, they really need to find that pick-off there on Team Flash before they can even think about contesting some of these objectives. But so far, these individual pickoffs have worked out well for them. And with Chammy now on level 15, they can certainly hope they'll be able to bring in even more. Now they're going to be finding one target here in the river. Can they finish him up? They got the Gragas. They managed to take him down. Now Shy is going to get caught up in the middle of this here as Draw and Demon Kite bring the chase and to bring the kill. A rampage now for the Jax.
Baron Lane.
Look at that. Baron Lane's already pushed all the way up. It's a Coyote attempts to split push. But then now he's going to be forced to fall back here as
Elder
NGX
Dragon
still continues to hold their own. Now they'll be going for that Elder Dragon, and once they have that buff in hand, that should be enough now for NGX to try to break Team Flash's defense.
At 3 to 5, surely Team Flash won't be able to make it in time. Jisoo was forced to recall the final spark just to confirm the presence of NGX there. And Team Flash know they don't have this objective. In fact, Aaron was fishing for a bit more. NGX finally in the lead. But this game is not done just yet. It's just an Elder Drake. It's not a Baron power play.
Yeah, all this is done right now is just put NGX back on the level with Team Flash, but by no means is this game done because Coyote still continuing to roam around. Got Aaron in the stasis just now, but
Jisoo is here.
Jisoo is coming around the corner here. He's going to try to finish on Aaron. Aaron dodges off to the side. Flashes! Oh, but Coyote catches him anyway, forcing out the revive. Is he able to come out? He's good. He is going to be able to get away, but unfortunately he doesn't quite get away with his life.
They're going to get Baron?
I think they managed to get Baron, or maybe, no, they're still going on there, and Empty is still attempting to stay alive, but can't quite because Demon Kite managed to put in the kills, and Shy comes in to clean up house here at the Baron pit.
Only 2 members of NGX left alive with the Baron buff, but Chammy is there. Jisoo, don't do it.
Oh boy, final spark didn't quite land there, but Zissou is going to focus on minions instead of champions here.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron drew the attention with Jisoo to the bottom lane to kill him and just snuck Baron away, but Team Flash was able to mitigate the advantages that NGX get. There's not really a Baron power play right here for NGX. It's probably going to be a net negative, in fact.
Yeah, despite winning that little fight there, now NGX is going to be forced to defend here, even with that Baron buff, so might make things a little bit easier, but then still a very tough situation to be in with Team Flash completely taking over NGX's jungle at this point.
No more Elder Dragon buff. And honestly, all things considered, it's a net negative for NGX. They actually get no benefit of it from that Baron buff. They keep it away from Team Flash. They keep the Elder Drake away from them, from their enemies as well, but it is just a neutral game state. You can assume that nothing has happened at all.
Status quo.
We're back to where we started.
Yeah, so...
Honestly, the closest game we had so far. This is incredibly insane. I want to see this from NGX. They are delivering, but it's not close enough. You have to take it away from Team Flash. You gotta win with this game.
I mean, all of the efforts spent so far has just only brought them about level with Team Flash, but then now you already see them starting to slip behind yet again. Because objectives-wise, Team Flash just that much better at the moment, as MT almost gets caught out once more time, but still is able to slip out one more time.
I swear, man, Stoneplay is so darn strong. But yeah, the side lanes are in danger. And this is what Team Flash wants the game state to be.
Yeah, both side lanes completely pressured there thanks to the Hullbreaker. And then you got split pushes on both of these side lanes going on at the same time, while mid is also being pressured at the same time. So Team Flash pretty much have this all set up very well for themselves. It's just that they haven't been able to bring this push to fruition quite yet.
Oh yeah. Team Flash just gonna rinse and repeat this method. There are no objectives on the map at this point. Dragon is coming back though in just a bit. And that's where we are going to go back to the origins of this entire mess, I'd say. Honestly, incredibly scrappy, though. NGX, it's gonna be a bit hard to keep this up, especially when now you have super minions pushing in from top. Empowered by the Hullbreaker, oh boy, draw.
Oh, draw. Oh, didn't get a catch on the Shy though.
The wave is pushing in.
The wave is still continuing to push on, so NGX are going to be unfortunately forced to disengage there to deal with it, while Coyote attempts to get another one onto Chami here, but now it's being forced to bring his barrier out to bear. But so far, all these strategies, all these tactics here by Team Flash is just an attempt here to keep NGX contained within their side of the jungle here. But then we already see NGX already making their moves towards this dragon here. So Team Flash already scrambling to try to set up positions here to ensure that NGX wouldn't have an easy take on this pit. But it looks like Coyote and MT are moving in there. Hopeful to just maybe start things out, but then that's already allowing NGX to move into position as well. So a bit of a dance going on right now in front of the dragon here. But then it's a very crucial fight here. Neither side wants to lose this objective here. It's going to be it's equally as crucial, I would say, for both teams. While in the meantime,
they need to get rid of Shy though. Shy is keeping Chami pinned down.
Yeah, every time they go for these objectives here, Shy is always going to be pushing up onto that high ground there.
Zizou.
Oh, Zizou out on the outside there, but Coyote on the backside does get a stasis done onto Jushi. That's going to force him out away for now. Aaron, in the meantime, still on the front line, but then he's already able to get a kill done onto the Lux. Can he get another one though? Unfortunately, he is going to be forced out the revive here. Oh, but he cut away there. Just as we saw Zaisu be able to slip away there. Recall comes out, but oh, Aaron. Is he gonna
delay it.
He cancels it. He cancels it and gets a kill done onto Zaisu.
What an outplay from the Zed.
Red team lost.
We're getting a game tree. What did I say? I said this series is gonna be a treat. Can Shy save this game though? He's gonna try.
He's gonna try for sure, but I don't know if he's gonna be enough though, because his entire blue wave of NGX now moves onto the Nexus, gets it bursted down, and allows Nigma Galaxy to fight for one more round.
And you fight a scrappy fight, and the first one to runs out of gas loses. But NGX, great recovery in this game too. It really felt like they were destined to go 0-2. That early game, just an absolute disaster. Aaron getting betrayed by his fellow support, and just all these little parts, all these individual pickoffs the Team Flash were able to pull off. But everything changed starting from this Mountain Drake onwards. NGX identifying the key targets, identifying how they should take all these fights. And other than just draw, I want to just say that Aaron played an immaculate Z game. Despite that poor start, he single-handedly was able to kind of open up the entire game for NGX. This was one of the pivotal moments. They bring Jisoo down bot, and instantly NGX go for the Baron, even though it was just a status quo at the end of the day with the Elder and the Baron on NGX's side. But if any of those objectives fell into Team Flash's hands, this game would have been a donezo.
Yeah.
So NGX earning a game tree, but man, it was a hard-earned game tree.
it was a hard-fought one, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of these fights were very much down to the detail, really, and you tend to see that a lot of what NGX has done to Team Flash is that they try to basically break them up, try to either create some space, you know, by starting a fight on a side lane while going for objectives.
Just look at this. Look at this on Marin. Throws a shadow in. And just death marks to cancel the last, the taste, the fear from Jisoo. I mean, overall, Aaron has been dodging death with his death marks. So well done. I mean, NGX keeping themselves alive in the series. Another lifeline for the hopefuls on PS region. Again, right, just the dark horses. If you have one team they want to pin your hopes on to bring about, you know, upsets aside from RRQ, NGX is your man.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell even from from this scoreboard here how back and forth a lot of fights have been, because no one basically survives in this specific game here. Everyone at least had 1 or 2 deaths here. Damage-wise, very much split out. And whoa, look at this graph here.
Look at this comeback. I mean, NGX did a fantastic job. They were playing from behind the entire game, and it was all those individual pickoffs, the shutdowns, again and again and again, and the willingness for Draw and Joshi to just walk up and start fights. Even if they don't get the kill onto Empty like they've been trying for 10,000 times, but every time Empty is out of the fight, you see NGX slowly wrestle control back on the map. And I think it's just a very tedious process that they were able to eventually, you know, reap the rewards off of. Just like how we're reaping the rewards of a great partnership with our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. They've been with us for this journey for a very long time, and we really appreciate their presence, giving everyone the platform to demonstrate what they're made of. We cannot wait to work with them for more in the future. But we also have to thank Monster Energy for allowing Aaron to unleash the beast within with this. No question, this guy is high on Monster Energy, but it's a good thing, because that's what allows everyone to perform at their peak. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, if you're not in our Discord channel just yet, join our Discord right now, because if you don't, Aaron will haunt you in your dreams with that Z. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, so on that note here, we are going to be going to a third game here, so we're going to be seeing plenty of Aaron nightmares, hopefully. So that will be after we take a short break here, because of course we do need breaks as well.
Yeah, I need a breather.
Especially after a game like that. So that said, my name's Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
might shine with the blow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky, and this is going to be the last game of the last matchup for today.
My heart can't take this. This is too much. There's so many game trees. I think this is the third series that went all 3 games, but it's the fashion that it went to game 3 that really made me feel like we should have had a longer break. I regret not asking for that, but key player Joshi right here, the contribution of him is not as straightforward as Aaron or Draw, more towards behind the scenes. But his follow-up with the bindings whenever Draw sets things up was immaculate. The Black Shield usage and of course the damage over time with the Tormented Shadows. It's one of those kind of damage that you don't really notice it until it's already too late. Joshi has done a fantastic job of making that happen. So all these utilities that he provided to the team was a big factor that Enigma Galaxy can be so confident when taking on Team Flash in this messy fights that happen every 15 seconds.
So, you know, it's been a saying, right, that the base player on any ban is usually the most invisible, and I think the same thing can be said of jungle players sometimes, because when you do your role well, you don't really notice them, but then when you do your role wrong, everyone blames the jungler.
Kind of. Yeah, it's actually not wrong. As a jungle player, I can agree with that. But most of the time, it's me saying that everyone is not doing their job right.
Spoken like a true jungle player.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I play jungle. Because it's not satisfactory to only blame the jungler. It's just one guy, you know. I want to be able to blame everyone.
Nevertheless, though, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be running into our third and final game here. And yeah, I mean, seeing the way it's been kind of back and forth between both of these teams here, I mean, it's going to be, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be another long game.
I hope so. It brought me this far, and you can't just have it end in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
That would be anticlimactic. Or at least not end in a stomp.
Yeah.
NGX, I think, was incredibly impressive, right? And I did kind of mention, when we saw that Jax, that Morgana, I'm like, yeah, they're gonna go for that comfort picks, right? Jax, Morgana, Zed, and they won with their most comfortable picks, and I think that should ring a bell. They should raise some alarms in Team Flash's head, and perhaps then Morgana would finally be shown some respect in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really pay much attention to that until it got first picked, though, in that second game. So we'll see whether or not they'll change things up coming into this third game. So what I would like to see, though, is whether or not these teams would go for risky strategies now, because like we've already seen sort of like what NGX is capable of. We also saw what Team Flash is capable of, but then now it's really, I would say that both of these teams at this stage now are pretty much on the same level with each other. It's just going to boil down to how how well detailed the execution is when it comes to this final game. So nevertheless, though, here comes the first round of bans now between Enigma Galaxy and Team Flash. First ban going to be the Yuumi on NGX. Yuumi is just poor Yuumi is just never going to see any play whatsoever because of these drafts.
Yeah, if we ever want to see Yuumi, it's never, unfortunately. We have to go into the practice tool just to see it ourselves. So it's going to be the same bans. I think Senna's going to be next. Team Flash might consider letting that Jace go. If that's the case, I think that might be a shift in that priority with NGX sticking with the Jace ban. So I think Team Flash probably would be looking at a potential Senna ban as well. Still kind of the standard opening for some of these teams.
Yeah, very much. We've seen them use the same opening over and over again. It looks like this game is not going to be any different, as a Senna just got banned out. So I mean, I'm expecting to see a Kazain ban anytime soon.
Honestly, I think it would be a possibility, honestly. Let's see NGX plans, though. They're thinking whether they want to give the Lucian away. But honestly, they can also take it for themselves. That's the advantage of the first pick. So Cassidy will be the ban choice for NGX. And that is where Team Flash now,
Yeah, the
forced
ban-
to go for the Lucian.
Yep, ban out Illusion or else NGX will pick it. So now Chammy's gonna have to pick something a little bit different this time around. And it's gonna leave us on suspense now for possibly the next 15 seconds.
Oh, there we go, the Morgana first
Morgana
pick.
first pick again.
If it's not broken, there's no need to fix it.
Yeah, pretty much. And the Morgana worked out wonders there for Jushi that last round. So here's hoping you'll be able to do the same here. Or maybe they might even switch that Morgana off to someone else. I mean, Morgana is not only a jungle based champion.
Yeah, you know the series has been incredibly long when the sun has gone down. Team Flash's
Oh yeah.
training house. But first pick Zed. Coyote is not happy about that game. He's not happy about game 2.
Yeah, I can certainly tell from the from what we're seeing in the player rooms right now. But
Would they go for the and just go for the Akali? They go for the mech check. That's something to ponder. Gragas over for TF again. I think that's gonna be an empty champion.
yeah, pretty much go anywhere at this point. Now NGX will have the next pick and the pick after that, and it's going with the Fiora.
Does the exact same thing when you have that Morgana on your side, but this is still a flex pick for NGX, right? Morgana can go into technically 3 different lanes if you include mid into that. You can say the same for that Fiora, jungle, Baron. So NGX hasn't revealed most of the cards just yet, except for the support. And that means Team Flash is gonna try and figure out where those first 2 picks are gonna go to.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to guess it really, really well. Now, there's another pick is gonna be coming through from Team Flash's side to complement both the Zed and the Gragas as well, and they've decided to go with the Kazakhs.
Yep, it's almost the same picks. Double assassin lineup for Team Flash. It's gonna allow them to be incredibly active in this fight. And I feel like that might prompt this Morgana to head over to the Dragon lane. Though I wouldn't prefer that. I still think that NGS should run that Joshi Morgana and put Chammy on something like Fiora. The Renekton is still on the board if NGS wants to go for a Brick Wall. Garen, yeah, banned out. I was just about to say that the Garen will be an incredibly good pick for NGX, but Team Flash have stopped that from happening.
Yeah, they might be thinking maybe about 2 moves ahead of you there, maybe. But then now they will have that last round of bans. Renekton is the next one to be banned out here by NGX. And now it's one last ban for both teams now to go.
There's a Camille in the pool. I'm wondering if Team Flash would consider taking it because they do have the first pick after all the bans. Started by banning the Jax first. So they still are thinking that this could be a Demon Kite Morgana. So they're banning out this Jax to force something out of NGX.
One last ban to go for NGX's side. And then we'll be able to see what their final picks will be. And it will be banning out that Ziggs. So now it's going to be the choice for Team Flash.
I kind of feel like it might be a Camille. There's still a set, but it doesn't really fit into what Team Flash wants to play. So the Riven could be another choice for the Shy to go for, but they opt to go for the Varus first. So they're keeping that Baron laner for last. They're putting a lot of emphasis in Shy's champion and wanting Shy to really crush the lane. NGX has a chance to shut it down with these 2 picks, but realistically, there's not much options for them to go for though. A Camille doesn't really fit into this unless they put that Morgana mid, so they will have to go for something like Singe, which I think is still a pretty decent pick.
Yeah, Singe and Teemo's definitely going to be a very decent pick.
If they pick Teemo and they win, I'm treating everyone in the gaming house to a meal.
Everyone?
In the gaming house, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. I mean, if they do end up picking it and winning with it, that might be just the risky strategy, I guess, that I was alluding to earlier, but I digress though.
I feel like if you lose to Teemo, that like you should be embarrassed. You're losing to one of the worst champions in the game.
No,
Not in terms of design, but just competitively, right? Like Teemo isn't. There's a lot of weaknesses on this champion itself. So it is a Demon Kite Morgana. They opt to go for Lee Sin for Joshi instead. Still can supplement Chammy's Fiora in the Baron lane, but that confirms Team Flash's guess. So it is actually a Gragas top, a Gragas Baron lane. All right.
Okay, that's going to be quite interesting now that Alistair has been locked in. Yeah, that pretty much guarantees a Gragas top, so that's a little bit unexpected. But then I think for NGX's side, you can already see where exactly the Morgana is going to be going to. So yeah, I think, I don't know, it does kind of like strike me as a bit like both of these teams are going for a bit of a coin toss, I have to say. I mean, because like I don't see any clear advantage.
Yeah, I think for Team Flash is again a draft with incredible amounts of disruption. It's gonna be incredibly hard for NGX, for Chami, Joshi, and Aaron to just go in. And Draw won't have the same luxury as he did in Game 2, where he can just start a fight with the Dredge line and just continuously follow up with the crowd control. Because this time you have the Gragas, you have again the Varus, right, which has been a big problem for NGX in Game number 1, and you add Alistar to the mix as well. So Team Flash once more has this draft that allows them to really negate some of these team fight, these in-your-face team fights from the side of NGX.
I mean, in your face is kind of like NGX's comfort zone, and that was what allowed them to win that second game. Then maybe Team Flash's idea of just disrupting them at every single turn might just work well in their favor if they can just make it so that Nigma Galaxy is going to be playing very uncomfortably with this lineup. So we'll see how that will unfold here as we wait these players to load into the Summoner's Rift so we can finally get through onto our final game for today.
Yeah, should be a bit of a slaughter fest if they've seen anything from game number 2. Nigma Galaxy could be the second team to pull off that upset against a team like Team Flash. And honestly, if they do, then we can confidently say #PH number 1. But Nigma Galaxy, they hold the final piece to the puzzle.
Yep, and that final piece might just be landing soon here, ladies and gentlemen, because we have just arrived at the Summoner's Rift to play through game number 3 here of our 4th matchup for today. Nigma Galaxy starting on the blue side, Team Flash starting on the red side. Let's go.
See if Team Flash is going to be able to kind of get that ball rolling with Jisoo and Coyote. Coyote, especially when you are playing a double assassin matchup, it really comes down to getting the snowball and being able to access the backline. Honestly, there's no easy way to get behind NGX. But this Dragon Lane, I think, is going to be a pivot point for Team Flash.
Yeah, for sure, especially with Demon Kite on that Morgana now. Certainly, he's presenting himself as quite the valuable target in this Dragon Lane. Mid lane, in the meantime, is still going to be Aaron versus Coyote, though this time Aaron is going to be playing the Singe, whereas Coyote is going to be on the Zed. MT attempting to get a hit onto Demon Kite, but I don't think that's going to do any sort of lasting damage there. While it's in the mid for now, looks like Coyote is getting jumped on by Aaron and Jushi, but the Honey Fruit is certainly going to bring Coyote back onto bear as the MT comes in from the river, gets the stun onto Aaron, and Zaizu also wants to get in on the action too, but unfortunately the stun can only last just that long, so Jushi still is able to get out of the way, managed to dodge an arrow there from Ellie as well, so he certainly have to keep himself on his toes very much every time he walks into the mid lane.
I love the proactiveness on NGX. This is what this is what I absolutely love to see. Would have been great if they get the kill on the Coyote, but they were able to force out a sum without using any of theirs. So all in all, it's good news for NGX. Coyote will have to play a bit more safe than running out having Aaron. And if he oversteps, Aaron still has the flash. He can go for the flash fling, and that could cost Coyote. Early reset from Chami is going to negate any sort of ambush from NT and yeah, Coyote.
Watch out for Draw and Jushi. They are surrounding Coyote at the moment in the mid lane, but only just because they're now moving down to the bottom where Skullcrab has just been taken, and Demon Kite might have just got a catch here that will result in the first blood onto Zaizu.
Easiest setup of NGX's life. Draw just walks on forward, flash, ignite, and just staggering blows for the lockdown. And everything else is easy.
Yeah, oh, a little bit of a scuffle right now for the blue
That part.
buff, and it looks like the Jushi is going to be taking a brunt of damage there as Coyote moves
Oh.
in, gets the kill done under the Lee Sin, and then he's still not quite out of the woods though. He is very, very low, so it looks like they will be able to get a kill, the Singe does, onto the Zed, and that will be the trade done. Unless Ice continues to chase the Singed, in which case, that's going to be another extra champion.
Took Team Flash a bit longer because MT headbutted Aaron into the blue buff, but still able to confirm the kill. A bit of a scrappy one for NGX. Joshi almost surviving there as well. If only he had the Dragon's Rage, that would have been such a good fight for NGX. We're seeing a bit of a pattern though, where NGX are not shy to take all these scrappy fights, and the Lee Sin is one of those champions where if he gets a hit, he will fight you all day, all night.
I mean, when we talk about scrappy fighters, Lee Sin pretty much fits the bill quite well, and given his ability to jump in and out of fights quite easily, makes him a highly mobile champion that's suited for this kind of role. And we already see Jushi actually making that role work for himself, so let's see if he's going to be able to continue. While Coyote clears out another wave of minions, Demonkind and Draw continue their push here against MT and Ellie. And things are slowing down to a crawl 4 minutes into this game.
They're just for both teams to take a breather. Less than a minute into the objective spawns. Seeing Joshi still hanging around this bottom side.
Yeah, Aaron now exchanging some shots with Coyote. His armor's broken, waits for it to finish off before continuing on. But Coyote though, just hanging on as long as he can.
He's
Now
trying?
he's trying to force it out Aaron there and actually got the kill done.
Yeah, that's a stylish move right there. Coyote with the thumbs up. He knows he has Aaron by the ropes.
Oh man, I will...
You're not the only one that can play the Zed, my friend.
And Coyote is very adeptly showing about 15 seconds before our first set of objectives are spawning. So
He is 3-1 at 5 minutes. This guy is so ahead right now.
Yeah. So let's see, Zaisu going to be moving into the Rift Herald pit. Jushi is around there as well, so they're going to be jostling with each other on this top side of the river. Bottom side, it looks like the Zed is already there and it's attempting to get some moves done onto the Singe there on the bottom lane, but seems to have not been able to complete that kill. Jushi now going to be starting that Rift Herald while MT and Zaisu follow up. Well, for their side, at least, Jushi comes back only to get pounced upon by TM, and that's a quick kill. Now, NJS is going to be coming in here to see if he can get a trade, and might be able to find one in the form of MT or Zaisu. Zaisu a little bit too far away, and unfortunately, NJS had to disengage though because MT and Shai was already on the scene. So the Rift Herald does go to Team Flash in the end though, but the Drake still up for the take.
Try to take Coyote down. It's a very important target.
Yeah.
Then mark onto Aaron, just try to take him with. This time it's not going to happen.
Good headbutt there by MT to force draw away, but then
What a
Aaron still
play.
gets through, still gets catch onto the Zed, takes him down. Now they will be able to turn it around onto MT and take down the big cow on the river as well. And now it's back to farming.
A lot of people think that the Singe is a direct counter to Coyote. It's actually not direct counter. It's a champion that allows you to side lane, allows you to be annoying and really just neutralize the lane state. But as the game progresses, as the Zed gets more and more items, a Singe would start turning into paper once the Zed hits that critical mass. So Aaron is in no way a direct solution to Zed, rather than a springboard for NGX to kind of focus on other lanes. But with how fast Coyote is getting his items, it's almost getting that Yumu's under 7 minutes. NGX will have to be really careful in how they approach the Zed.
Well, looks like NGX will be conceding the Drake without much drama on their end, and then didn't even try to go for a tower push even while that was going down. So, nevertheless, though, we're still looking at only one tower taken down so far, and that is the mid turret by Team Flash. So. At the moment, though, objectives still very much, still very sparse at the moment, but NGX still keeping pace somewhat alongside Team Flash.
Yeah, and that's what it kind of looks like on the map, but network-wise, Team Flash are slowly pulling ahead. it's an information that Ningman Galaxy don't really know about. That's why you see it. They're still a bit comfortable in their skin. Baron pushing out the side lane, but this is not going to last for long. Coyote is putting immense pressure on this Singe.
I don't think they'll be so comfortable knowing that Zaizu's already on level 10 now and seems to be on track to get up to 11 at this rate. Picking out some honey fruit. Again, objective's not out yet on the Baron pit.
Team Flash is happy to play this dance. In fact, Shy is going for that full AP Gragas as well, so it's an incredible amount of burst.
Look at it set up on the bottom lane here, and Aaron already jumping straight in to try to defend this turret. But there's a huge gathering of Team Flash out in the jungle, and they're attempting to try to see if they can fish for any good food here. At least for the NGX's side. They do see the Zaisu draws in position, but they didn't quite catch out empty. Shy in the meantime try to continue this push on around the top. He's forced now to pick up the honey fruit as Chami contests him on this Baron lane.
Not sure if they can dive him though. I have seen early. Yeah, and reset does come true for Chami.
Ellie and Zaisu just clearing out more minions here. I mean, they're still having the eyes very much set on this prize of a turret here. The draw does get a hit though. Zaisu is going to be forced to fall back, while in the meantime, Empty tries to attack from the back line here, hoping to try to interrupt Jushi, but look at the amount of damage that Ellie's able to tank so far. And NGX unfortunately is going to have to fall back from that without having completed the kill. And Coyote is already bringing the minions all to bear on that tier 2 mid turret.
Yeah, and while NGX push Coyote away, Shy is shoving in that bottom lane, that bottom wave as well. Second Rift Herald spawning on the map. Team Flash, they are beelining towards their objective. And I feel like if you're NGX, you cannot really give this away. Team Flash have already amassed a pretty sizable lead. They will temporarily push Team Flash out, but you can see that draw is he's itching for a fight.
Yeah, I mean, he's constantly positioning himself there in order to try to get the hook shot. And that's why Team Flash is just kind of like keeping the distance really from that Nautilus. But now that Rift Herald is very close to take it, the blue team will take it, and then now they're going to force collapse on each other. MT and Zaisu continue to still stay on the balance there, and they actually managed to get Aaron, Demon Kai, and Draw during that fight. And they may even get Jushi as well, and they will make it 4 kills for Team Flash.
Yeah, this says nothing that NGS could do in a situation. You got the Herald, but at what cost? Losing one part of the jungle, losing that top tier 1, and with Chami being the sole member alive and not able to even pressure the mid tier 1. I believe in Team Flash's tier 1 is still at full health. NGX have been able to make any headway.
Yeah, especially in that mid. I mean, mid able to make some moves on the bottom, really, but then for the most part, it looks like they were more focused on trying to get ganks on there rather than actually push down the tower. So for the most part, I mean, Team Flash clearly is ahead here, at both in net worth and I think in levels as well. But then NGX still isn't really turning up that much pressure. In fact, I feel it's been more that Team Flash has been constantly providing that pressure in both side lanes there, thanks to the Fiora and the Gragas.
Trying to hit on a shot, it should be a kill. Very needed pickoff.
Yeah, very much needed, especially if they want to continue this push. But now the Rift Herald has been brought out to the mid, so they're hoping maybe to try to divide Team Flash's attention a little bit. But Coyote is not to be abated though. He's still lurking around, hoping to try to catch any one member of NGX attempting recall back. But would not be successful in that regard though. Mountain Drake will come up though, so that will be another objective on the map here for NGX and Team Flash to contest over.
Yep, NGX.
Yeah,
They're suffocating in their base. Well, not really in their base, but on their side of the map. They don't really have much visions to work with. And you can see NGX, they really want to get a couple of turrets, but Team Flash are making them work for every single
Red team
dime.
has slain
Yeah,
the dragon.
even like this Fiora push here had to be defended somewhat by Jushi and Draw. Managed to catch Coyote and looks like, oh, MT comes in from the side though. This could be a bit dangerous, but Draw joins back with Chami and finishes off the tier 1 turret and will back out. But no, I think Aaron just got himself caught out though, so they're going to be forced to fight, trying to collapse onto it. Stacy's going to be brought out. Good route there. That will be able to take out the Zed for sure. But then the rest of NGX still need to try to find another kill here. They could possibly find another one there.
Chami is still alive.
Chami's still alive somehow, and she's still able to take down Zaisu, chasing him all the way to that tier 2. So now empty, only one left in this lane right now. Shy has
Bottom
been, so the whole time this fight has been happening, Shy has been pushing the bottom lane all the way out. So that's forcing Jushi on that Lee Sin now to meet that wave of minions. So at the very least, Team Flash is multitasking quite well. I mean, even though they lost 3 members there, they did manage to take out Chami and Aaron, so at least they did manage to get some value through those fights. And with the Gragas constantly doing these split pushes, that definitely means that NGX, whatever kind of decisions they make, they have to be able to finish it very quickly, or else the split pushes will come out and they'll be forced to fall back to defend.
Yeah, and I think NGX, they are starting to run out of options a bit. I feel like we're looking at almost the same issue as game number 2, where they just don't have enough damage.
Yup, and they will need all the damage they can get, especially if they want to take down Ellie, and they will take down the Varus. But then they still have Empty to deal with, and he can be a big threat there, especially in the middle of that crowd. But no, unfortunately, the rest of Team Flash comes in. The reset is true, and the tables have turned on the NGX as they're finding their health completely melted now, and they're forced to try to stay within sight of their tier 2 turret, which is not looking long for this world, I might add. Especially now that Shy is in position here, and he's going to be hounding that turret until it will inevitably fall. So Aaron, try as he might, is not going to be able to stave this one off, I think, because that turret is on its last legs, pretty much.
And so is NGX's game 3, honestly. Look at that goal lead. 9,000 advantage for Team Flash in under 15 minutes.
Yeah, no,
It's almost an average of 1,000 per minute. And Team Flash are just doing a phenomenal job. And not only enabling Coyote, but Jisoo as well. Playing this double assassin comp to absolute perfection. The in and out. Jisoo goes in, Coyote waits in the shadows, and it feels like they're playing tag team. And it's making life incredibly hard for NGX. They don't have enough crowd control to stop both assassins at the same time.
Yeah, and that's become a huge problem now that both of these assassins are now extremely well fed and are just basically bearing down constantly onto NGX in every one of these fights. Draw had to soak up a lot of that damage there, and NT almost got 5 bells stacked up, but couldn't quite find that last hit there to really met out that punishment. But yeah, no matter how you cut it though, I think NGX is just literally running out of road pretty much in this journey so far. They managed to get a nice little drag there, keeping me grounded. Very nice, but that's forcing the rest of Team Flash now to collapse onto them. And oh boy, Aaron very, very low. He might get picked off though very soon. And yes, the Cinch is going to be down. And Team Flash continue to roll around here and picks up another kill in the form of Draw.
I want to go for Ellie, but no return from that again. At least Chami was able to take that bot tier 2, but say the same with Jashido. Barely just makes it out with his life.
Yeah, I mean Team Flash is just so painful to deal with now. So look at how quickly they're taking down this Baron here. It just goes to show the damage output from their side is just immense. And it's really too much for NGX to handle. And Chami attempted to try to go for the split push while Team Flash was distracted, but unfortunately couldn't quite put a big dent onto that tier 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, the window has closed temporarily until this Baron buff expires. Team Flash has some time to get value out of this Baron power play, but thankfully, most of the minion waves are shoved very, very far. Team Flash probably won't be able to get too much out of this. Best case scenario will be this mid inhibitor turret, but you can see that Team Flash still pretty much split up on the map. Now they're going to rendezvous mid, see if NGS can defend this. This turret needs to stay up.
it all depends on whether or not who's going to be able to get that first pick off, or who's going to expose that soft underbelly first. But neither side are really about exposing weaknesses here, because Team Flash, obviously, they are in the lead and on a roll right now, and NGX are no slouches either in the fight department. So, as much as Team Flash would love to just collapse on them immediately, they still have to respect the damage and the fighting ability of Chami in these team fights. But right now, Team Flash is still keeping up the siege here. Baron buff is still very much in play, so that's pretty much, I think, a dead tier 3 on both the top and the mid as well. And Team Flash, are they going to be transitioning this into yet another push here?
It seems like it could be, though. That they're TPing in. They want to end the game.
Yeah, they're TPing in. Yeah, they are. They're going straight for that turret now. And that tier 3 turret, when it's gone, that means there's only super minions to deal with here. And NGX now forced to try to hold their ground in front of that Nexus.
They can't do it.
But they can't really hold on because the damage coming from Team Flash is just that much better. So, at the end of it, the Nexus will pop. And game number 3 goes to the Vietnamese squad.
The most agonizing forms of death is death by 1,000 cuts. It's death with Team Flash just bleeding you out. It's by asphyxiation. Nothing can be done by NGX. It feels like Team has sucked the soul out of them. It's just helplessness all through and throughout. All the moves that NGX try to make, all countered by Team Flash. Same thing, and it's very, very poetic to a certain extent. The same thing that NGX have been chasing for so long was the same thing that brought them their demise. It was a Gragas kill that they could not finalize, and that one was a fatal one. Team Flash with the collapse, all the lead that they built across the entire game, culminating to that one moment where they unleashed that advantage onto NGX. Became a Baron power play that I thought the NGX could at least stop, but Team Flash utilized every bit of it and just ended the game.
Yeah, it was...
I mean, look at this one though, like the thumbs up play.
Yeah, the thumbs up play. I mean, literally just styling on him at that point, isn't it? But then again, I mean, Cinch versus a Zed in the mid lane there, you think will be probably a good matchup for the Zed for the most part. And yeah, I mean, looking at these fights, looking back at these fights, it was incredibly scrappy the way that they were maneuvering around. But it's just, I guess, a testament to their strong sense of will that allows NGX to be able to hold out for this long. But we all knew eventually that it was going to be inevitable that TF would roll them.
Yeah, and again, NGX, I was super worried for them, just like how I was for them in game 2. Kind of lack of damage, right? You're putting in a lot on Demon Kite and Chami, but you don't have anything that's an instant burst or an instant or sustained damage overall. And we really see that come into play, right? Even though NGX got that fight, got pushed by Team Flash and they forced the fight, that Hail Mary in front of the Nexus, it felt like it didn't even matter because they just did not deal out the damage. But contrary, on the other side, if you look at Jisoo and Coyote, if they go in with their full star rotation, you instantly disintegrate, right? And that's with us not counting Shy in the equation, full AP Gragas, and Ellie just shooting arrows from long range. Team Flash had full control of this game from minute 1, and there was nothing NGX can do for it. And we saw all these seemingly hopeful moments was just NGX oblivious to the fact that Team Flash have already gotten them in a tight spot.
Or it might be that they've already just realized it and just slowly taking over the course of the entire game to accept that fact, maybe.
Yeah, it sounds like, okay, I don't want to go that far, but it sounds like a terminal illness. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, but I had a different term for that. It sounds like a terminal illness that you just could not cure and just slowly eats you away. But I mean, again, kudos to NGX though. I know that a lot of people vote for Team Flash. They are the fan favorites after all. In fact, they are the tournament favorites. But seeing Nigma Galaxy take a game off of them in such a fashion, I think that itself is a good benchmark for us to say that NGX they are no slouches anymore. If people still think that Nigma Galaxy are underdogs to a certain extent, I would say that they are not for a team that only formed less than half a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, to be that young and still be able to perform with the best in the scene right now, I think that's still impressive on its own. So, just the score lines, maybe as they were, but they don't really show you or indicate to you what the true level of these teams are.
Yeah, and for Nigma Galaxy, they can, by the end of the night, they can congratulate themselves, at least acknowledge the fact that they put out a very decent fight, albeit not enough to take out Team Flash, but at the end of the day, you were up against the best team in the region. And being able to leave a mark and let Team Flash remember you and actually respect you in their drafting phase, I think that's something very commendable.
Exactly. I mean, again, it's like by no means, even though Team Flash kind of rolled them over towards the end there, this was a very hard-fought series.
Oh, it is.
One of the longest series I've casted here for this SBS here, and that was just basically down to how back and forth these two teams were. Really strategizing very, very hard, paying close attention, to their targets, and most importantly, not really exposing themselves to too much risk.
Yeah, and I think for NGX, it's definitely impressive to see them still making all these active moves, right? Because one of the conversations with Chammy and Aaron yesterday was the fact that they sometimes struggle to recover from that downfall, and you need someone to hold that team together and make sure that they are able to pull themselves back after defeat or when they're behind. I think they did the best they could, and evidently it was just Team Flash able to outclass them in the skill department. But I think mental-wise, NGX still fought until the bitter end.
Yeah, they still did. Regardless of what the scoreline is, it's still an amazing matchup that we did see between Nigma Galaxy and Team Flash. Let's go ahead and actually jump into an interview right now with one of the members of Nigma Galaxy, Demon Kite and Draw. On camera with you guys. How you guys doing?
Hi.
Hello.
We're doing great,
Yes.
even though we lose. We're okay.
It's great to hear that.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say, Draw, I'm happy for you because finally your ADC didn't abandon you in an interview. Secondly, how was that series for you guys, right? I think this is probably the first time we talked to a team that didn't win, but how was that series overall against Team Flash? I know they are the best team in the region at this rate.
I think it's very exciting, and I think we did our best, but we had a lot of mistakes, and we are very happy because it's our first time to meet against Team Flash and in competitive. So even though we lose, I think it's a great fight. So I think it's nothing to shame, even though we had a lot of mistakes.
I mean, you guys took one game off of Team Flash. What was there this thought, coming into this that, all right, RRQ beat Team Flash 2-0, we need to do the same, like PH #1 kind of thing. But I'm sure it's a great learning experience, right? But talk me through that game too, because you guys, that was one heck of a game. I couldn't breathe after watching it. You guys won at the very end, but what do you think was kind of the main factor that you guys were able to beat Team Flash and push us to Game 3?
I think we had a synchronization in Game 2, and I think we just did a great communication. Unlike Game 1 and Game 3, we're very...
We're very,
It's a bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, it's like a bit messy.
Yeah, disconnected with them.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, with that being said, I think, so you guys right now, if I remember the scoreline, it's probably 2-2, right? There's still a chance. You guys still have 3 more series for the rest of the group stage. You guys confident? You guys will make playoffs?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're confident that we can make the playoffs.
Pretty sure you guys are very looking forward to the LAN crawl, right? I think that would be one of the best experience. How long has it been since you guys are with the team? Was it 4 months? Like
3 or 4 months.
4 months. How has that journey been? Because last time I spoke to you guys, I think it was
very tiring and
fun.
Yes.
So yesterday, right? Yesterday, I talked to I think Aaron and Chammy, and then we asked them during downtime. So what if you guys didn't perform that good? Like, how are your coaches like? Like, how is Vansu and TG? Like, do they get mad at you guys? You know, do they?
Of course, at some point,
Yeah.
they did.
Yeah, but they
But they did not after that. Yeah.
in a good way.
Yeah.
In a good way.
They got mad in a good way. Yeah.
Yes. So that we can commit the same mistake again.
Oh, that's good to know, and
Yep.
it's great to see you guys grow. If anyone thinks that NJX is a dark horse, I would kindly give them a slap in the face, because I think you guys are well on your way to achieve greatness. But nonetheless, thanks for joining us for this. Right, we wish you guys a great Sunday. All the best for the rest of the series. We'll see you guys in Thailand.
Thank you.
Whoa, see you. See you. Let's go.
I hate to break the news to them because I won't be in Thailand,
Aw.
but I would love to see them be there.
I mean, I love the energy. The energy that the draw has is just infectious, I would
Yeah.
say.
He's just happy that he didn't get like ditched by his team during interview. So that's probably maybe that's one of the syllables that that they had to study, right? Do not abandon your team. If you abandon your teammates during an interview, you are gonna do it in a game. Do not do it.
So, yeah, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, just to recap how things stand after today, RRQ, Rex Regan Kion won the game today and, of course, takes the top spot alongside Cerebus Esports and Team Flash. So that's one Filipino team and two Vietnamese teams that are currently on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. Can't say I'm surprised though, right? Because the Vietnam region's the best in SEA, so seeing Cerberus Esports and Team Flash up there is kind of a given. I think, you know, again, Team Flash fan favorites, RQ being the second in line. I mean, those teams ties for the teams that are tied for 4, not too shabby, you know, and NGX, Buram, Evos, and of course the 2 Indonesian teams at the very bottom. So it's not much games left, but the show continues. The battle has to go on. Next weekend, we started off again RQ to open up the curtains as always, this time against Echo Warriors, and then we have Buram United Esports against Persis Esports. Evos Thailand now will take on Nigma Galaxy, and we end it with the El Clasico of the Vietnam region, Cerberus Esports against Team Flash.
Oh yeah, definitely don't want to miss that out, especially for all you Vietnamese fans out there. So make sure you guys tune in next week around the same time for more Wild Rift action here at the Snapdragon Pro Series here. The timings are all on the screen here, so make sure you set your alarms well.
We're just gonna quickly say a fun fact about the last series. The 2 times Cerberus Esports and Team Flash faced off against each other. The first time was WCS Vietnam Grand Finals. Second time was the SPS Snapdragon Pro Series Open Grand Finals for the Vietnam region. Both times Team Flash swept them 4-0. We'll see if there's some turn of fortunes. But I mean, it's been a great day, and things are always great when we have our friends over Snapdragon Elite Gaming making all of this happen. And when winning matters, that's how we know these guys come in clutch. And I'm just glad to be on this journey with these guys. So thank you very much. Man, aside from that, also gotta thank Monster Energy for giving us the will to live. No, I'm just kidding. For giving us the potential to unleash the beast within us, and of course the players as well. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys are on Discord, join us in our Discord channel at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. It has been an incredibly long, fruitful, exciting weekend, but I can't get enough of Wild Rift, so I cannot wait for next Saturday. I'm gonna hibernate until then.
Yeah, so will I. And on that note, this is the end of our show here at SPS. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Husky. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series Wild Rift, and we will see you again next time, next week. So until then, goodbye.
Blue team has stolen the Elder Dragon. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team double kill. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue Red team. Blue team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Shut down. Unstoppable. Blue team has slain the dragon. Red team champion slain. Red team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Red team double kill. Red team triple kill. Killing spree. Red team champion slain. Blue team champion slain. Blue team has stolen the dragon. Blue team champion slain. Blue team champion. Blue team champion slain. Blue team champion slain.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.